Okay.
Yes.
All right. We are live.
Yes, we are. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Hungerthon.
Oh.
Oh,
How are you guys?
good.
Hey, look, I showed up.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the invite.
Yes, sir.
Had to put some balls in the air, leave the wife with some dirty dishes, but you know, you got to do what you got to do to be a hero for hunger.
Hey.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for hopping on. Thanks for spreading the word to your crew, the people who follow you guys. This was the brainchild. Came about, I want to say, beginning of the month, or maybe end of last month. I don't remember. But I know Justin and I saw a commercial literally of people just lining up to get food. Cars lined up all over the country. I was watching either World News Tonight or one of the the primetime news
Yo,
show. Pete, what's up, man?
Carlos, Chris, you guys didn't get the hat memo? Like, what gives?
No,
I do have a hat. I can go get it.
I was told, go fit a hat. And I literally. Santa's got a stack right here.
There we go.
Oh, you have the whole Santa outfit?
He's Kowalski
so.
Claus.
Uh-oh.
I got stuff, dude. I got stuff.
he's ready to go. He's all decked out.
Good to go. So, well, guys, we are live. We're on Facebook on the Straight Outta Gotham feed, and then we're on YouTube on the Let's Go feed. And so we're gonna have a good time hanging out here. I thought Kowalski was Jewish. Andy Luca.
Well, Holzman's Jewish, isn't he?
Yes. My last name. If you throw in a T and drop an N, my last name that's a Jewish spelling.
Holtzman?
You can drop an N too, yeah. You can just drop an N.
Yeah. And you know what? What if I was? What if I was, bro? But I'm actually 48%. Sorry, 48% Italian. So, hey, now what? Now what? So,
yeah,
my mom's side. So, say hi to the Romanos.
It's always mom's fault.
It's always mom's fault. Hey, me and Pete could be cousins.
We could.
Probably. I'd buy it, dude. We kind of. Hey, I'm my cousin Pete.
Hey, forget
He's
about
a Mama Luke, like Andy Luca over here. What you doing for Christmas? I don't know.
Hey,
Gonna
forget
make some
about it.
spaghetti.
Hey,
Gonna make some Christmas pasta. A little pesto, a little basil. Hey.
Hey, forget about it. Hey, what are you gonna do?
So Carlos, what did you do your show yet? You hanging out with the Vigilante boys or what? What's going on?
Yeah, hanging out with the Vigilante guys in about 2 hours ish. So yeah,
okay.
7:30. We're gonna be over on Get Vocal talking some Mandalorian after it blew everybody's minds this morning.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Hey, so spoiler walls. Are we over that wall since we're live and chatting?
I'd say so.
What do you think? What's the?
Pete hasn't watched it, but I don't think Pete cares. So.
Not really, dude. I just binge watched Batwoman, so like, there you go. It just shows you how much I care about the Mandalorian.
Yeah.
So
tell us about that,
guys. If you've watched I'll just do this now. If you've watched The Mandalorian, we're probably going to talk about it for the next, like I said, 10-15 minutes.
Does this mean Eric's going to block himself?
You can keep us live, but just mute us for now. Go look at the auction page again. It is, I've tweeted it out from the Straight Outta Gotham page, so you guys can check it out there. Just go to the auction site. Also, don't forget to go to the World Central Kitchen site, which I've been tweeting out all day. I'll send it out again in a little while, so you guys can just go there and donate and help us out. But we're definitely going to talk The Mandalorian. I wanted to kind of keep it quiet for at least a day, but I've been since I watched it, I've been dying to talk about it. So,
man, there's no hiding from it. As soon as I woke up this morning, it was just Mandalorian, fast and furious everywhere I went. I'm surprised
what happened? What was the big thing? Like, somebody tell me. Like,
I don't know if we can, dude. I don't know if we can.
Dude, I still got to watch like 5 seasons of Legends. Right? I don't know how to get up.
So,
yeah, I feel like it's too soon. Like, I think after 6:30 we can talk about it. I'm not sure.
All right, so that's what I said. We'll do that in a little while. Because then Carlos is going to talk about it as well in a couple hours. So, we don't have to talk about it now. But let's just say if you haven't watched it yet and you are obviously if you're a diehard Star Wars fan, you're going to love it. I know already you're going to love it.
I think even if you're like a casual fan, you're gonna love it.
Well,
Yeah. So
yeah.
true, man.
if
It's
you're a
just a
casual
great
fan
episode.
about that kind of thing, about just knowing maybe the movies,
Mhm.
then I think you'll love it. Like,
So Shu loves this thing. That's what you're
Yeah,
telling me. Shu's
yeah,
gonna have
Rick-
his head's gonna explode.
yes, I can't like Rick. I can't believe he hasn't been watching it, but whatever.
He doesn't
Uh,
want to know.
Oh, really? Did he get all angry about it or something? or-
Ooh, I'm back.
No, it's just like Rick. I think is a year older than me, or a year or two older than me, and I was born 6 months after Star Wars was 6 months before Star Wars was released. So like it's been a part of my life, my entire life, and his too, and we're both really big fans. So I'm just surprised that he hasn't been watching it since it started because he's like an old, one of the people who've been in with them their entire life.
Wait, he hasn't watched season 2?
He hasn't watched season 1.
What?
Yeah.
This guy's got no business having Star Wars shows, dude.
As far as I know, he didn't watch season 1.
What a
That's
poser,
funny.
man.
That's funny.
Forget
Yeah.
that mess, dude. I don't got time for any of that mess, dude. If you love Star Wars, dude, you got to put the Mandalorian on, hands down.
Absolutely. It made my kid like a Star Wars super fan. We watched the episode today, and then she's like, I should go shower and stuff and get ready. And she comes downstairs and she's got her hair done like Rey from The Force Awakens with like the 3 little buns in the back and stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
If she pulls off the Leia ones with the side buns, then hey,
Yeah, that,
Cinnamon
that,
rolls, that'd be cool.
yeah,
that'll
right.
be next, I think. I'll let her know that you've thrown down the gauntlet for her.
She's been challenged.
So
Yeah.
also, guys, I let everyone know too late. I should have. I heard it yesterday, and I should have let everybody know. So it's my fault. But it is National Ugly Sweater Day as well here, and I'm wearing my Star Wars ugly sweater. So-
And appropriate.
Yeah, so I was like, I'll throw. I have a Batman one too. I have a Batman and Joker one too. But because the Mandalorian was today, I'm like, let me wear the Star Wars one.
Gotcha.
Maybe I'll switch it mid-show. I'll turn off and I'll go put on the Batman.
Don't
one.
turn
No,
it
just
off.
do it right here. Do it live, dude.
Turn it
That's
off?
the show.
Do it live.
Get the tips. You're gonna get tips now.
As I say, tips, donations.
That's right. That's the whole point of doing it in camera, man, as opposed to
I know.
podcast. You gotta
No.
work that moneymaker.
Yeah, dude. We're gonna set up the little tip jar.
Derek and
Hey, dude.
OnlyFans.
Santa Claus is coming to town, man.
You can do a tip. jar.
Get Eric a job at the Bada Bing.
Hey,
Hey, any extra money I can make right now, I'm good. So-
bada bing on the bottom ring. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, geez.
That's what we want, dude. That's what we want. So that's funny. Hey, so I know you probably, I don't know how long you're gonna hang out with us here, Carlos, but it'd be nice to know some of your Christmas traditions. What do you guys do? What's a Christmas morning look like for you? You got kids? Like what's going on?
Well, you know what? Since I've been married, which has been a long time, we started doing like the sleepover at my.
It's always a long time.
I know, man, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, kind of thing. But
Oh, geez.
yeah, we usually have an open house at my in-laws' place the night before, and so that is full of drunken tomfoolery into the wee hours of the morning, and then whoever wants to sleep over at their pad sleeps over, and then wake up, do Christmas with everybody, and fight our way through those hangovers, making Christmas breakfast, and yeah, kind of run towards the nap, so then we can do Christmas dinner with my side of the family. So
Nice. Hey,
Yeah.
what's Christmas breakfast look like? What do you do?
the big thing with the wife's side of the family is this thing called Christmas morning wife saver, and it's basically like this casserole with like kind of like French toasty type bread with some cheese and some Canadian
Is it-
back bacon.
You guys call it
Got
French Canadian toast?
no, because then it'd be all bitter and
That's great. Oh, shout out to Reno.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, you should just call it Reno bread
Reno, bread.
Reno bread. That's what it's gonna be.
or
this-
Reno rolls, dude. Just say Reno rolls.
Reno, what's it taste like? Jared Leto's Joker?
It's damaged.
Oh, amazing. I love it. I love it. Don't stop.
That's so good.
Yeah, man. So that's some cinnamon buns, and yeah, we're good to go. We're good to go. So it's fun. My kids are getting a bit older now, so the one, she still believes enough that I gotta hide the stupid elf on the shelf and do all that kind of stuff. But
Oh man. Right now it's shelf on an elf, man, because I'm done.
What's,
Dude, that's
what's
a
the name of
stressor,
your
man.
elf?
Every day, huh?
What's the name of your elf? My elf's name is Barry.
Barry. Hey, Barry. Ours is Jo. His name's Jo.
Okay.
Oh, that's all. You guys have cool names. Ours is Gabby.
Gabby's good.
How'd you come up with Gabby?
I think it was like the character from High School Musical, like
Okay.
Gabriella or whatever.
All
So
right. I named my elf after Barry Bonds, so that's where that came from.
that's all right. Does your elf have like a massive head and a like small little elf body?
Oh jeez, no, but every time he hits a home run, he does a twirl.
Excellent.
That's funny. I wanted to name him Nick Fleury, like after
That's
Nick
funny.
Fury.
Okay, I get that.
But my son, dude, he was like 3. He was like Jo. I'm like, that's a great name.
Ah, you ruined it, kid.
I actually like Jo now. It's like
You
a
got to get
thing in our
another elf.
house.
You should have one elf per kid. You got 2 kids.
Nah, man, they only need one. And they team up, man. I don't need that elf mess.
It's true, man. It's stressful to come up with creative stuff to do with them every day. I got to give props to my wife though. She had the brilliant idea of, well, Gabby's coming from the North Pole. It's a foreign country. She's got to be in quarantine. So she had like this little see-through Christmas jar, and she's like, "Oh, sorry, I'm in quarantine for the next 10 days." So
Oh,
Make sure
nice.
she has a passport.
yeah, that's right. These borders are closed.
I think actually, I'm a big fan of the elf on the shelf. It's probably like my favorite new Christmas, like just gimmick tradition, whatever you want to call it. I think it's a pretty cool idea. I mean, I don't even have kids, and I love the stupid thing.
Oh yeah, it's definitely fun. It's just kind of, it's like, oh, it's stressful. And then like it almost touched me last night. And so if they almost touch you, man, they lose their elf power.
That's it, and nobody gets gifts, so then it's your fault.
Yeah, man, I don't
And
need
that's
that
more
pressure.
dangerous for you. You know, if Dad gets rid of the elf and the kids don't get presents, it's a mutiny.
I don't need that, man. I'm trying to keep that thing healthy. I don't stay next to it. So my sister, man, she has a story where the dog like took its head off, dude. Like,
Oh man, really, Cujo?
yeah. And
Man's
so-
best friend?
yeah, and my sister, their elf, his name was Chippy. Rest in peace, Chippy.
Oh jeez.
But they actually nursed him back to health. You know, my sister, she's in the medical field, so they took care of him. My nephew was devastated.
Who found the decapitated elf?
My nephew, he
No,
found
he wakes up
Chippy,
one
man.
morning
Chippy,
and
I gotta find the
know,
photos,
just
dude.
chewing them apart. That's amazing.
I gotta find the
That's
photos.
traumatizing, dude.
It's hilarious. Yeah, Chippy, man. Chippy had a.
That's
he had
enough
a
to
bad
turn a
time.
kid into the Grinch.
Oh yeah. But by the power of Christmas magic, he came back to life. So it was good. So, but yeah, man. Woo! It was not good. It was not good. I'm trying to see if she'll send me the picture because it's really funny.
The bionic elf.
Oh man.
We have the technology. We can
Yeah,
rebuild them.
You know, get that elf a mother box, turn him into cyborg sidekick.
That's right, dude. Hey, our elf wears a Batman shirt. He's got a little Batman shirt.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Like what is that? Like an extra medium? Like what size is that?
I don't know. I think he just found one, dude. You
I didn't
know,
know they made him that small. Good for him.
Matt. Again, the magic of elf. I don't know. So,
It's true. What's the elf shenanigan you're the most proud of? Setting up in the morning for the kid to find.
oh man, I love when they create like zip lines and kind of go across the like living room. They do
Okay.
like they're coming across with action figures. Like so, sometimes Spider-Man, Batman, those guys will be with them, like hanging out.
Oh, nice. He's got buddies.
Yeah, like oh shoot, like they came alive in the middle of the night.
So
And they're
your
going
house is like
across.
Toy Story, right? So like, you got an Andy somewhere.
Yeah.
One of those kids is good luck.
We know what our elf does every day, every Christmas. I don't know how your guys' elves do this. Well, our elf, he takes toilet paper from the bathroom and literally runs the roll all around the living room. So we wake up and there's toilet paper everywhere.
In
Now,
New Jersey,
hold
we
that-
call that mischief night.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I hope that fool knows that we're in a pandemic and you can't just be taking our toilet paper. So we're like already a little nervous. Like we've been talking about it. Like he can't be going into the bathroom and using all our toilet paper up.
You're gonna
He'll
have to
go.
stay
He'll
up
go
on
through like 2 rolls, man.
Oh man, dude. You know how much you can get for eBay for 2 rolls and toilet paper?
I know, dude. This guy's
That's a college fund.
yeah.
Right now, yeah.
yeah.
You don't end up like Chippy.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
want to end up like Chippy.
Yeah.
But hey, here's what you do want to end up like. So we're gathering today because we're all trying to support the World Central Kitchen. If you go to wck.org,
Mhm.
and that's why we're trying to raise some funds for that, y'all. So if you guys have any extra funds or you're able to give just a little bit, head over to wck.org. Or if you want to get a little crazy, we have a little auction going on. And it'd be really amazing if you guys can be a part of that. We'd love for you to join up, and it's gonna be really easy once I throw that up on,
There's a Mandalorian themed gift as well, isn't there?
Oh man, there definitely is, and you need to pop up on that because
I think the only thing that's not being able to be auctioned off is that bat suit behind Carlos.
yeah, we need to get that, man.
We
might
need to
have
get one of
bid on
those.
that.
Maybe we need to contact Reeves of that suit, see if he can donate a bat suit.
Yeah. But yeah, if you can go to 32auctions.com/holiday heroes for hunger, you can go there and take part of our auction. We have a ton of fun things on there, some comics. We got a little baby Yoda, aka Grogu, the moving one that you can't find anywhere, that you got to beat up someone's grandma for. That
Oh,
one's
really?
there.
Is that the new Tickle Me Elmo? Like, it's like hard to find this guy?
It's Tickle Me Grogu, yeah. So
Okay.
you go,
Pretty hard to find.
he's up on there. So if you can't find him, we got him for you. May not come in time for Christmas, but maybe in time
Better
for
late than
Boxing
never.
Day. Huh?
Better late than never.
I will try. Santa will try and get it out
Yeah.
before Christmas.
There's no wrong time for Grogu to arrive.
There is no wrong time for Grogu to arrive. Look,
Exactly. It's in the hands of the Force.
you don't know what's gonna happen, dude. You don't know who's gonna show up. You know, you don't know who's gonna handle the business, right?
The Santa hat's getting hair in my
Yeah.
mouth.
Eric, how big is that gigantic stein you got there?
Which one? My
You got more than one? That thing is huge.
Yeah, this was actually a gift my sister gave a couple Christmases ago. It's got my last name. It's got a crest, a German crest.
What do you got? Some like jungle juice in there? What is that?
No, this is mead. Actually, it's blood orange
Jungle
and
juice.
cranberry mead.
Like Eric is feeling really festive.
You know what they used to drink back in medieval times? Mead. That's what this is.
Okay.
That's what Santa Claus used to drink, dude.
That's what he
Yeah,
drinks on the sleigh, dude. It's an open roof.
Yeah, it's honey,
I'll
dude.
drink it.
So good.
That's the drink of Santa.
Yes, Justin and I used to joke about drinking mead. So I actually sent him some a couple months
Yeah.
ago. I think.
That's amazing. Does it have alcohol in it then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yes.
6.2%.
No, that's nothing for Carlos. Canadian beer is standard like 10.5.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. It's
Oh,
pretty
really?
strong. Yeah, I think like kind of 7 is the low standard, and then
Oh, wow.
it just kind of goes up from there.
Every Friday, Pud. I don't know if he does these beer reviews for us, and he's in Canada, so that's really all he can get. And you know, he gets the good stuff, man. He's always hitting the taps. And
Yeah.
he's surprised. He goes to oh man, triple, what is it? Experiment, something 33 experiment or something. There's like some place out there that he goes to a lot.
I believe he lives in the Vancouver area. He might be closer to Carlos.
Oh,
Yeah,
maybe.
Just on the other side of the mountains. So yeah, he's like microbrewery central over there.
Mhm.
I love that. He's on the other side of the mountain.
That's right, man. Other
Yeah.
side of the mountains. We don't can't mess around with those rocks.
Yeah, I would say go check out today's review because he paired it with Batman Returns for Christmas. He's done some Christmas stuff.
Oh, one of my
And
favorites.
so yeah, so today's is a stout, and it's called Black is Beautiful. And so if you want to, just a little shameless plug, go over to the www.letsgopodcast.com and click on beers, and then it'll be on there. So some good stuff.
Perfect. Oh, I'll
Yeah.
have to give that one another watch. Man, Batman Returns, it's like for the first time this year, I sat down and watched it as an actual just straight up Christmas movie. And
Oh, wow.
it is unequivocally just a Christmas movie. Like Christmas is a character in that movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, totally. I mean,
Yes.
I mean, Justin knows this. I have a strong love for Batman Returns and everything that it does. As crazy and as wacky as it is, it's just all out fun.
Mhm.
I'm so happy I just wasn't around. Like I wasn't I guess old enough to remember 1992 because I would have been really furious with all the angry McDonald's parents. Like, man, who cares if the Penguin's spewing black goo and kidnapping kids? Like it's Batman and a villain. Like, what do you expect?
Yeah. But it was simpler times back then. If you just didn't read that one column in the newspaper and you didn't know that people were mad about stuff.
Yeah,
Andy Luca, Batman Returns for life.
yeah, dude. Who doesn't love Batman Returns?
Oh, I love it. It's I think you're right, Carlos. Christmas is a character in that film. Like even at the very end of the movie, it's just like goodwill towards men and women. Oh, Pete,
Mistletoe could be deadly if you eat it.
yeah, dude. I was in a band and we named it "A Kiss Could Be Deadly" after
That's
that
great.
line. Go look them up on go on Spotify, find it.
It's like one of my favorite things about that movie is just Batman in the snow. You know, like that one scene where the Batmobile is just rolling through Gotham in the snow. It's like so iconic. You know, I don't think we get enough of that personally. Like, you know, you got Batman Noel, but even like in the comics, like there's not enough of Batman in that type of atmosphere, that type of weather.
Yeah,
it definitely creates like its own element.
Yeah, it's cool. He's just chilling in the car and he's talking to Alfred and he's just like, something's up with this guy. You know, he's just like pissed. And,
you know, in FaceTime 1.0, you know, like the first FaceTime call ever was in Batman Returns.
Yeah,
that's great. He inspired Steve Jobs and
did.
With the turtlenecks.
He's like, "Are you still investigating that curious penguin person?"
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, Steve showed up to work one day and he's like, "I'm rocking this turtleneck for all time, and let me tell you about this awesome idea I got from Batman Returns."
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh man, one of my favorite lines of that movie is it's right after the ice princess like eats it in the tree, and then the penguin comes out and just goes, "Lawn dart." I just love the way he says that line. It's so great.
I love everything about the penguin in that movie, including the black goo.
I love everything about DeVito. He's just
He kills
I'm
it.
so happy for that version. I know it's so controversial. I'm just so happy for that version of the penguin. I mean, I really think it kind of defined the penguin for a new generation and finally gave him like character instead of being some, you know, goofy guy who runs an umbrella store. You know, like
instead he's a goofy guy that lives in the sewers.
Yeah, well, that he's actually like menacing and evil. You know, like that's I appreciate that aspect of it. I felt like for the first time he actually had like some characterization.
Yeah,
I watched it the other night, so I did my usual yearly Batman Returns watch.
I haven't watched it yet. Oh, look at it. Here's a friend. Oh,
there he is.
Hey, there he is. Sorry, he just took out Carlos, but
It's like Carlos is Danny DeVito.
look at that guy. He's a beautiful
I'll tell you
man.
what though, like I'm also happy for the modern day DC Christmas film, which is Shazam. I love that movie too.
Oh, I got to get that one too. I don't feel like that one's as heavy as Christmas. I mean, it's definitely got a Christmas film feeling to it with but you almost forget. Like
really, I feel like at the end it's very heavy. Like, you know, they're in the carnival and it's the lights are everywhere in the snow. So I feel like
I think you're right. Maybe I just haven't seen it enough yet.
Yeah, I had this debate with my kid earlier. Her big selling feature was the Santa, like the manic Santa, the mall Santa that gets in the middle of the fight and then he's running around with the media afterwards. So it's like you can't have that if it's not a Christmas movie. So I don't know.
I'm pumped for the sequel. I love that movie. I'm all about it. So Shazam is like it rivals Batman Returns as like one of my favorite superhero. Are there any other superhero Christmas movies actually than those two?
Iron Man 3.
Oh yeah, Iron Man 3. There you go.
Okay,
I like Iron Man
That's
3.
a great Christmas movie.
I like Iron Man 3. You like Iron Man 3, Chris? Is that what you said?
Oh yeah, it's actually my favorite of the three, which I know is horrible to say. People don't like that.
No,
Yeah.
I actually
people just don't like the man. I was going to call him the Mandalorian. Was it the Mandarin?
Yeah,
the
a lot of people
Mandarin
are upset
Lorian.
with the Mandarin twist, which I get. Like, you know, if they did that with the Joker, I'd probably be pissed.
Oh,
As someone who's not an Iron Man fan, I don't really care. So I'm like, what? Oh, Justin went dark.
I just went dark. Sorry, guys.
I was so amped for the Mandarin, and then they did that. I was just
I mean, it's like so Shane. I mean, obviously, but because he directed it, but like it just feels like such a Shane Black movie to me. Like, it just feels like that vintage '80s type action. Like, I feel like there's a lot of Last Action Hero in that movie too.
Yes.
You know, it's your typical Shane Black movie. So, like, as someone who doesn't even like Iron Man at all, like I don't hate Iron Man 3.
the
I'm
suit.
not a big fan of the comic. Sorry, Eric.
No, that's fine. I was saying the suit part's cool. Like when he has all his suits flying around, at the end, that part's pretty cool. That's a cool action sequence. I don't necessarily like the Pepper recover thing with the extremis, but I mean, whatever. It was that part I liked. That part.
Yeah. For me, it was like my favorite part of the first Iron Man movie, or actually even one of my favorite, like just MCU scenes is like when he goes back to Afghanistan and liberates the town that's been taken over. And so then when they were building up Iron Man 3 and they were selling it as this like kind of visceral Tony Stark versus terrorists rematch kind of movie. and then you get to the Mandarin twist. I was kind of like, oh,
That's
seriously, this is what it's all about. So just kind of evil corporation, White House duping guys, and I was like, I don't know. Subsequent watches, it's kind of grown on me quite a bit. I think the performances are pretty good, and they do some interesting things that you don't see other places. But that initial disappointment, it's funny how like your first assessment of a movie can stick with you forever sometimes.
It does seem like kind of a waste of Kingsley though. Like he's such a, I feel like he could be such a menacing. I always thought Kingsley would make a great Vulture. You know, like he's got like the perfect like bald head to be the Vulture. You know, like the older version of the Vulture. I mean, Keaton's fantastic, and you can't argue with that. But you know, it just seemed like almost a waste of such an amazing. Oh, there they are!
Oh,
they are.
Oh, the Deep Squad.
Drop
Santa
in.
Claus and his elf right there, dude.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, gentlemen.
What's
What's going on, boys?
Not much, my friend. How about you? We're gonna see you soon, actually, huh?
They're
Yeah.
pre-gaming, bro. They're pre-gaming.
I love it. Cheers, brother.
Happy
What
holidays.
are you drinking? Bourbon?
Bourbon, baby. Why not?
Nico's like the Santa Claus in the beginning. Of,
Are you
like,
sitting on your dad's
31st
lap?
Street.
No. I'm just taller.
Thank God he got to be taller than me. So
That's funny.
right, you always want your kid. You always want your son. If you have a son, you always want to be taller than you.
Oh yeah.
That's what my dad always said.
Right, Eric?
He always wanted me to be taller than him. He was like, "Please be taller than me." I was like, "Well,
Some kind of strange thing. I don't know why, but
I have no control over Dad." I'm like, "But okay, I'll try."
Eat your green vegetables.
Yeah.
Spinach, vegetables, all that stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
Nico is shoveling down the Rockland Knob at a young age, you know.
Oh, I love
Oh
it.
shoot. Oh
The
shoot.
Galamad, the Galamad.
There we go. Oh,
Hey, we got Zednik coming in too.
Oh,
Okay,
good.
wow.
All
so-
right, there he is. Nick Cadell. Everyone, Nick
I
Cadell.
love the vest.
Hello.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Awesome, dude. How are you?
I was actually just about to go to we had a special now that Zednik's here, I was actually gonna get you in before you got here, but now that you're here, it's kind of weird that we're gonna go from you to you. But hey, if you guys
Do it.
Nico and Daddy Bats and Zednik down here, part of the Vigilante 1939 show. Good show, great show. But one of the defining aspects is our good buddy Zednik. He's always opens the show up with the best puns. It's like he's got it. And so tonight we're gonna have a series of puns from our good pal, Mr. Nick Zednik. Everybody stand by for a minute of puns.
Oh my god, these puns are gonna be so much fun. Yes, that's right. It's the pun king, Nick Zednik. Alright guys, y'all wanted it, so here it goes. I was wondering why the ball was getting bigger. Then it hit me. How do you make holy water? You boil the hell out of it. I renamed my iPod. Yes, it'll still exist. I renamed my iPod the Titanic. So when I plug it in, it says the Titanic is sinking. Last night I dreamed I was swimming in an ocean of orange soda, but it was just a Fanta sea. I can't believe I got fired from the calendar factory. All I did was take a day off.
Oh man, he's on fire.
That was something special.
We got more of those. But
That's
Thank
a
you.
strong start.
I
I was genuinely giggling at some of those back here. Me and Daddy were giggling.
I'm just giggling at his head on that Batman Beyond body.
I didn't know what to
That's
do.
what
I was
caught me
like,
too.
I couldn't. All I can find was that one photo I had from the website stuff. I'm like, oh, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna throw Homeboy on top of Batman Beyond. I knew that would make you laugh.
That was awesome. Great
Yeah.
job.
Thank
you,
thank you.
We got more, dude. I was driving around for 4 minutes with that, listening to that. I was laughing. That was good stuff. So,
Oh, I just gave you the abridged version, man. Don't worry.
hey,
There was 8 minutes total. I gave you the abridged version.
you want to save those? You still got 2021 Christmas.
Hey, release the Zednik cut.
That's right, dude.
Too many cuts. Too many cuts.
How many F-bombs are in that cut?
Oh man. We're not starting that.
That's fun. Hey, so Zednik,
What up?
let's get serious.
Let's do it.
Christmas. Favorite Christmas memory. What do you got? And it has to involve something nerdy.
Something nerdy.
Yeah.
I tend to watch Christmas with the Joker every time to time.
That's
And
a good one.
Batman Returns I pop on, of course,
yeah.
every year. And oh god, when did Shazam come out? And I got Shazam, to be quite honest. Even though depending on how it ages for you, it's still a good pick me upper. So I would say probably those in terms of superhero realm stuff. But yeah.
Nice. Oh, we have a new guest name. All the guests are coming right now. We have Mr. Josh Lagourne. He's coming in right now.
Welcome.
I've never met him in person before.
Hey!
There he is.
There he
Hey
is.
guys, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you,
buddy. Block party.
Yeah, welcome to Christmas.
Welcome.
Welcome
it
to a
sound
COVID
like-
Christmas.
Does it sound like I'm talking out of a potato?
Yes, I was just gonna say, is that a potato mic?
This is actually I've thought about doing podcasting before, and I got a mic and I was like, I've just never done it. So and I got a pretty nice mic too. It's like this Shure mic. So yeah.
Nice.
Sound-
Very cool.
I can just hear my computer over here heating right now. It's all I got so much stuff going on. Well, welcome to the show, man. We're excited to have you on here. This is I think a lot of our first time like interacting with you as you move. We're always like Twitter mutuals. We're like in the same worlds. So thank you for coming with us right now today as we are just celebrating the holidays. We're also trying to raise money for the World Central Kitchen. And if you'd like to take part in our auction, you can head over to 32auctions.com/holiday heroes for hunger. But if you also want to check out the other link, you can just donate directly to them. If you just go to donate.wck.org/holiday heroes for hunger, you can just give money directly to the organization. And what they do is they provide meals for people in crisis. And we've been in a crisis literally for
9
almost
months.
a year, 9 months. And so, and that link will be popping up throughout. And so we appreciate anybody who's come and decided, hey, I want to give a little bit. I know everyone's probably a little shorter this season than most. Some people still are okay. Well, however you choose to give, even just hanging out and chatting, even sharing the link with other people. Hey, if you can get dollars in the pockets of the people that need it, that's helping. So use your, your influence on your social medias and share that. That'd be great. And so, anyways, so back to you, Josh. So we have to. This is a telethon, bro. Right? Eric told me, he's like, you better announce that stuff every 5 minutes. And I'm like, yes, sir. He's sending me private messages.
Eric's in charge, guys.
So
Who's Jerry Lewis?
yeah.
Oh boy. Oh geez.
I'm Jerry Lewis. Hey, so Josh, give us one of your favorite Christmas memories. Zednik just shared his. He loves watching like Batman Returns. Shazam's becoming part of the thing. Christmas with the Joker. What's some of the? It's got to be nerdy, a little bit nerdy.
Yeah, so I'll tell you guys my favorite like superhero Christmas movie is Batman Returns. Obviously.
Yes.
That's a popular one.
And it's funny because it's not like my favorite. Black Goo Penguin. Awesome. It's not my favorite of the old Tim Burton movies. But it's got a great Christmas theme to it, and I really enjoy it. And then I have a funny. Can I tell a story really quick about Christmas? It's really, it's really good. I promise. So my mom, I saved up like when I was a kid. I must have been like 10 years old, and I saved up. I went to a GameStop, and they had a Star Wars video game that I really wanted. It must have been for like Nintendo 64 or something like that.
Can we guess real quick?
Yeah, I don't remember what it is, but
Daddy Batman.
Sorry?
Daddy Batman, what is it?
I don't know. I was never a big gamer. What did
We just talked about it though. Was it Shadows of the Empire?
Oh, that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I take it back. We did have that. Yeah.
It might have been. It was something for the original PlayStation or Nintendo 64.
Okay.
And
Dark Horses.
And it was $30 and I had $20.
Oh.
And we played this game at Christmas time where my mom put a bunch of like change into like these little like Christmas trinkets, and she like hid them everywhere and we had to go find them. Well, I found the most out of my siblings and went and found them, and I got enough money to get like to buy the video game. And
amazing.
so I was like, hey mom, can we go to GameStop tomorrow? Like, I got enough money to buy this video game. And, you know, we had Christmas plans. Looking back now, being an adult, it's like we probably had some Christmas plans or something. But my mom was like, trying to be a good mom, was saying, like, wanted me to learn delayed gratification and was like, you know, no, we'll wait to get the video game. So I took all of the change that I'd collected and I threw it at my mother.
Oh.
And I said, keep your filthy money. Is literally what I said to her. And that is the only time I was ever spanked by my grandmother. My grandmother took me outside and spanked me and was like, don't you ever talk to your mother like that. So
I should get a coal.
that is, probably a lot of coal for Christmas that year.
That's funny.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dang, man.
Wow. I would have got nothing for Christmas.
I wouldn't be here on the show right now. I would be
a nice
I'd probably
smack
be
or
killed.
two, probably. That would have been everything. I got. My mom did not play.
But yeah, as far as a Christmas movie goes, Batman Returns. Michael Keaton's my all-time favorite Batman, and you know, Michelle Pfeiffer and him had such incredible chemistry together.
Yeah.
I actually don't think that chemistry's been matched in a superhero movie since. Like,
So
as far as
fun-
romance goes.
Fun fact about that chemistry: he didn't want her to be in the movie.
They dated, yeah.
Yeah, because they had hooked up before, and there's some.
They were
Awkward.
they were a couple.
Oh, jeez. Hollywood.
How long were they a couple? Was it like, hey, they dated for a few weeks, or was it like, yo, we?
I don't know, but
Enough for him to be bitter, right? I
Yeah,
guess.
right?
She obviously broke up with him.
Yeah, seems that way. If he didn't want her in the film, it seems like she definitely did the dumping.
Yeah, and he didn't have as much power as we thought, man.
Right? Like,
You know.
wasn't originally Annette Bening cast in that role, and then she broke her.
Yes.
Or was that
Yeah.
was that
I thought it
89?
was Sean Young.
No,
Sean,
that was
No.
Young.
no, Sean Young was in 89, and she fell off
Right.
the horse.
But
Yeah.
I will give you some trivia about Sean Young. She was supposed to be Vicky Vale in 1989.
Yes, that's what it was.
And when they announced Batman Returns as the sequel, she campaigned for Catwoman.
Yes.
And back in the day, Joan Rivers had like a late night show.
Yeah.
And she went on Joan Rivers dressed as Catwoman.
Yep.
And Joan Rivers put kitty litter on her chair. Like, she came out dressed as Catwoman, and Joan Rivers took out a bag of kitty litter and put it on her chair, and then put some on Joan's chair, and they both sat down. They did an interview.
Mhm.
And she
That's funny.
actively campaigned. And she did a full-on Eartha Kitt, Julie Newmar impression from
Okay.
the 1960s Batman show. It was,
Man, that's worth a YouTube.
I'll check that out later.
Yeah, that's
it
kind
is
of
on
funny.
there. It's on there, and
It
it's
came
worth
across
it.
as creepy though.
Oh yeah.
It was very, very creepy. I kind of remember that. It was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank God for Daddy Bats.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Doesn't
Maybe-
rumor have it
Hey,
that she
who-
like also broke into like WB and like bum rushed like Tim Burton in an executive's office?
Oh.
and did, like, the same thing?
There you go, right there.
There you go. I think we heard it on like one of the special features for
Yeah.
one of the re-releases.
That's a
Yeah.
terrible mask.
Yeah.
Huh? Let's say that again.
Is that paper mache?
Yeah,
I
right.
don't know.
It's like a Halle Berry mask.
It does. It kind of
looks like something
Halle
spread out
You know
of a
what?
Gotham
Treacher looks
show.
better than Halle Berry in that.
Oh yeah, yeah. If we're being honest here, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Apparently, she was a bit of a nightmare. So,
that movie
you know.
was not the best, but whatever.
can you imagine Sean Young as Vicky Vale?
No,
Like screaming, maybe.
Wasn't
They
she
should've
Einhorn?
screenless.
Right? Sean Young's Einhorn in Pet
Yes.
Detective, isn't she?
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if I could picture it.
Yeah.
yeah.
She does look kind of like more like a traditional Selena Kyle, though. She usually rocking like that short haircut.
She got big with the movie Stripes, right? Was that her big first movie with Bill Murray?
I think so.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I think that was the first
And
movie
then
she got
she
a shot.
did Dr. Jekyll and Ms. Hyde.
Yeah.
Was in
I've never
that.
seen that.
Yeah.
Um,
And Kevin Costner movie, No Way Out, I
No
think.
Way Out. Yep, she was in No Way Out.
That's when she was hot for a while. She had a good
80s.
3-4 years there.
Yeah, no, she was for a minute.
Yep.
Oh,
She
and
probably
Andy
took
nailed it
herself.
with Blade Runner. That's got to be.
That's
the-
right. Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
they wear a
Oh,
Blade
yeah.
Runner shirt.
There you go.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
If
right.
Reno was in here, he would be so mad at us.
Forgot about that.
Try to pronounce the director's name of 2049, then I'll get really mad at you.
What is
Denis
what is-
Villeneuve?
Anyways.
It's
Yeah.
Villeneuve.
Is it Villeneuve? Okay.
Yeah.
Is it Villeneuve or is it Villeneuve?
Yeah, do that.
He's still mad, right, about the streaming.
Yeah,
Bring him up.
Denis Villeneuve.
God, he's
Yeah.
having a bad Christmas.
Wow.
I know, man. We're gonna have to cut him one of our like Krebs checks just to.
Right? I think we
Cut him
can make some money.
Yeah.
Maybe have a telethon for him.
Donate
I
to
know.
Christopher
And
Nolan.
Chris Nolan, too.
I'm Andy Luca. He's like, how do you not know? Reno.
Oh, jeez.
How do you not know?
Reno's
That's
like
funny.
probably the biggest celebrity who's never been on a podcast.
I know.
It's
That's not
talked
really
about.
trying.
He's like an urban legend. He's like the Batman himself. No one's actually ever seen him.
He's
They just
either
hear
he's
about
either an urban legend or an in joke. So, sorry if y'all don't know.
Pete and I have met him.
him. Is that really him though?
Well,
I
he
don't
said
know.
it was him.
Could be a member of the False Face
Was
Society.
he wearing vinyl pants when you met him?
He was wearing purple pants when I met him. That
He
might
was
as well
wearing-
be fine.
And then he was wearing checkered ones the next time I saw
Yeah.
him.
Oh yeah, he's from Quebec for sure. Then.
All right, hey, I'm gonna go over to the Carusos. Hey, give us a Christmas memory story from you guys.
You know what? I'll go first. I don't really like when I was young. I always had better Christmas when the kids were born because I used to love
Hmm.
to go shopping when Toys R Us was open here. And of course, for him, it was real easy because there's always Star Wars, action figures, the ships. My daughter was into the Barbie stuff, so I used to love. That was like my thing. Go to the store, like try to find the hard to get stuff, and then they go to bed at night. And I put out the reindeer mix, and we had this little thing here to make it look like reindeer actually came up the driveway. And that was a lot of fun, just putting all the stuff together. And then when they would wake up the next day, it was like that's what I miss about the kids being older.
Hmm.
You know, because it was like it brought me back to my kind of childhood. You know, and I kind of controlled it, and I felt like it was just cool to feel like just to make them happy.
Yeah.
You know that, right? You know that was me, right?
Yeah,
I don't-
no,
I-
He's like,
Nico's
wait, what?
looking like he's like, what do you mean that wasn't a reindeer on the driveway?
yeah, mine. I have two, and they're ironically they're both Star Wars related. When I was younger,
One of them's today, right?
there was one of them. Yeah, right now I love it. You got the Lego AT-AT. I woke up and you
Yeah.
stayed up and you built it.
Yeah, that was a
We
lot of fun.
built it.
Sure.
And then we stayed up one night because in our house we always got one gift on Christmas Eve.
Yep.
And it was usually the biggest one on Christmas Eve. So then one year when I was older, like 10, 11, we stayed up and we built the Millennium Falcon Lego as well. It took us like 12
Yeah.
but it was great. I don't really, you're gonna call me crazy. I don't really have a to-go-to Christmas movie. I don't.
You know what I like real quick? I love the Christmas Carol, but I like the newer one with Patrick Stewart. I don't know if any of you guys have seen that one.
Yes,
I haven't seen
so
that.
good.
I think
pretty
it,
cool.
it was on TNT or whatever, but I thought he was great in that role, and I thought the movie's it's got so much heart and warmth to it, and yet it's still a little scary. There's still a little bit with the ghost of the future or whatnot, but Patrick Stewart would have been a good Vulture too, Pete.
That's. I mean, yeah. He would have been a great Mr. Freeze as well. Like it's like, like
he could have been everybody, right?
those old bald guys. You can
There
give
you
them
go.
specific roles, and it's
Adrian
kind of
Toomes.
yeah.
Right?
He knows what he's doing.
Um,
He knew what he was doing.
But I got a question for the dads. Like, did you guys ever have like the jingle all the way moment in the store trying to get a gift where you had to fight somebody off? And
That's what I was gonna ask.
did you ever have
Reading my mind. My
Like,
like my mind. I was gonna ask. the same thing.
So
Yeah,
my best.
I don't remember that because I used to hunt for myself for action figures. I've been collecting action figures for a long time. So
That's
I
right.
kind of always knew, like, I was really weird. Like, I knew people, like, I knew guys that worked at Target, and they would kind of tell me when the truck was coming in, if I was trying to find a Chase figure or Star Wars. So I always felt like I was a little bit ahead of that. I'm just trying to remember when the Tickle Me Elmo came out. I think that was you guys remember that thing or no?
yeah, no, I do.
Yeah.
I remember that. I was a kid when it came out. Yeah.
Yeah, so we got it for him. I don't even know if like you were 2 or 3, but I couldn't find that thing anywhere. But God bless, my sister found it, and I just remember at that time like people were offering like $300-400 for it. But
Yeah. So
But-
I worked at a toy store
oh wow,
when that thing was coming out.
That must have been like hell.
like 3.
Well, it was weird because they were just there for a minute. So I and then it blew up.
Right.
It was weird, man. And like, I remember we like at nighttime, like we're kids, we'd set up, we'd squeeze all of them or whatever, and they'd be and they'd just be like rattling on the shelves. But it was weird, man. Like we got a memo for that. They're like, lock them up. Yeah, bro. Andy, I'm old, bro. FYI.
Hey, Justin, toys come to life at night. Is that true?
They did, yeah. But like that and Beanie Babies, we had to lock them up.
Really?
We had to lock up Beanie Babies. Like they're like, lock those things up. But yeah, I remember that mess, dude. I've never had to fight anybody for something. I didn't find it though, but like I would actually be really like heartbroken if it came down to that. I would just give it up. You know, if it was like, hey, if you want to come to blows, bro, you know, and then I just beat them up in the parking lot.
You see those Black Friday videos, like
real quick though, what was the one we always were trying to find a couple of stormtroopers? Remember there was a couple creepy guys, the scalpers though, when we'd go early in the morning.
Well, he used to take me with him. It was like scary. I was like waiting outside of a Target and I was watching grown men run to the back of the toy aisle.
Right. There's some weird looking things. I mean, maybe I was too, but there was some.
It was the Scorch. It was the Republic Commando.
Scorch.
Scorch. He's the yellow and black clone trooper.
But we got him, right?
Republic Commando.
Yeah,
we did. But the funny story, not the where I had to fight someone, but we were trying to get you the Justice League Unlimited, the question figure.
Yeah.
And we had a target. We're asking, is it in the back? Is it in the back? I was doing what he does. We finally found it on Christmas Eve. Then we opened it, and he's like, I got that on eBay last week.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wait, do you still have that figure?
No,
they're
back there.
Yeah, they're not on display. I took them off display. I got them packed, but I had every Justice League Unlimited guy.
I had those for a little bit.
A ton of figures.
But they fall over, man, and they fall over like dominoes.
They had 3-packs, remember? But they were so hard to stand. You're right. That's why I took them off the shelf because they fall.
Wasn't there a Legion of Doom 6-pack in that?
There was a Legion of Doom 6-pack with
Devil Ray.
It wasn't Black Manta. They didn't have the rights to call him, so it was Devil Ray.
Devil Ray.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a really nerdy question? I don't know how nerdy. This might be too nerdy for all y'all. This might be too nerdy for Carlos. He might have to change the name of his show. Remember, because I was deep in on getting those figures. It was so weird. I was like, it was like I'm gonna get every one of these things. It was weird because I would even get the 3-packs at Target.
Sure.
Because sometimes you get stuck, like, oh, another freaking Superman, you know. But like the main 7, they had joints. Remember, they had joints, and everybody else didn't have no joints.
That's right.
But there was a Hal Jordan figure that only people that worked for Mattel got. But some homeboy that worked there made a cast of the head, and so you could get a Hal Jordan Green Lantern figure. People were customizing him on the black market.
Yeah.
And then they finally made one, but it wasn't a Green Lantern Hal Jordan. It was him in his flight suit. And that was the only way you can get a Hal Jordan head. And people were just throwing him on a John Stewart body and whatever. But anyways, did you ever know that?
You know, I thought I had a Hal Jordan, but you're probably right. You know, because I thought he came in one of the rare 3-packs. But you're probably
he may have later on. But I remember there was a thing like you can't get him, and people were like all upset, like on toy boards. They're like, how do I get that head? And people were paying $60 for a stupid head, like a little head.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Did anybody pay a lot of money to get a figure? Did any of you guys done that stuff?
Do what?
You ever pay an exorbitant amount of money just to get one figure?
I paid a lot for Hot Toys once, but those are Hot Toys.
Those are,
I paid almost triple for a DX12 Joker.
Ooh, not for like a Christmas toy, but I did pay a hefty amount to get a Bat Missile, like from Batman Returns. I guess it's Christmas related because it's from Batman Returns.
There you go, bring it back.
Yeah, like within the last 3 years, I did buy a Bat Missile, and I paid a lot of money for it. And then on top of it, I had to buy 2 of them because I had to buy it because the one I bought, the expensive one, only came with 3 hubcaps. Because the hubcaps are gold, and it only had 3 of them. So I had to buy a broken one for like $25 so I can get the extra hubcap. So then I had to take it off and put it back on. So it ended up costing me like $300 just to get a Bat Missile. So
are you serious?
Yeah. The one the thing it was like probably like $250 or something like that, $275, and then I had to buy the broken one for pieces.
I just watched a video on the Kenner Batmobile. Me and my son, we like to go watching some YouTube ones, and like they were saying, like this is the best one, and it actually I feel like compared to the Toy Biz one, the only thing the Toy Biz one doesn't have going for it doesn't have a top.
Mhm.
But it can
Yeah,
it can sit two guys. This is some nerdy stuff here, but this is a nerdy podcast.
100%, yeah.
But you can sit side by side in the Toy Biz one, and it felt like it was a longer car. The Kenner one felt more squished.
Is the Kenner one part of the Dark Knight collection?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. And it's like the Holy Grail. Like to find that thing, it's like people want it because it was like it's got a canopy.
It's got
But
the machine guns too, right?
Yeah, but the Toy Biz one was cool. You had the little shifter, and it would shoot two missiles out of it.
Yeah.
And it had a cocoon on it too, like shields. Like shields open. Like it
Andy
had that.
Luca just bought one. I know for a fact Andy Luca just bought a Toy Biz one with a cocoon.
Looking, yeah, I still got mine. Mine's in the garage right now. I still got it in the box.
Yeah, mine's sitting in my parents' house.
Oh, really? Oh man.
Yeah.
Dude, I bought one secondhand maybe like 7 years ago, but it only came with one of the missiles, so I had to put a piece of electrical tape over it just so it doesn't look like it has a big hole in the side. Electrical tape covers, and I don't have a cocoon. I'm dying. I'll pay good money. I'll pay $50 for that stupid cocoon if I get a chance to see it. But yeah, I definitely want the cocoon.
There's got to be somebody that has a way to just to print it. I would just go for like a 3D printer version of it.
I'm surprised nobody has yet. You know,
And it would be way better because it would be sturdier. Like the actual
yeah.
cocoon, you look at it and it blows apart into a million pieces. So
Yeah,
especially now it's old. That plastic doesn't last.
On our commercial break, I'm gonna go grab it. I think I can go get it when we have our little break. At about what time is it? In 4 minutes, we're gonna go to break.
Okay.
So here's the thing, guys. We're gonna set up our little break. Every Christmas, you guys have any like traditions where you read a story? Is there any Christmas stories you guys read? Josh, is there a Christmas story you like to hear?
Go ahead.
Gosh, I can't really think of a good Christmas story. But I did recently find out that the lyric "Ghost Stories During Christmas" is because in the Victorian times, people used to tell ghost stories during Christmas, and I found that fascinating. So
really, I did not know that.
That's crazy. I didn't know that either.
Tradition.
That's crazy. There you go.
That's why that Christmas Carol has ghosts in it.
Hey, Christmas is spooky. Just FYI, I think it's
Well,
now
yeah, I mean, it's
getting-
about a guy breaking into your house, but he leaves you stuff.
Instead of stealing, he leaves. Yes. So-
yeah, Christmas can totally get
It's like a
spooky.
reverse burglar. He just steals your cookies and milk.
I actually like the idea of like creepy Christmas, not like murder blood, but like the spookiness of like, ooh, Christmas past. Like there's something about it that's oddly like comforting and stuff.
I love creepy Christmas, to be honest with you. Like Krampus, Silent Night, Deadly Night, Black Christmas, like horror movies set during Christmas times. Those are great too.
Isn't there like a action movie with Mel Gibson as like Santa Claus?
Oh,
That
the
just
Fat
came out.
Man.
It's
Yeah,
called
Fat
Fat
Man.
Man.
Yeah. I
And
didn't.
yeah.
Lethal Weapon.
That's out
Lethal
now.
Weapon's a Christmas movie just as much as Die Hard is.
Oh yeah, that's
What about
great.
Bad Santa? Nobody talks about that one.
I love Bad Santa.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I love Bad Santa. But no, I mean, the only Christmas story that comes to mind, or the Christmas, like, it's a poem, which was The Night Before Christmas, right? That's the one that everyone kind of brings up. Have that kind of a story. It was The Night Before Christmas. A Christmas Carol, which Daddy Bat said already. That's definitely it was a book, so it was a story. But yeah, the movies. I don't know. Like, how you guys? Just really quick before we do this, how do you guys feel about Elf? Is everyone a fan of Elf?
Yeah.
Love
I-
Elf. Love Elf.
Huge fan.
Yeah. I
Noel, yes.
Yeah.
Nice. There we go. Hey, so here's what we're gonna do. Nick, don't jump the gun because we're gonna after our break, and our break is gonna be some story time with some familiar people. But we're gonna talk about some of our favorite comic Christmas stories. If you have them, think about them. Maybe bring them. You're gonna have about 6-7 minutes to go figure that out. But before we go, again, we want to plug again. We are raising money for the World Central Kitchen, and if you'd like to participate in our auction, please go to 32auctions.com/Holiday Heroes for Hunger. We have Baby Yoda. We have a skateboard deck lamp. We have Deathstroke. Ooh, we can't find Deathstroke either, but you can get them in our auction. How about that? We got some awesome comic packs from TKO Comics, and we also have some other stuff. I know like Nico and Daddy Bats, you guys threw some stuff up there too. So we're going to bring that up. We'll be talking about that more after the break, but head on over to the auction site to go check that out. You can also go to just donate directly to them. If you go to donate.wck.org/Holiday Heroes for Hunger, you can give money straight to them. That's like That's like the best you can be. If you're like, I don't need anything in return, I just want to give some money to these people, I want to help people out. So if you can do that, that would be awesome as well. So right now we are going to jump into our very special story. Well, guys, we'll see you after the break. Are you guys excited for Christmas?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Hey, you know what that means? Christmas stories, right? Christmas started on the fireplace next to the Christmas tree. We're going to have a good time. And I'm going to read a story to you that's very special to me that my parents read to me as a little kid. It's called A Die Hard Christmas. Have you guys heard about Die Hard?
No.
Wow, you're going to hear about Die Hard tonight. And maybe some of our friends out on the internet will hear it too. All right. Are you guys ready to begin?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and up in the tower, everyone was partying, except for one wallflower. John McClane missed his wife. Things just weren't the same since Holly had moved west and changed her last name. He tried to win her back, but still she said no, while unbeknownst to them, there was trouble below. Ooh. A truck had pulled up, and who should disembark but 14 men whose intentions were dark. They spoke not a word and unloaded big crates, but they cut the phone lines and locked all the gates. Carl swept the ground floor, shooting every guard dead, while visions of bearer bonds danced in his head. John took off his shoes, making fists with his toes. It actually worked. Well, what do you know? When out in the lobby there arose such a clatter, he sprung to the door to see what was the matter. When what to his wondering eyes should appear, holy crap, there are terrorists here. John hid under a table where no one could see and watched Hans question, Mr. Takahashi, I'm going to count to 3. There will not be a 4. Give me the codes to open the vault door. I don't know the codes, so go ahead and shoot. Okay, said Hans Gruber, and ruined Takachi's suit. John tried to call the cops by pulling an alarm, but instead called the bad guys who tried to cause him harm. But John killed Tony, who had very small feet, and sent him to the terrorists as a Yuletide treat. He put a Santa hat on the German, and eyes all aglow, he wrote, Now I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho. Carl was furious. Tony was his brother. He chased John across the roof, and they shot at each other. John was able to escape through the ventilation shafts. Come out to the coast, he sighed. We'll have a few laughs. At Nakatomi Tower, Sergeant Powell appeared. He checked the whole lobby and saw nothing weird. He was pulling away, but didn't get far before Marco landed on the hood of his car. Powell drove away backwards, screaming in fright. Welcome to the party, pal, John yelled with delight. More police arrived, the FBI and a SWAT team, but Hans didn't mind. It was all part of his scheme. More rapid than eagles, his henchmen they came, and he radioed and shouted and called them by name. Now Eddie, now James, now Franco, now Yuli, on Fritz and on Carl, hair long and unruly. They shot the SWAT tank with a surface-to-air missile and knocked it away like down of a thistle. Now John McClane was angry indeed. He blew up the terrorists and called them jerkweed. Ellis told Hans, Bubby, I'm your white knight. Hans shot him dead, giving the hostages a fright. Hans went to go check on the explosives fuse and saw that poor John wasn't wearing any shoes. John fled from Carl and Hans, but alas, he had to run barefoot over sharp, broken glass. His feet, how they hurt, his soles oh so bloody. John crawled to the bathroom and called his good buddy. John was weary and ready to throw in the towel, until he got a pep talk from Sergeant Al Powell. Powell was chubby and plump, a right jolly old cop, and he trusted the cowboy in the tattered tank top. But a reporter was probing into McLean's life and revealed that Holly was actually John's wife. Hans quickly flipped over the gold picture frame. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. McLean." His clothes all tarnished with ashes and soot, John staggered to the roof, bloody and barefoot. The explosives were wired to the rooftop with care in hopes that the hostages soon would be there. John warned everyone the roof would soon blow as the chopper strafed him with high-powered ammo. Around his waist he tied a fire hose tight, and screaming an oath, jumped into the night. He dangled in the air and gritted his teeth, while flames encircled the tower like a wreath. Fiercely fighting his way back inside, John yelled, "Hans!" He was done trying to hide. He limped to the vault like an old man on crutches, only to find Holly in his filthy clutches. John dropped his gun, put his hands on his head. It seemed he and Holly soon would be dead. But with a secret gun taped to his back, John shot Hans in a surprise attack. Hans fell out the window, still holding Holly's arm, and slowly, deliberately raised his forearm. The tenacious villain held on by his nails, till John unhooked Holly's watch and said, "Happy trails!" Bearer bonds fluttered like a fresh fallen snow, as Holly embraced her blood-spattered bow. So Merry Christmas to all, be kind to one another, and most of all, yippee-ki-yay! The end. So, what'd you guys think?
Dad, that was kind of dark.
Dad, I don't think you're supposed to read that to kids.
Merry Christmas, friends.
I accidentally farted in an elevator. It was wrong on so many levels. Hear about the new restaurant called Karma? There's no menu. You get what you deserve. I tried to sue the airline for losing my luggage. I lost my case. What do you call a bee that can't make up its mind? A mate bee. Ha. The furniture store keeps calling me to come back, but all I wanted was one nightstand. What did the janitor say when he jumped out of the closet? Supplies! How do you throw a space party? You plan it. What's the difference between a poorly dressed man and a nicely dressed man? Attire. How does Moses make coffee? He brews it. Need an ark? I know a guy.
Oh, man.
Wow.
There you go, guys. Yeah.
That was amazing.
Were those supposed to be bad?
That was awesome. I love
were
that.
Hilarious.
Oh man, that's funny.
That
Justin
was
made me
fun.
get out my Die Hard sweatshirt.
Oh my! I love that you changed, dude. I changed too. My Santa hat was too hot. I was like, it's making me hot.
This is Apex production.
You know what? You can't tell. I was trying to make it look like bad TV, and I should have made the lines bigger because I was trying to give it a little like, hey, an old story, but whatever. Brought to you by Nordic Farmhouse, cranberry mead for the holidays. All right.
Amazing. Well, gents, I got to bounce.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me here and allowing me to participate. And, we'll do what we can to kind of spread the word about the Healthy Heroes for Hunger and do what we can to see if we can't get a few more coins in the bucket. And boys from the Vigilante will make their way over when you guys are done here. And
yeah. Hey, Carlos, give a plug so people can check out your show, man.
Yeah, man. So it's the Nerd Room podcast is where you can find us, and at the Nerd Room at the Nerd RM on on Twitter. Sorry, one for the drinks.
On AOL.com.
You had to drink, man.
It's all that Labatt, man.
Yeah,
that's great. Yeah, and at the nerdroom.net, and we talk all things Star Wars, Marvel, DC, and beyond. Like toys is kind of one of the big things that we play around with as a base, but anything in the pop culture zeitgeist. And it's pretty casual, pretty fun show. And we'd love anybody to join us, and Vigilante Boys are joining us later on tonight, and hope to collaborate with everybody here soon. But it's Mando night tonight on Get Vocal.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Yeah, hopefully Carlos' third time is the charm with me. I'll be out next time. I'll be out with you guys next time, I promise.
Well, and you got to come back live with us too again. That'll be fun.
Yeah,
dude. Like anytime. You know what? You guys are awesome. Like I love the interactions on Twitter. Love listening to the shows, and this has been an absolute blast. So, yeah, anytime you'll have me, I'm willing to show up, and likewise, anytime you guys want to come hang with us and play in our playhouse, we'd be more than happy to have anybody.
Thank you.
The door's open. All right, man.
Have a
Merry
good show,
Christmas.
guys.
Happy holidays. Be well.
Merry Christmas to you all as well. Take care, and I'll see at least 3 of you later on.
Absolutely.
Take care, fellas.
Take care.
All right. Hey, look at now, and now there's one of us on the bottom.
Poor Josh.
It's all right. It's all right.
It's all
Oh
good.
man, that was a good time, man. So let me just I'll preface. That was all one take, guys. One take.
Unbelievable.
So
Congratulations. That was awesome, man.
yeah, that was fun. But Christmas stories are fun. I don't think we do it enough anymore. You sit down and read a story with your family, get a little like some of that eggnog, maybe some hot cocoa, and sit on the couch and like, hey, let's tell a Christmas story. And so I was really curious as to any Christmas stories that you guys love, maybe in the nerd realm. And so I'm gonna go to my pal Papa Z Zednik, because he was been ready. He was already jumping the gun. What you got there, buddy?
So
I'm gonna make you go big here so we can
I
see
have
it here.
Batman Noel by the Lee Bermejo. This book actually I never read until this year. So
Show us the cover, man. Show us the cover.
it is a very nice cover.
Yeah, let's see that.
You got the hardcover edition, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Hardcover.
Look at that.
Yeah. So backside.
Nice.
Very nice. Very nice.
Very cool.
And so obviously I love the Batman book club. Ryan's great. My one friend that I met through actually our show, Zach Nicholson, and Ryan Lauer actually introduced me to the book. And again, I had never read it prior, so I love Christmas. I love everything about Christmas, and you throw Batman and Christmas together, it's just it's a match made in heaven for me. So reading through the story, it's like, because Ryan, like Lauer, like if you always ask him, he praises the book. And as I'm reading it, it's like I can tell why he loves the book so much. And it's just really like a deep story about Batman and like what he goes through in his life. And obviously like the past, present, and future, like everybody knows like A Christmas Carol. So to throw that Batman element of the story, I love it. And the art is just like spectacular. So if you can get Batman Noel, certainly read it. It is my recommendation to all of you guys. So
Wonderful, Zach.
yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. You know what? I haven't read Noel.
I haven't either.
Ever?
I haven't either. So
What?
It's great.
I listened to the Holy Batcast about it, I think about a year ago.
I think Pete wants to slap us right now.
I know.
How old are you? Well, like, Eric
good.
could like a bypass because Eric doesn't read that many comics, but it's like almost inexcusable for Justin not to have read
That's
this.
true. I was
I know.
surprised to hear Justin doesn't.
Yeah.
I know. And I wanted to last year. And I didn't. It didn't come like Christmas didn't come in time, man. It came too fast. And I don't want to read it in April or something. So maybe if I can you know what? I'm going to my shop tomorrow. And so if they have it off, God is my witness. If they have it on the shelf, I'll go get it.
You better post it on Twitter, or else I'm not going to believe you.
Yeah. Well, if I don't get it, if I get it, I'll post it for sure.
If you don't mind digital comics, it's $7.76 on Comixology right now.
Ooh, I don't mind, but this is something I want on my shelf. There's certain things I want to get, like that big fat book.
I'm so happy you said that.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know me, I'm anti-digital.
Yeah, I was ready. Pete was about to get you. I don't collect files.
Yeah, I don't download files, bro. I collect comics.
But yeah, I think that's actually good though. I mean, for the person who's like, I need to zip and read it. Unless it's, here's the thing. Here'll be the only thing that'll be my cheat. If I can read it on DC Universe, I'll read it on DC Universe just so I have time to read it before Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
But
You'll
I
still
definitely would like to own it.
Mm.
To be honest, I want to buy it without. I hate the New 52 logo. So if they have the modern logo on it,
You guys are so crazy.
I hate that logo, dude. That stupid D.
The star wipe.
No, the Star Wipe looks like that looks like the dishwasher logo. If it's the classic DC logo, I love that one. Or the new like Rebirth logo, I think they did a really good job. Like I'm gonna ask Josh because you're a designer, I'm a designer. What's your take on that new 52 logo, bro?
That the one that Nick is pointing to right now. This one.
Yeah,
Page fold.
the terrible one.
I think it's. I think that it's absolutely dreadful. In graphic design, we have a philosophy that sometimes clarity is better than being clever, and I think that logo is somebody trying to be clever, and it fell very flat. I actually really like the new logo that they have now. I think that it honors the history of OG, and it looks really clean on everything. So but nothing beats the classic
the bullet
shield with the bullet.
That's
nothing beats.
I don't know why they ever changed, to be brutally honest. The bullet was classic. It never should have gone anywhere, personally.
They got sued by DC Shoes.
And that's why they got rid of the bullet?
That's why they went to the dishwasher logo.
Wow.
And then
I didn't know.
And then because they didn't have it trademarked, the circle, and DC Shoes was like, we do what? And then the DC. I remember when the New 52 happened. The New 52 was got leaked, and that's why it came out 7 months early. There was some stuff they weren't ready because the new DC logo was supposed to come out with it, and if you look, the DC Peel logo came out 7 months into the New 52. So the first few books have the dishwasher logo, and so it all got fouled up. It was all supposed to roll out at the same time. I remember when they were talking about the DC logo and the Peel, it was supposed to be like, look, it's like you're opening a comic, and like it just didn't work. It didn't say DC.
It did not, no.
And they're like, but the font is Gotham bold, like that. So what? Like I felt like they were trying to sell us on it, and it just never worked. Especially with the films and stuff, it just never. Yeah. My dog's really pissed off about it too. They're like barking. So
they tried that thing where in the Peel they would put like a clip of like whatever it was, like the Flash or like and it just never worked. And then the movies they just didn't even bother to animate it.
Yeah. It was very boring, and it looks very sterile, and I'm so glad they changed it in 2016. So you're on Logo Talk with Straight Out Gotham and Let's Go and Vigilantes and friends. So yeah.
Speaking of logos, did anybody love the Bronze Age with Marvel when they had that corner box?
I love the corner box.
And I've seen from time to time somebody's putting T-shirts out with different variations of that. I've always loved that.
Pete didn't love it. He just left.
No, we chased him away.
Did you guys see the post Future State books have a new logo?
Wait,
what? I haven't seen it. Is it a new logo?
It looks new because now it extends out to the side to say like Future State or something, and then the bottom, like underneath the DC logo, is like a silhouette of the character. Like Batman has a cowl underneath. Catwoman has a goggle.
Okay, like their trade dress is different. The logo is still the same. It's still the DC.
I think it might be, but they added to it, so it's larger now.
Yeah,
it's like a larger thing.
Oh, okay. That might just be how they're like doing the title.
I think it's a branding thing.
And then DC had their own version back in the 70s and 80s too, but it ran across the top of the comic, and it would have the heads of the heroes instead of diagonal in the corner box. It would go across. So I don't know why. I was talking to Pete the other day, probably because I grew up with them, but I always just think like the comic covers and the logos and everything was so much better in the 70s and 80s.
Oh, I agree. 100%.
Before they modernized it. I don't know. It's just, and again, I probably sound like my dad would tell me things when I look back. You guys have such an appreciation for that stuff, and it almost makes you wonder why they don't go retro a little bit.
Yeah.
And go back a little bit, give it that flavor.
Well, think about Superman's logo hasn't changed.
Yeah.
Really, his
that one's
and stuff. Yeah, it's the same.
They tried to. And then I think they kind of 3D. They made it look a little 3D for a little bit there, but it stayed the same. I hate the new Batman logo. I thought they were going to ditch it in Rebirth.
I don't like it either.
Me too. I hate it as well.
Oh, it's just, it looks like a bad video game title. Like I don't get it.
I don't like it either.
Yeah, it looks. It has this weird texture to it, and then when you have a really beautiful cover, and you have this weird texturized, like, looks like I don't know, like you're a new metal band logo. I don't know. It's like Batman. I don't know. I don't like it, and I wish they would go back to the. It feels weird. Like Superman's branding's been consistent. Batman's changes every few eras, you know. But I really, really think the classic. I think it was the late '70s Batman logo, where it just says a Batman in the shape. That's my favorite.
Absolutely.
Absolute favorite.
I love what Matt Reeves has for the Batman.
Yeah, buddy.
Big, bulky, you know, it's sort of what Batman '89's lockup looked like too.
Yeah, it's really good. Oh, someone's trying to come back. Let's see. He's back. Oh, he's back. He's back. Hey,
there he is.
Damn dog.
I was like, at least tell us, say goodbye.
These are logos. I'm out.
Hey, Pete,
nobody makes fun of DC around me. I'm not going to take this anymore. I'm going to come back and I'm going to get Schneider on you.
Oh man.
So I'm gonna go old school. I'm gonna go old school with the comic. The Peanuts Christmas. Peanuts Christmas.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
That's right. We're talking about comics.
Are you kidding? Yep.
That, I mean, it's a classic. It was made into a cartoon, obviously. That's the famous one everyone knows, but that's the one, the Christmas story that I don't know where it is, but I have it. I actually have it somewhere. So
cool.
I'm sure everyone knows the TV show, obviously, the cartoon. And then Linus tells the story of Christmas, and it's just a really cool comic. So and it's exactly the same, like it's pulled directly from the pages. There's no, if you watch the cartoon, you know the comic. So
it's on Apple TV plus the special if you haven't seen it yet. I love that thing. Makes me feel good. Makes me feel good.
Dude, Snoopy makes everyone feel good.
What about the other ones like Santa Claus is coming to town and with that animation? What was it?
And Rudolph and
Franken, I think, or what? Yeah, I remember growing up with all that stuff.
Yeah,
I always love like
grief.
Heat Miser and Snow Miser going. And then Snow Miser makes a cameo in Batman and Robin. So
wasn't it awesome with Arnold?
Yeah, because at one point they're all like singing Christmas carols, and he's like Frosty. And
they're singing Mr. White Christmas. Mr. White Christmas.
And then pops Vivica A. Fox, and you're like, damn, they got everybody in this movie from the '90s.
I know that movie. Y'all need to check out. Speaking of those old claymation deals, y'all need to check out the Christmas movies that made us on Netflix, because they go into Elf. They talk about how Elf was created.
Oh, I didn't know they did a Christmas version.
Oh, it's fascinating. It's weird because they did Die Hard last year and just in the movies that made us, but like this year it's just two for Christmas. It's Elf and Nightmare Before Christmas, but the Elf one, it's really cool how they show how they did it, and no one believed in the studio. You got John Bergen there. He's like trying to sell it. He's like, this movie was great, and they're like not wanting to do it at New Line. And anyways, it's hey, look at it. It's Reno. He's in.
There he is.
He's here hopefully he's wearing checkered red and green pants. But all right, anybody else got some Christmas comics? Some ideas?
I got one, and then unfortunately we have to head out, but it's not a comic. It's actually a creation of this guy right here.
Oh, you're one of his creations.
So when I was 3 years old, where did you get this from?
I don't remember. I ordered through Scholastic Books or something like that. But
it's a story about how you're the kid. So I'm right here, and you want a special toy at a toy store that Catwoman steals.
Yep.
Oh.
So you gotta help our guy stop him.
Let's see it. There you go. Okay.
And you gotta help our guy stop him. So
and your name's in there.
You're in with them, and then you finally stop Catwoman at the end in the act, and it's the cat robot I want, which I'm not sure why I wanted that, but I did. A letter.
Oh, this is so cool.
Ended. It's like way better than the Flashpoint letter.
Your name, right?
Yeah. So
when I was Muschietti.
So yeah, right. I got to show this to Andy. I'm going to be in Flashpoint now.
Yeah, you're already an associate
God.
producer. Congratulations.
That's really nice, man. That's
Yeah,
cool.
right. It's
Yeah.
so dope. Yeah, I wonder if you could get these today still.
You know what? I don't remember.
I'll have to put the link. It's from
I want to say I think I bought
1998.
I think I bought like when they came out on VHS, and I think there was a card in there like you could do a personalized book or something.
Yeah.
Like,
Mm.
that's back when you like would send a check somewhere. You know, like not today. You just do it on the computer. You know.
Yeah.
All that technology.
Yeah, you know. Like I remember we go back to the 70s or 80s, but you guys remember the big giant treasury editions, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I
I
got some.
do, yes.
You had to cut the little thing out of the comic, and it would be like $4, and you'd put it in an envelope, and like 10 weeks later, it would show up at your house. And
Oh, that's
that
cool.
was fun. That was cool stuff, man.
So speaking of treasuries, I got mine.
Ooh,
Oh,
wow.
wow.
Superman Peace on
That's
Earth.
a great one. That's a great
Oh
one.
man, I have all these deals out, but this one starts out as a Christmas story, and I really loved it.
It's a great
It's like, oh man, if you haven't read these, they have a collection of them, but it's such a great Superman story, and it really there we go, Superman carrying a tree. I don't know if you can see it, stupid light is reflecting off it, but it's Superman trying to help people with his powers, and he's feeling convicted, and he's like, I can do more, and he tries to do more, and he runs into governmental issues, like he's trying to feed people in Africa, and like you can't just do it because the dictators there take the food as control, and it's just like there's things he can't just punch the guy, and so he's dealing with his own limitations as a Superman who's just a man, and it's such a beautiful story because his only desire is to help everybody, and it answers the question is like, why can't Superman solve all these problems? Because people are evil, you know.
Yeah.
And oh man, it's a great
Story?
huh?
Was that a Zack Snyder written story?
It was not. It was not.
Oh, geez.
Nobody stays
man.
good in this world anymore.
Not yet. This Superman is good, and
Nobody
It's-
dropped F bomb.
and I was thinking about it because I just read. I don't know if I still have it here. This is actually a really good book, The Other History of the DC Universe.
Yeah,
We were
we gotta
talking
read it.
about
Yeah,
Excellent book, but I took issue with how Superman was presented, and we talked about it on the last Let's Go comic show. I don't like. I know what they were doing, but I didn't like the implication that Superman didn't care and that he was like insensitive to people. And that's the only thing that stuck in my head was this Peace on Earth book.
Hmm.
And I'm like, I get you had to write Superman a certain way to kind of do what you were doing there, but I'm like, that's not who Superman is, though. Superman's for everybody. Like
Yeah.
we constantly are like told that from his creation. He's for every single person. And to insinuate that he's not for like people, he's not for a certain part of Metropolis, that he's not trying to help the black folks, I was like, man, I think you missed it. But I understand the story. I don't want to say this because the story is incredibly good. It's really well written. I think that they approached Superman the wrong way. But that's just my criticism. I still think it's a great book. But it just reminded me of Peace on Earth. And I'm like, man, and there's 1,000 stories of Superman helping people. But this one was like, it came to my brain of like, man, I remember that story. And it's an emotionally driven story, but it has the spirit of Christmas. Like if we were all just good, if we all stepped into like the, you know, goodness that's intrinsic inside of us instead of our selfishness, we can solve a lot of problems. And we don't have to be Superman to do it. So
We
there you
don't.
go.
We
Oh,
definitely don't.
Yeah,
Gentlemen.
Oh,
No.
wait. I think our boys are trying to step out gracefully.
yeah,
right?
we got to run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're gonna come.
Merry
How
Christmas.
long are you guys doing this?
We won't be
I don't know. We're gonna keep going until they knock us off.
We'll be on for a few more hours.
Yeah.
Okay. If you guys are on when we're off, we'll come back.
Yes,
So-
All right.
All right. There you go. Link still
All
works.
All right,
Link
guys.
still
Go.
works.
See you
Have,
guys.
have a
Bye,
great show, guys. God bless. Donate if you can. Like, share, pass it along, everybody. If you're watching, happy holidays. Enjoy my puns. Love you guys.
Bye bye, Mr. Godot.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Have a good show, guys.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right. Yeah. Go ahead and check out WCK.org, the world's central kitchen. If you guys would like to help out, it'd be amazing if you guys can give to that. Or you can check out our auction here. Oh, hold on. You guys can't see it. There we go. We have the auction going on. Sorry, I'm trying to produce and push buttons, y'all. This is
You're
hard
doing,
work.
Justin, you're doing great. Don't.
If you go to 32auctions.com/holidayheroes for hunger, you can check out our auction. We'd love for you to be a part of that. Check out all the good stuff that's over there. But if you're like, hey man, I don't need to be a part of an auction, I just want to help out, you're welcome to do so. If you want to be a part of it that way, you can just head on over to Holiday Heroes for Hunger. donate.wck.org/Holiday Heroes for Hunger. That would be amazing for you to be a part of that and help some people out. So there you go.
Yeah, it's been, as we all know, it's been a rough year. So we're just trying to do a little bit to give back to people who are less fortunate than we are. Let's be honest. Everyone in here has a family, at least that they live with. They have, roof over their head, food on their table. But some people this year, and like I when I was starting the show, I was saying, I was watching the news and I just saw how long that these food lines are now because of COVID. People lost their jobs. So I was just trying to give back a little bit. So donate if you can. Again, Justin posted the World Central Kitchen information. I've been tweeting it out from the Straight Outta Gotham handle and my own handle, which is right on the screen there. So if you guys go to @finally33 and you search me there, you will see you'll see the links where you can go donate directly to World Central Kitchen or the auction that we're running as well. Pretty cool stuff there. We have some featured items that I've highlighted. There's a Deathstroke doll. There's the child from Mandalorian.
Grogu.
Yep. We have some Funko Pops that the Caruzos just were so nice to donate, and some comic stuff. There's a really, really cool one of Justin's friends. He's a skateboarder, right?
No, he makes them now. He's reclaiming some stuff from old boards, or he'll even do custom boards if you want to send him one. But yeah, he donated one to us, so it's pretty cool.
It's a lamp. It's a really cool looking thing.
Yeah,
that's dope.
Who knows? Yeah. Maybe I'll go bid. I don't know, but
I'm actually gonna share the screen. I'm gonna share with you guys right now.
Okay.
So it's easiest with 2 monitors, as it was telling me. So let's see what happens here. Boom, boom, boom. Can you guys see it?
Nope,
we can't.
Okay, here we go.
Check out
and boom. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Yeah. Those are some of the items that we have up here on up on the auction. So there's the skateboard right there. So it's an incredible. It's really cool, man. And and if you want, hit him up. The link is in the description where you can check out his Etsy store, and he'll ship it anywhere in the United States. But that's some cool stuff. There's Deathstroke right here. That thing is a beautiful action figure from the Arkham Knight series, I believe. Hard to find, but
which has Christmas ties to it as well, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Ooh, look at this New York Comic Con exclusive Funko Pop from Supergirl at CW. Before she put the pants on.
Nice.
A great rendition of Kara Zor-El. She's looking good right there. Great for any Funko collection. I love me some Funkos. And then look at here. Here is the holiday hero himself, Grogu, aka man. I wonder if they're gonna do these and it just says Mandalorian Grogu. Like this one's already. You guys, I would jump on this now because this thing's just gonna triple in value as soon as they put a new name on this thing. The child merchandise is gonna go through the roof. Don't be left out in the snow or the cold. Get the Mandalorian, the child, talking, moving. This thing's real, man. I don't know. It's literally possessed.
I've seen the way that thing moves, and it's creepy how realistic it is.
It's creepy.
I have it. I can actually show it now.
Show it off.
Ooh, let's get it. Yeah, let's close this guy.
Let's get a test run going here.
Yeah. All right, let's go back. Are we back into the show?
Screen here. This way.
Are we back?
Off the movement. Yeah.
Okay.
Here's the toy.
Oh man, look at that.
Dude, tell me that thing doesn't look like a gremlin.
Oh man, that thing wakes me up, bro. I would be so creeped out.
Gremlins and Yoda have to be related.
Yeah, they have to be. Aren't they made by the same people? Like, to be honest.
Gremlins?
Yeah, like isn't it like the same
they're made by
it?
Jim. Yeah, I'm sure.
It's got to be like a Henson, right? That's a Jim Henson thing, right?
I think so. I mean, you add some fur to that Yoda, it's the same thing.
Right.
So
Yoda's,
Yoda's, Gremlins, Ninja Turtles, Kermit the Frog, they're all related.
Yeah. All they gotta do, they can just reskin that baby Yoda and make it a freaking what's his name? Gizmo.
Gizmo, yeah.
Hey, the Mogwai.
Flock him up.
Emmett's hilarious. Does it come with weird frog eggs?
Oh jeez.
Reno says Grogu is a shaved Mogwai.
It comes with his necklace, his amulet. That's all I know that it comes with. I can't see anything else in the box. So, but there were 2 left at Target, and I bought actually one for myself. A 44-year-old man buying a damn Mandalorian doll for himself.
Hey,
and then I bought.
Don't feel bad. We all got toys.
Yeah, I know. But at least yours are like, no, don't look like baby toys.
Well, I'm low key. I'm like, my kids ain't watching this. I know someone in my house is getting that thing.
Okay.
And I can't wait. I cannot wait.
How often do you buy your kids like toys just so you could play with them? Honestly, like how often does that happen?
All the time, bro. All the time. Just like, look. Sometimes I'm like, you don't like that?
You're just like Berg. This is for the kids.
Well, I bought my son the McFarlane Batman, like the standard one, and he doesn't care for him. He loves the Mattel ones, is it the Mattel ones?
He's a Matty collector at heart, huh?
He's Matty, dude. He loves that black Batman '89 looking one. That's his favorite action figure, dude. Oh, you don't like this one? He's like, it's cool, Dad. He doesn't like that they're bigger. He's bigger. Like it's the scales off a little bit.
I think the McFarlanes are an inch higher.
Yeah, so it's hard for him to adjust to that. So he loves, and they're dude. Right now, those Mattel ones are easy to get on Amazon. They're like $5, dude.
I think the only one that's actually really expensive is the John Wesley Ship Flash figure. I think that one's in the hundreds, but all the rest of the Mattel figures are pretty decent.
Tried to get that one. That John Wesley Ship is such a great guy on Twitter. He'll interact with you. Like you can just say his name. He must be searching every day. Like
he's retweeted me a few times. It's been nice.
Yeah, he's such a kind guy.
Yeah, so. I mean he definitely appreciates his fan base.
Yeah, he's great, man. They did a really cool rest in peace DC Daily piece with him. I think the last week they were airing stuff. They did an interview with him at his home, and it was really cool, man. He just seems like a really genuinely cool guy, and he was a great. That show was. I mean,
I would love if he got like a Jay Garrick spinoff show.
Why not? At least, dude.
You bring back Mark Hamill. Like, how could you not? Like, I feel like that's just money, man.
Hey, Mark Hamill's. He's just popping up all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Like he's definitely why not? It would be cool. Here's what I think with streaming. Why not give us a 6-episode miniseries of Jay Garrick?
I always thought how like the Flash always takes it like 2-week break or something or whatever it is in mid-season. Like I always thought they should just fill that gap with like 2 episodes of just Earth 3 Flash.
Or they call Earth 2. 2 episodes of Earth 2.
Yeah.
How cool would that be?
I'd be all for it.
I always feel like those series, like after 3 seasons, I'm kind of like bored, and I'm like changing the channel. And I've always felt like it would be way better if they cut the seasons in half, did 5 seasons, and then alternated. There's so many characters in the DC universe that they could make great TV series from.
Yeah,
like I hope that HBO Max, as they're making shows about these characters, that they adopt that model rather than the CW model, because literally I have no idea what's going on the Flash right now. I watched the crossover episodes, but I was like a religious viewer of that show. I watched it every single week.
Season 2 still the best.
Yeah, exactly. It like peak. Those shows peak really early.
I think it's a bummer that Black Lightning is getting canned at season 4 because I feel like that's their best show. It definitely takes itself the most seriously. It's the most grounded, and it's like it's just so relatable with current times and everything. But I love that one, and I was talking to Cap earlier. I just binged Batwoman, and I was like, man, that thing is rough at some points. Like when she's not under the cowl, it's hard to get through it. But
yeah, poor Chris, you were covering it, bro.
Yeah, I love Batwoman, so I was gonna watch it either way. I was like, well, I guess I can cover it too.
It's a far cry from Rucka, man. Like that's
it is a.
It's far like, did you guys read? Did you guys read the Detective Run or the Rucka Run? Because it doesn't feel like they did. Oh no, like the creators. No. I'm like, you guys missed the point of Batwoman,
dude. Everything they did with Hush and Tommy Elliott, I thought was, except for the last episode, was just a big miss.
Oh, Hush was awful too.
I interviewed the. I forget her name now. Rachel, who plays Alice, and the
Carson, I think.
Yeah, and then Megan Tandy.
She was also on Birds of Prey.
Yeah.
Both of them, and they kind of made it a point to tell us during the interview that it's a different. It's its own thing, its own interpretation. There's not. They used comics obviously for some of the material, but
not much.
They kind of made it a point to say, yeah, you know, this show is not pulled directly from the pages. So I watched, I think, the first 5 episodes, and I couldn't watch anymore. I just gave up. I loved Alice. I thought she was great. Like, I think really great character, but the rest of it I just couldn't do. And I mean, and as everyone knows, I mean, Ruby Rose just isn't really a good actress. So when your lead is kind of a poor actress, it kind of makes the show tougher to watch.
Yeah.
I think that Kate Kane is such a she's such a great character. She actually warrants like more than a CW show can provide. You know, she probably is more like of an HBO Max character. And I just feel like, yeah, I only watched a couple episodes of that show, and I never really got into Ruby's performance as Kate Kane.
Well, here's the thing. It's just like, it's from the CW shows that I've watched, it's definitely the worst one. But then it's like, again, like I'll bring up Black Lightning again. And that's almost like Netflixian with just in terms of like material and how like almost mature it is. And it's on that show is on a different level than everything else the CW made. Like, and then you compare that to like Batwoman, and you're like, well, why can't you kind of apply the writing styles and the people who created Black Lightning and put that all together to some of these other shows? Because Flash has kind of taken a dip. The last season of Supergirl was about a 50 at best, and like halfway through it gets really good, but the first half is really bad. I'm trying to figure out what else is on there. I forgot. Supergirl,
Legend.
Flash. Legend. I think Legends has probably been the most consistent show. Like it is what it is. They don't try to be too serious, but they have fun at the same time. You know,
Legend is just funny, dude. It's just a funny show.
Arrow was, I think, what was it like? Arrow, like I've never watched
the first one, and it was my favorite one by far.
The first couple seasons are really good, and then the middle's a little rough, and then the last couple are good too.
And strong, yeah. So I don't. But Stargirl, did Stargirl start there?
Yeah,
no, it's on DC Universe.
Was it okay? It was, but it aired on CW, right?
Yeah, but I think it was like birthed on DC Universe, and they edited it and sent it to CW like that weekend or something like that.
But you know, Stargirl, even watching on the app, you could like it feels like a CW show. Stargirl did not feel like its own thing. It felt like, okay, this is a CW thing. We're just going to stick on here for subscribers for a couple of weeks.
But it's really good, right? I haven't got a chance to get
everyone
into
says it's great.
It is really good, and I think it works for that character. You know, that style works for that character.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah.
And it's got a great like creative team on it. They elevate the CW formula and make it really, really awesome.
Yeah.
Thank God for that Jeff Johns.
Yeah. I had a hard time with it at first. I love Luke Wilson though. He's fantastic. I just keep wanting to see more of the old JSA characters, and I want to, you know. The big miss that I had was Grundy, and I love Grundy, and I didn't want to CGI Grundy. I thought it would have been really cool because isn't it Lou Ferrigno's son doing the voice for him?
Oh, is it?
I thought it was. I was like, just use Lou Ferrigno's son as freaking Grundy. Paint a dude white. Like, I think you'd get more reality out of it instead of a big CGI thing that they kind of hide in the murk. But if he was just a big what a throwback to 70s Hulk if you just painted a big buff dude white.
Hey, that's what I'm kind of hoping at a She-Hulk. Like, I hope She-Hulk doesn't use like a CGI character. I wouldn't mind having like one of the Amazons from Wonder Woman painted green to kind of portray that version of Jim Walters.
Yeah, how they gonna? I don't know. I'm so curious how they're gonna do that. That's interesting.
I hope if they do, I hope it's better than how Ferrigno looked. I mean, it was good for the 70s, but I'm
sure he'll look better now. But like, you know, like at the time, I thought even then I thought the Ferrigno look was ahead of its time.
I actually don't mind it at all.
Aside from like the wig, but like I don't know, I just thought that portrayal was pretty good.
Old Hulk show? It's not. Chris, the old Hulk show is not. You can't find it. Is that what you said?
No, I said I don't mind the.
Oh, I think you said I can't. I'm like,
I think it's on Netflix actually. If you want to watch it,
I like
really
the look,
good.
actually.
Yeah.
I think it just did that again.
Yeah,
all those 70 shows. I like the Hulk, the Wonder Woman show. That Wonder Woman show was, it's cheesy as hell looking at it now, but it's nostalgic, right? So you watch it, you're like,
it's weird how it just jumps from World War II to like modern era. It's like, hey, Steve Trevor's nephew or whatever his grandson.
If you love the Wonder Woman TV show, from everything we've seen, it looks like Wonder Woman 1984 is very
Good.
much leaning into that, making a modernized version of it.
If she
I'm
does spin,
I'm so here for it. I love it.
I don't know what
I
I'm
can't
more
wait.
excited for on Christmas: opening presents or watching Wonder Woman 84. To be brutally honest.
Oh man, I can't wait. I'm trying to, and it's like I know it's gonna be like at an after dinner thing, and I'm like, ugh, what time we eating
I hope
dinner?
she does the spin. No, I'm kidding.
I was talking about this on Twitter the other day. I feel like Gal Gadot's performance of Wonder Woman has elevated Wonder Woman in popularity to the point where, like, the writers love using her, which never was the case before. Like she's the main feature of all the events in the comics right now. And in terms of like love, I think she rivals Batman. Like she's getting there. She's like getting to the place where
Easily. I mean, you know, the whole fiasco with Justice League, they pushed Wonder Woman to the front. Like she's the front character and all those box covers and everything. Like Wonder Woman is definitely probably, you know, we'll see what happens when the Batman comes out and if he can, you know, reclaim the top spot. But as of right now, Wonder Woman is DC's big moneymaker.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Yeah. She's like you said, she's in the whatchamacallit, the death metal. She's like the main person.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I mean that she your dog.
My dog. Mine. Oh,
No, she's just like that. You're right, Josh. That her characterization just totally elevated the character, and she's everywhere. Like there's literally everywhere. So, man, she's come a long way from Fast and the Furious.
You were just telling me that last night.
Yeah, she's come a really long way from those.
She didn't talk, right? Because I think one time I was in a pizza joint. I don't remember. I was in a pizza joint and it was like Fast and the Furious, like 9 or whatever the heck it was. Because I've only seen the first 2. Don't know what it was, but I saw it when it was right before Wonder Woman came out, and that's what I saw was her in it. I was like, oh, that's Wonder Woman.
Yeah,
before BVS came out.
From 5 on, they got better. Like 2 and 3 weren't that good, then 4 weren't that good to me. But from
when did she show up though? When did she show up?
5 is the first one she shows up in.
Not according to Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan says
I know.
Tokyo Drift is the underrated movie in Hollywood.
Isn't that funny? Like he like it just made me think that he's at home in his suit, probably wearing a suit, on the couch, and he's just like
what kind of popcorn does Nolan? What does Nolan eat during? Like, does he like? I feel like Nolan eats caviar and sips champagne while he watches movies.
Right.
He has like 7 different cups with different types of ice. Like he's got crushed. Like he's got the weird cubes, he's just got different cups and like depending on the scene, there's certain temperatures of water, and he's very pretentious and everything.
I know they get a bad rap, but they are totally over the top and ridiculous, but they're a lot of fun. Those movies are a lot of fun for me.
Dude, I need to get into them. You how much of a bummer it is that we got Point Break and a horrible remake, and then Fast and Furious had like 12 sequels. And considering the first one is essentially, you know, Point Break remade.
Yeah,
there was that story recently where that one, I forget, it might have been like Zach Stentz or something like that. It's a screenwriter I follow on Twitter, and he was telling the story of like talking to a producer of those movies, and he was like, what are you guys gonna do next? Go to space, like as a joke? And he was like, no, that's the next one. And he was like dead serious. And he was like, oh, okay.
That sounds like Jason X. It's like, what can we do? Well, we could send Jason to space.
Yeah, you know, they are running out of road, literally. Like they're really.
Well, that trailer where like he hooks the car onto like the chain,
dude.
I'm like, what is it? Reminded me of the Transporter 3. The Transporter 3 did something similar. And I love the Transporter, dude. I'm like, I wish Jason Statham's character was the same guy from the Transporter. I wish that Shaw was like that dude. So that's all I know about.
I would love a Transformers and Fast and Furious crossover where they, you know, do some crazy. Like, can you imagine The Rock riding around in Bumblebee?
Incredible.
That's a great idea. Why not?
You know, it would just be. Can you? Oh man, who would Tyrese drive? Oh man,
I think when they announced the space plot point, I think it was either me or somebody else. I don't remember, but I think it was me. I tweeted out in the original film, Paul Walker's character is an undercover cop investigating street racing. Like they have gone from that to sending them into space.
It's crazy where it's gone.
I know.
But then you got to try to reinvent yourself to get people to come in.
That means we can go to space, guys. Street racers are able to go to space.
Well, that's why it makes sense to cross over with the Transformers.
Dude.
Get
And
into
if Michael Bay did it too, forget it.
Can
Oh,
you
It's got
imagine Vin
Optimus
Diesel
Prime,
on
and he's like-
Cybertron?
Nothing but money on that one.
that movie would make, even now in a pandemic, over $1 billion.
It would just be called. It'd be called Transfurious.
Oh my god, that'd be amazing.
Transfurious.
Transfurious.
That would be so awesome. Wow, now I have this idea. I have to start writing it. I'm gonna write this.
I
Why not?
really,
It's gonna happen.
I really dug the Bumblebee movie.
Oh, it was
that
awesome.
Came out a couple of
Yeah.
years
Oh,
ago.
that's where you're like, why wasn't the first one like this?
Yep.
Yeah. It was
Well,
really
just
good.
G1 like look of the characters.
Yep.
It's like, like that's what always bothered me was seeing Bumblebee as a Camaro.
Well,
Yeah.
not Warner, Volkswagen wouldn't give the rights to it,
Which is like such a bummer because it's like, what were you guys thinking?
because violence. They're very like, no, we don't want our vehicles to be violent. I don't know what changed.
Okay, I'm gonna just say something. It's a German company. I'm
Yeah.
German. In history, Germans are very violent, so I don't know why they're all upset about it.
They just, I don't know, man. But Volkswagens are all like some hippies, rolling a doobie,
Oh, so
planting a
awesome.
flower,
That's just that ugly van. I don't know what that van is called.
Shagwagon.
The Volkswagen bus. They're just, I think, they're just called a bus.
That's that. It's ugly, man. That's the peace, love, and hippie one.
The mystery
Oh,
machine.
The Volkswagens are typically broke down. Oh, there's always someone who has a Volkswagen. It doesn't run, just there. I'm working on it.
The two cars I've had in my life that I've loved have both been Volkswagens. I had
Jetta.
my first car was a 1996 Jetta, and it was awesome stick shift like that. I learned how to drive stick in that car, and then in college I got a 2002 Golf, and they were both such a pleasure to drive. Great cars. Anyway,
See,
sorry,
Bumblebee. No, there you go. Sponsored by Volkswagen.
Yeah.
Farfenugan. Remember that? Never Farfenugan.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, let's take some time to promote the World Central Kitchen real quick. We are teaming up with the World Central Kitchen. We want to help raise money so that you can feed people in crisis. So if you go to 32auctions.com/holiday heroes for hunger, you can help participate in the auction. There's some cool stuff that's going on over there. So hit that link, and you can be the recipient of something cool like the Child from The Mandalorian, or some cool comic stuff from TKO Presents. We have a lot of cool comic packages from them. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff over there, like some Funko Pops. So check it out. Get some cool stuff for helping out people. Or if you're like, hey, man, I don't need any cool stuff. I've got enough cool stuff. You can just head on over to donate.wck.org/holiday heroes for hunger. All those proceeds go directly to them, and it helps feed people in crisis like we currently are in right now. So thank you guys for just taking the time to do that. We appreciate everybody who's either shared the link or donated. That's amazing. And Eric, correct me. This link is going till tomorrow, right? How live is it?
Yeah, the World Central Kitchen one is going until I think Christmas Eve. So you got to continue to donate through Christmas Eve.
Okay.
And the auction I have set till tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
So
all right.
8 p.m. Sorry, 8 p.m.
Very cool. Well, thank you guys.
Eastern time. I keep forgetting I have to go through all these things.
Hey, that's okay.
I'm the one who last time, I think for one of Pete and mine's podcasts, I put like to Hawaii time. I put every time that we, or I think it was straight out of Gotham Tonight. I put every time on the list, and I'm forgetting.
Hey, there's got to be Hawaiian fanboys out there.
Yeah. Hey, Pete, I don't know. Andy Lucas saying something. He's running his mouth. He says,
That's all he ever does.
He's all Toby's dad's Volkswagen.
Yeah. So our buddy Toby, his late father Barry has a Shagwagon just on the side of the house. I've known Toby for feels like 15 years now. And as long as I know that Volkswagen has been like just embedded in the ground. So it's been there well long before I've known Toby. So I can't imagine how long that thing's been there. But you're right. Someone's always got just a random VW hanging around.
That's funny. Hey guys, I think it's time for some puns. So get ready for our good buddy Nick Zednick to bring some holiday cheer.
Which of Santa's reindeer needs to mind his manners the most? Rudolph. What do snowmen eat for dessert? Ice Krispies. What do you call people who are afraid of Santa Claus? Claustrophobic. What is it called when a snowman has a temper tantrum? A meltdown. What do you get when you cross vampires and snowmen? A frostbite. What do you call an elf that can sing? A rapper. How do the elves clean Santa's sleigh on the day after Christmas? They use Santicizer. What do Santa's little helpers like to eat on a cold day at the North Pole? Alphabet soup. Did you hear the forecast for Christmas Eve? They're calling for rain, dear. How did Rudolph survive his first trip with Santa? He held on for dear life. What do baby elves learn in kindergarten at the North Pole? The alphabet.
Oh man,
Zednik's got to be a hell of a first date, right? I mean,
right out the gate, you know. Oh man.
Oh man.
Yeah, man.
I don't know if he's writing these or if he's taking them, but I appreciate these. I appreciate the puns. Man.
I like to think that like he's got like a book of dad jokes.
Yeah,
that he's
I
writing.
hope he's writing them. I do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't hear a lot of puns all the time, but I feel like they were all fresh, and I'm like, okay. I think I've heard the fart one before.
Was it frostbites? That got me. The snowman chips. That was pretty funny.
Hey guys, I'm gonna duck out for a second. You guys continue to hang out, but I am having a good time. But I'm gonna be, I'm gonna go eat.
Okay.
Real quick. I'm gonna eat, but I'll be back, y'all. It's a telethon. We're all hanging out, so I'll see you guys in a bit. Talk amongst yourselves.
We shall.
All right. So thank God he's gone. So anyway, but
You know what? I was thinking about earlier when we were talking about Batman story, or excuse me, comic stories set during Christmas. The first like Batman comic that I read that I got into, I was 13 and I started back in 2000, and I wanted to know. I loved Batman and Robin and Batman Forever because I was 10 years old, or I was like 12 and 13, and I didn't know what I was talking about. And so I found Batman on Film, the website,
okay.
and I started posting on the Batman on Film message boards to like learn more about the movies. And I'm not going to tell you my name because if I told you, there's probably stuff in there I would deeply regret becoming public if it ever came out. But I started getting interaction with other fans, and they told me about Batman: The Long Halloween. And I read that book, and it was it really opened my mind about what Batman could be, and it's what got me into Batman comics. And that was in 2000, and so like that was like the Greg Rucka era.
Yeah, that was a great era.
That was a great era of Batman comics. I forget who the other guy was, but Ed Brubaker. Awesome. Greg Rucka, Ed Brubaker era of Batman. I started reading the regular books, got into Batman Hush when it came out with Jeff Loeb. But yeah, I read Batman: The Long Halloween, and there's a great Christmas section in there. It's actually like one of the crescendos of the book because it's the section with Joker. And
yeah.
Joker is upset that he's getting upstaged by the Holiday Killer, and so he, gives Batman grief. So that's a great section of that book.
I just like the image of like the Joker with a Santa hat,
Yeah, it's always fun.
and just that the way Tim Sale draws him with those crooked, jagged teeth, like it's that
so good.
Extra that like just extraordinary smile is great. No, I love Long Halloween. It's probably like my top 3 Batman stories all time. I love that one, but it's like, especially since like the killer goes out through like the course of the year. So there's many holidays, and it's the holiday killer and just all that. I always forget specifically, like outside of Noel, but Batman just comics in general that take place during Christmas time. It's not really like my expertise. I always forget like seasonal books, but it's great that you brought that up because it is just a fantastic part of the book.
Yeah, it's really great. I love Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale's work, and I feel like Hush is kind of looped into that as well, even though it's Jeff Loeb and Jim Lee.
Yeah.
Man,
I remember being bummed that Sale wasn't on that book at first. Like before I really became familiar with Lee, like Hush was like my first exposure to him. Really,
Lee was like a Marvel guy.
Yeah, like his X-Men run is legendary.
Yeah, and so it was kind of a big deal that he came to DC and they put him on Batman. And now it's hard to think of Jim Lee as anything but a DC guy.
Yeah, totally. He even did I think he did 13 issues or Fantastic Four Volume 2 or something like that around that time. So it's like when he came, I was like, oh man, like I loved just Loeb and Sale. Like they kind of went together for me, like peanut butter and jelly. But Hush is so good. Like I've revisited Hush a lot recently, the story and I've rewatched the animated movie a few times. And I know a lot of people have issues with the animated movie, but I kind of enjoy how it's more inspired than just a straight up adaptation. You know, like I don't mind that the Clayface stuff isn't there and that, you know, what they did with the Riddler. I was like, hey, you know, like it's ballsy because like something like Dark Knight Returns in year one, like you watch that and you know what's going to happen. Right.
Yep.
But you watch Hush and then Tommy Elliott dies and you're like, I have no idea what you guys are doing right now.
Well, I think to that point, Pete, I think that when I watched Hush, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting an adaptation of the original book.
Yeah, so
I don't think that they clearly communicated that it was different. I think they would have gotten a much better response if they had communicated this is total, you know, it's like you will not know what to expect because the big element of the Hush book was the mystery behind it. And I understand why in the animated movie they decided to reincorporate the mystery and make us keep guessing.
Because how many times when you're go back to actually reading Hush when it comes out in real time, how many times do they trick you into who you think Hush is? You know, it's that's like you said, the element of the mystery and who is this killer who's, you know, cutting Batman's wires and all that, you know, and it kind of you think back and it's did they retroactively make, you know, Under the Red Hood to kind of work because of what Hush created? The buzz of Jason Todd in the cemetery was oh wow, Jason's back, and then you find out no, it's not Jason at all, it's a trick.
I remember I used to walk to the comic book shop. We used to go to church on Sundays, and we used to hang out there because the youth did a bunch of stuff after church, and we'd all go get lunch, and down the street from the church was the comic book shop. So I would go and get comics and read them. And there was a prayer moment or something happening at church. And I was reading the Hush comic and I remember turning the page on Jason Todd and being oh my gosh, in the middle of this very quiet moment. And people were what is he doing?
What happened?
I read something recently about that actually. So Judd Winnick, when he was making, you know, they wrote that story and Judd Winnick wanted to bring Jason Todd back. And he kind of used that as hey, look at how interested people are in this character.
Yeah.
And that's how we got Under the Red Hood. It wasn't originally planned for Jason to come back out of that. That was supposed to be a one-shot thing. But because the way people responded to it, then Judd Winnick, so I was hey, let's do something with this. So hey, Jason Todd, there you go.
It's funny because I'm always someone who always thought Jason's death meant more than his life. His death just left such an impact on Batman and just the mythology of everything going forward. And, you know, to get Under the Red Hood, it's so wonderfully written that you're wow, I can see this. And it's even though I do kind of protest and kind of wish Jason didn't come back, I do really enjoy it. You know, it's so good. So I remember when I first saw that, that splash page in the cemetery and he's got the gray streak and he's got the coat with the R and you're just man, that. It was such a powerful image.
It's cool. It's even till today, it's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that one of the most, because I agree that Jason Todd's death meant more than his life. But I have to say the new Three Jokers book is so powerful with Jason's story and Barbara's story.
All three stories are powerful in that book.
Yeah. It's so incredible. In fact, I think that Three Jokers is it's brand new, but it's like a classic Batman story already.
It's 100% an instant classic. I mean, just Bruce, Batman forgiving Joe Chill is like the ultimate, just like fanboy, just like cry moment. Yeah.
Spoilers.
Well, I guess. I mean, who hasn't read that? Who hasn't read that? I mean, even the haters.
Anybody who's watching this is gonna have read that book.
So it's definitely. I mean, like I'm pretty sure we all have multiple copies. I mean, I've got almost. I got the regular variants. I know it was on my Christmas wish list. The Barnes and Noble hardcover. So I mean, it's one of those books you're going to be rebuying for years to come. And I can't wait for the Absolute Edition.
That's what I'm waiting for. I want that.
Yeah, I mean, I got Long Halloween and Sinestro Corpse War in Absolute format, and those. It's like if you're going to spend $100 on a book, you got to buy like those special stories. It's that big format. It works so perfectly for stories like that.
Okay, real quick, I was looking for just DC related stuff, and I found DC has a Christmas Carol book this year. Did you guys know that?
No, I didn't.
It's called "We Wish You a Harley Christmas."
Of course, it's Harley.
And Paul Dini apparently took classic Christmas songs and redid them with obviously changing the lyrics to include the characters that are in DC.
That is hilarious.
So if you guys want, it's on Amazon. $15. It's a hardcover.
Hey, Paul Dini's quality too.
Yeah.
That reminds me though, Harley actually had a Christmas story recently. It was during the most recent run she had when she was getting that I forgot what it was called. It was like the Belt of Destiny or something.
Okay, I think I remember what you're talking about.
Yeah. She had a Christmas story in there. She went to like a Christmas land kind of thing, and she hated, got in fights and stuff. It wasn't bad.
Only Harley could do, right?
Right. It was really Harley Quinn, but it was an interesting story, and it takes place during Christmas. So there's that.
Yeah, no, I was just looking through it. They had one they had last year something called DC Nightmares, Holiday Nightmares. Did you guys know about that one?
No, sometimes I feel like I don't buy the seasonal stuff. I did pick up like the Swamp Thing Halloween special. It was pretty good. So maybe I gotta change my ways and start picking up the seasonal books.
So, according to Google, the best DC winter holiday stories are: One, Should Old Acquaintance Be Forgot? Christmas with the Superheroes #2.
Is that the cover like the Justice League decorating a tree? I think I have that somewhere.
Yeah,
if you do, that's awesome.
I'll look for it later.
That'd be much fun.
And talking earlier about how Christmas, the Victorian tradition of Christmas ghost stories. Apparently, the story came out in 1989, and it focuses on Boston Brand / Dead Man.
That's interesting. Okay, that's cool.
That would be good. Yeah, that probably be good.
That could be very like Ghost of Christmas Past like.
Yes, and it's Boston Brand Dead Man and Kara Zor-El, Supergirl.
Okay, that's an interesting combo.
Yeah,
that's definitely something worth checking out.
Yeah. So apparently, that's the best DC Christmas story.
Who wrote and drew it?
Let's see. It's it doesn't say. But I'm sure you could look it up. Christmas with the Superheroes #2.
Okay.
And it's Should Old Acquaintance Be Forgot?
If there's anyone into Marvel, there's a Hellboy Christmas called Hellboy A Christmas Underground. About 2015. Wow, so I'm surprised you guys, especially you guys, don't know the ones I mentioned. That's kind of funny to me.
No.
But hey, see, there you go. Spawn, there's a Spawn.
That sounds utterly interesting.
I don't know if I want that one.
Oh, there's another Hellboy with Krampus, however you say his name.
Krampus.
Yeah, there's another one with those. So She-Hulk. Wow, I didn't know there were this many superhero based.
There's a X-Men Christmas special called X-Men's Merry Xmas, of course.
So Christmas with the Superheroes is written and drawn by Paul Chadwick.
Huh.
And it has a publication date of 1989. Yeah. Executive editor Dick Giordano, the legend himself.
Plastic Man's in it. Oh, there's Adam. I'm trying to see what else is in it.
The cover is pretty interesting. It looks like it's got basically the whole Justice League at they're basically the elves in Santa's workshop making various toys and stuff. Vintage Nightwing too. He's got Nightwing with the disco collar on the cover of issue number 2.
This is funny.
They
Wow.
should do a Christmas with Christmas with the Superheroes special.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not something they don't do, because like I said, like they recently did the Halloween special. I knew last New Year's Eve they did New Year's Evil, so they seem to they try to stick to like some kind of, every once in a while they do these holiday things. I don't remember a Thanksgiving book recently.
I could have sworn in what's it called, in Super Friends, they went way back when they did holiday stuff. I mean they had to have. That show was so cheesy. I mean, I love it, it's my childhood, but that show had to have some holiday theme stories. I know like when you had Scooby-Doo when Batman was on, there were plenty of those where, for Halloween and whatever, Batman would be the guest. But yeah, it would be cool to have those things pop up again. Especially with how popular superheroes are now, especially with the movies and everything going on. They're very much in pop culture.
Well, like we're getting that Guardian of the Galaxy holiday special.
Yeah, that's true.
We're getting that. And there's the Lego Star Wars holiday special. I actually watched some of that last night.
I watched it. It was adorable.
I thought it was cute. Yeah, I watched like the first 10 or 15 minutes. It was cute.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not bad.
The
Some kind of nerdy holiday thing is always good to have.
Lego, yeah.
Yeah, there was a Batman talking about like old superhero movies. There's an old Batman show, and I forget who it is. It might have been Alan Burnett. It was the Batman show from the 80s. Like it was like in the late 80s. Adam West and Burt Ward did the voices for it.
Yeah.
But apparently Alan Burnett wrote an episode of it, and apparently it's really good. Alan Burnett from Batman the Animated Series.
That's great. That's quality. We were talking about you're going.
Oh, sorry. And Scarecrow's the villain, and it basically it reenacts the crime alley, but it's like Adam West playing a darker Batman. It's actually really, really cool.
I think I've seen the clip of that, but they made a meme of it, and it's hilarious. But I think I'll have to track down the real episode now, because the clip was actually pretty cool, even though it's a meme.
For the week left, it's on DC Universe, as long as DC Universe still has video content.
Oh, I really hope it does. I kind of hope all those like cartoons and stuff, like the old stuff, at least stays.
I think it should.
But we were mentioning Treasury editions earlier, and for Straight Outta Gotham, we do a contest where, if you rate and review the show and you read your review on air, we'll send you a prize. And for this month, it's Marvel related, but it's a giant superhero holiday grab bag. It's a Treasury edition, just comic book, and it's got the thing as Santa Claus, and it's pretty crazy. So that's the closest thing I have to a holiday book outside of Noel right now. But
yeah, I have Noel somewhere.
Noel's I got on my bookshelf, but you could win this if you rate and review our podcast on Apple iTunes or Apple Podcasts. So
did I know that was the gift? I don't even
no. But usually I try to keep them as a surprise, but we brought up it's just festive, so I was like that, and it's kind of an incentive. Like
that's awesome though.
Come on, read. Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. Like treasuries are big, so it's bigger than my head. So it's
and really quick, guys. Pete and I will be recording a podcast tomorrow, so that will be out tomorrow night sometime. I'm assuming I want to try to do it early in the morning.
She can't get enough of us.
Yes, because we like to flood you with our voices, so you can hear us all the time in your sleep, in your dreams,
or your nightmares.
Yeah,
what it really is like
situation. So yeah, but we will be discussing many things. I'm not going to tell you what, but many things.
All the things.
I have been binge watching that old I don't know if it's the new Batman Adventures, but that Adam West Batman cartoon that I always consider a sequel to 66.
Oh yeah,
DC Universe.
It's kind of fun.
it is fun. Like the Riddler, like the opening credits, the Riddler has like a pink costume, so it's interesting. I'm like, geez, you guys got the colors wrong. Like every once in a while, it's like that weird animation, and Batmite's in it, which just throws you for a total loop. You know?
Yeah,
It's like, it's just so funny.
Seeing Batmite makes me want Gaggy in those too. Gaggy does not get enough respect.
I
brought up Gaggy in the chat before.
I love Batmite.
Is it the New Adventures of Batman?
I think so. I think that's the title. I forget. There he is. Minnesota's finest.
It is the New Adventures of Batman, as a matter of fact.
And what's the other one called? Because there's two of them. Because there's one with Casey Kasem, and there's one with Burt Ward as well.
Oh, Lauer's your two same time?
Yes, same time.
Oh, dude, we can't see Lauer.
Oh,
He fell into the darkness.
I hear it's something like less than 10% of couples in the U.S. can arrive at the same time, but Lauer and I just did it.
That Midwest magic, you know.
Talking about relations on a family show.
Oh man!
So Garrett and Lauer, Josh has joined us.
Josh, man, I tell you what, there's been a very few people that I've started following, and then immediately like said to myself, this is a person that he's one of our own. Like it's just like a good, reasonable person.
Doing the Lord's work.
Yeah. It just
someone else who understands the value in choosing the right peanut butter.
Right. And it's just like not going to be aggressive, but like not go after people for things they like or things they enjoy that you disagree with, because that's not cool. But if somebody's like saying something that's inaccurate, Josh is like, hey, let's have an intelligent conversation about this thing. And if they get mad, they get mad. But this dude never gets mad. And I'm just like, hey, man, I just want to let you know you're kind of my hero right now. You're doing a really nice job. So it's great to talk with you, Josh. I was excited when I got on here and to see you when I was in the back room, right, in the green room, whatever they call it.
I like to refer to Josh as the newest member of the block party.
Yeah,
it's so good to see so many people that I follow on Twitter in real life. It's awesome. Some of you guys more recent than others, but yeah. No, it's so funny with that whole situation, and I tweeted it earlier today. It's funny because I feel like I have been a defender of Zack Snyder. Like I've been somebody who's said like he's made choices I don't agree with with characters that I love. But I'm like, when people slam his movies just because he directed them, I'm usually the first one to pipe up and say, hey, that's not cool. But it's like when other people then turn around and when his fans then turn around and do the same thing to other creators, I'm just like, guys, come on. Like this is, and the fact we're getting the Snyder cut. I mean, I was so stoked about that. And then all of a sudden, it's like the knives came out for anybody that crossed.
Ooh, Knives Out, Ryan Johnson, also very controversial.
So we've had enough discussion about that today. I'm not going there.
Oh man.
Yeah, so I'll leave it at that because this is we're raising money for people, so I don't want to get too into that. But that's
in this the season of giving, the season of brotherly love. I think it's like you do a nice job, man. What I really meant to say is you do a nice job talking about the things you like, and then kind of looking to gain understanding around people are upset about the things they don't like, and that's a challenge.
Yeah,
that can be a challenge sometimes. The internet is a complicated world, and it's difficult to always get like tone and intent across. But I've really enjoyed following you. I don't know when I started following you, but I know I really started noticing kind of what you put out there in the last month or so, and you've done a nice job. So congratulations!
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. I agree with them. Like it's been really, really nice following you and seeing you interact with certain people. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. So and I'm glad you could join us tonight, man. This is cool. Justin told me he was gonna have some new people coming in, and it's cool to see you here. So
thanks.
But we are here for a reason, guys. We are raising money for yes, we are raising money to try and help feed people who need it this holiday season. So as you can see on the bottom, if you want to take part in our auction, it's 32auctions.com/holiday heroes for hunger. Go to the bottom of that link, press the button to see all the list of stuff we're auctioning off. And if you want to donate directly to World Central Kitchen, it's www.wck.org donate.wck.org/Holiday Heroes for Hunger. And you can donate directly to the World Central Kitchen. They do a great job. It's run by a celebrity chef. I forget his name, but they do a great job. And they,
Gordon Ramsay?
No, it's not Gordon Ramsay. He's
probably nicer than that.
Yeah, he is. He's been on. I've seen him on like a lot of the morning shows. I've seen this guy on it, and I can't. His name just slips my mind right now. But they do really good work. And like I said, this year has been tough for everybody. But for some people, it's been tougher than others. And us here, all on the screen that you see, and most of you, I'm sure, out there have been okay this year. So if you can just deepen your pockets, give a little bit, help someone else have a good holiday season. And feed their family and just have a really nice Christmas or Hanukkah or Kwanzaa or whatever holiday you celebrate.
Those are the big three, right? Are there other holidays?
There are. We actually did a quiz today at work, and there are 6 holidays.
Oh wow,
in
really?
December.
So pick me up here, Josh.
What are they?
Yeah, I said Christmas. I said Hanukkah. I said Kwanzaa. What are the other?
Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa. There's a Japanese holiday that happens in December.
Okay.
There's a Hindu holiday that happened in December. I don't remember the names of them because of, but yeah, they're new.
Festivus, that's right.
Oh,
Festivus
Costanza Day.
happens.
Yeah.
Festivus, yes, of course.
You know, I feel like Twitter is a year-long Festivus. We air our grievances on Twitter. But
yeah, no joke.
Oh, jeez.
But then Boxing Day is another holiday. It's not a religious holiday, but it's, you know.
Yeah, and if you really want to get into it, December 26th is the Feast of Stephen. Eric, as a former, I don't know, maybe non-practicing Catholic, former Catholic, I don't know how you'd identify. Is a Catholic holiday. It's really yeah, right.
Yeah. Alarms going off.
My oldest son is obsessed with St. Stephen's Day because it was like Good King Wenceslas is one of the first songs he learned on piano, and it's the day after Christmas, and he thinks it's just the best. He's like, why don't Lutherans celebrate these feast days? I'm like, I don't know, man. Like we're Lutherans. We're like the boringest of all Christians. So I don't know. Maybe we should. Maybe it'd be more fun that way. I don't know.
Yeah, he's also known for being the first martyr, I believe.
Yes, he is.
Stephen is the first martyr in
Yep.
the Christian faith. Yep.
Interesting.
So, not to bring everyone down. Thanks, Garrett.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. It's like my kid's like ding, 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 ding. Oh, there we go. There you go. Second day of Christmas to 22nd.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, and actually, like the reason why he first liked that song is no, that's not why. Is because the caroler, the little bunny caroler in A Muppet Christmas Carol, is singing Good King Wenceslas when he comes and knocks on Scrooge's door in A Muppet Christmas Carol, which is like, I don't know, top 5 Christmas movies for me for sure.
The Muppet Christmas Carol is so good.
Oh.
Michael Caine as
Josh.
as Scrooge. Oh man, such a good movie.
I didn't know this. I was reading it, just kind of, I don't know, randomly reading some IMDb trivia the other day, and there's a quote where it's like Michael Caine only agreed to do the movie if the producers would agree that he was going to treat this like it was like a royal production of A Christmas Carol. Like he was not going to, he's like, I'm not going to wink. I'm not going to nod. I'm not going to be goofy. I'm not going to acknowledge that these puppets are puppets. I'm only going to give like the realest performance as if I was actually playing Scrooge in a live production of A Christmas Carol. And it's so damn good. It's so like emotionally endearing. And I always think at the end of it, when, the Ghost of Christmas Future is in the Cratchit household, and Scrooge is there. He's like, "Well, where's Tiny Tim?" And then Kermit's there, and he's Bob Cratchit, and he's talking about how Tiny Tim has died in the last year. Like to this day, as a grown adult man with many children, like I'm like, "Oh my god, the puppet's dead! It's so sad." It's a wonderful movie. But that's where the St. Stephen's Day thing comes from for him.
Ah,
Oh, J underscore.
How was dinner?
I was eating a burrito, but I was watching. I was trying to add stuff. I was like, I can
Was it a
contribute.
Christmas? Was it a Christmas burrito?
Yeah,
Yeah. It's a mint jelly in
it's
it.
like a gift of beans and cheese
There you go.
and spicy Trader Joe's jalapeno sauce. So
What do people in the rest of the country do without Trader Joe's? Like, for those of you who don't have a Trader Joe's,
I don't know.
you have Trader Joe's in Jersey?
Yeah, of course we do.
It's just a guy though they trade with. He's like, yeah, it's Joe.
Yeah.
Go over there. Take you,
It's
you
Joe.
up.
Actually, we call it Trader Giuseppe.
He's the guy. Hey, you know, I got some batteries. What can I get for these batteries here, man? I don't know.
I think
Give
for
you
a
a
long
dead
time
fish.
Trader Joe's used to be just a California thing.
I think
Yeah,
so.
I read this article about there's like this Trader Joe's enthusiast group in Alaska that like together, and I don't know if it's in Anchorage or where, but there's like one, maybe they don't even have one. But
No,
they
they're
like
gonna- they were gonna
Doesn't
split
Anchorage,
the
Alaska have
last
like a
Blockbuster.
Blockbuster? There you go. He beat
Yeah,
it.
that beats you to it. I was gonna say they're gonna share the same building.
yeah, right.
Yes.
What I need California to share is In-N-Out Burger. You guys have been hogging that for way too long now.
There's
Dude,
Texas and Nevada have them.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
not bad.
We're making
Yeah,
that-
I-
no, there's some
I ate at it in Vegas.
family-owned company, and the daughter who runs the company doesn't want to expand. There's certain rules, like
Yeah.
certain states where you
Yeah,
have.
she just want to make money. That makes sense.
No, they're worried about the quality. They like their general managers
Yeah.
at an In-N-Out Burger make like six figures. They like
Oh.
they pay their people really
Yeah.
well, down to like the line cooks and everything.
Yeah,
and
they do.
and the family has said if we expand, if we really go big, we won't be able to recruit and pay like that. We'll have to cut costs. Like investors will want to come in and drive down prices. And
Have you ever
like,
seen the founder?
Yeah,
that's
man,
the founder right there.
Yeah,
There you go,
Michael Keaton, baby.
Yeah,
Yeah, you heard of him?
He was
Here's
in
what
this
I love
movie
about-
in the '80s that I really dig called Night Shift.
Oh yeah, he was in a blockbuster film in the '90s called Multiplicity.
Oh yeah,
I played
that's a
so
good
many
one.
roles. Yeah, he was
Spider-Man
great.
Homecoming, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Hey,
yeah, I
In-N-Out Burger, man. I'll tell you this. Like, most of them are drive-throughs. There's a few indoor ones. Probably closer to Josh, there's a lot more indoor ones. Me and Josh are both in California. We're gonna hang out. We're gonna go In-N-Out. So suck it, all you.
Dude, the one
Whataburgers.
in Chino is a sit-in or Chino Hill. I don't know. It's outside
Yeah.
Chino or Chino
That's true.
Hills.
That's true. That's Garrett's stomping grounds when he comes out here.
Man, if I'm not in Minnesota, I'm in
Hey,
Chino, baby.
I'm not in Minnesota. I'm in Chino.
Me and Ryan Atwood just having
That's
a
right.
time.
But In-N-Out, man, like they're notorious for having like this drive-through, right? And right where you pick up your food at the window, they also have an exit door. Like, and there's always some dude rubbing his butt up over your car because he has to go get some fresh cut tomatoes on the other side.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why don't you just put the tomato cut room right in the same room as the preparation of burger room, right? That way
Yep.
the dude doesn't have to rub his butt up on my car when I'm trying to get a double meal. That's all.
That's the
Dude,
experience.
double animal style.
Yeah, I don't want some double booty. I want a double. That's all I want. I'm just saying, man, it's a thing. I don't understand the building. It's like they make it like, how awkward can we get this drive-through experience? It's already
There's
the longest
also-
drive-through in the world.
For the
Well, you've never been to a
drive-thru-
Chick-fil-A drive-through then.
Oh no, I have.
Dude,
Oh,
that
By
drive-through
the-
is insane.
By the way, in
Yeah.
California, they always put In-N-Out and Chick-fil-A next to each other, and
They
so
try.
like
Oh
they
my
always try
God.
to like be in close proximity. So if you go into that parking lot, it's like hell. There's so many cars like trying
I
to
can
get through
imagine.
there. But
Yeah.
if you ever go through an In-N-Out drive-through in a drive-through In-N-Out, be careful which side you go in when
Mhm.
you're because some of them, the windows on the passenger side.
Yep.
Really?
I've sent these
Oh,
guys
it's like a
pictures
rally
before.
approach.
I've sent you pictures before of like, look at this stupid In-N-Out line.
Yeah, man.
I'm out in the street by Home Depot trying to get me a burger.
That's
Rally says that.
Ours aren't like that. They're all
Rally and checkers, yeah. Yep.
And you think I'm gonna get in the shorter line because that one looks better, and then you go through it and you get to the window and it's like, you have to like reach across to get your burger.
Yep.
That's funny.
Yeah. That's so funny, dude. That's
I
like,
think the
I don't
one
know
is-
if anyone else has experienced that.
I think the one in Santa Ana is like that,
Mm-hmm.
or Irvine, one of the two.
They're
Wherever
all
I-
like that. Every one of them are like that.
Yeah,
But,
Lara
like-
brought it up, but we have like Checkers and Rally. Like he brought up Rally, but it's Checkers here. They have the same setup, so you can go in on either side, and it's the same thing. Like if you go into the wrong side, if you're on the other side and the windows, they won't even listen to you. Like they're like, no, you have to go back to the other side.
I know. No, I've sometimes, you know, you go to the right way and it's like there's 6 cars deep, or you choose the other side and it's like a little inconvenience, but I'm going to be car number 1. This might be worth it. And so I've done the whole put it in park and reach across, and it's worked out. It's okay. I'm still alive. I'm still here.
I got my Mountain Dew. I'm good.
Merry Christmas.
That's funny.
Man,
Do you get Baja Blast Mountain Dew when you're in California? That just feels
Yeah.
like it would be.
No. Look at his face. He's disgusted. Why would you ask him that question?
Really, really quick, I want to shout out Andy Luca just donated. So thank you, Andy.
Oh, very
Andy.
nice, man. That's great.
Nice.
Donated.
Andy needs to share some more old pictures of Pete.
No, he doesn't.
Oh yeah,
Dude.
well, hey, email
He's got an album.
justinmk@gmail.com.
No,
I'll
don't
throw
do
'em
that.
up.
Old
Don't do that.
pictures of Pete
Don't-
are my jam.
Don't
Pictures of
do
Pete
that.
when Pete got his facial hair trimmed like my length. I get such a kick out of that. It's crazy to me.
I love the Pete's picture on the BOF page.
That's the one, man.
That's
That's
the
the
one.
Four
He's
years
just
ago?
like, yo, I love comics, guys.
Hey, I'm a guy.
Hey,
4 years ago. That's
hey,
great.
here I am getting some comics signed in Jersey, yo. Hey, maybe I'll see
how old
Kevin
is you?
Smith or something.
Hey, best
It
look
feels
out
like
the
that-
door.
Like when I see that picture of Peter, I just like picture his mom's hand coming and pinching his cheeks, like, "Oh, Petey," you know, like
My
Here's
little
my
Peter
beard.
right here.
Chris,
Hey.
I just keep looking at Chris and I keep feeling like saying these guys are just.
I'm gonna cut you all off real quick, and we're gonna go into plugs. Plug time. Brought
dang.
to you by the Batman Book Club. Oh, our friend Ryan Lauer. I should have set up these overlays a little better, but
Okay, just covers the screen.
Batman Book Club, the guy who's covered right now, Ryan Lauer here.
Oh, that's awesome.
swap me out.
So he hosts a podcast every week. Ryan, why don't you just tell us about the show? I don't need to tell you about it. Ryan, tell us. Talk to us.
You were on a roll. I mean, you were nailing it. It's
He talks to us about comics.
a podcast that I can be like there I am. Hey. Oh wait. I'm trying. A podcast that talks about the Dark Knight Library. It talks about all sorts of Batman stories, single issues, runs, completed stories, you name it. The guest gets to come on, choose what story they want to talk about, and we talk about it. I'm just about on Monday to launch the last one of this year, and it's a Christmas episode because there's only one Christmas story in Batman world, and it is
Yes.
Boom.
That book has
And
made a lot of
this one-
appearances tonight.
Yeah. Hey, oh look, he has the dishwasher logo on his.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
Signed
yeah.
by Lieber Mejo.
nice.
Dishwasher. What are you talking about?
That one
This is
DC
the logo-
the DC logo they used for like
HBO.
6 years.
This one.
Oh, okay.
Say,
you got one.
Zednik had the new 52 logo on his.
Do you see that?
I don't know which
Like,
one I have.
can't you just see Lee?
Yes.
Like that looks like Lee Bermejo. You can see the L, the E,
I can,
the O.
that
that's
dude's so hip.
That,
I can
that
like
literally
tell
looks like a
from
mustache.
here.
That looks like a mustache you draw on
Yeah.
a kid.
And
Like,
Laura, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you not interview him?
Oh, you bet I did. And can I tell my story?
Sure.
Please,
please, we're gonna keep you as the star here.
You're the featured guest right now.
Featured guest. Look at even your logo's in the corner. Look at your logo. I'm
Well,
changing
guys,
it.
there I
Go
was.
back.
So I was gonna go interview Lee Bermejo because him and leave it up. You can leave it up. There we go. So I was gonna go interview him because he and Brian Azzarello were doing a signing. This was right when the Damned hardcover came out at 2 comic shops in Chicago. One on a Sunday
The
evening.
damn one or the damned?
Damned. I think you meant damned with the
I know.
Right?
Yes.
I was being dumb.
Edith book.
And they were going to do a Sunday evening and then a Monday midday, which I thought was kind of odd. But I can kind of, back when times were normal, it was like a mile from where I worked. And I can take my lunch break whenever I need to. So got it set up where I was going to go interview Lee. And I had to time it just right because I didn't know how long the line was going to be. So it's like I didn't know the setup and how I was supposed to do this. And so I'm not Pete. I'm not a professional one-on-one interviewer, you know. And so then, of course, Chicago, you got to think of how it's also the quickest way of traveling. And you can't predict the way to travel in Chicago because this was right downtown. So I hop on a bus. It goes I get off the bus and I have to run there. It's a warm October day, and I get in the shop. There's no line. There's like 15 minutes until he leaves, and I'm just I'm effing sweaty mess, gross. I'm out of breath, and he's just standing behind a counter, and I'm just like, Lee?
Sounds like you just Tara Strong.
Yeah, exactly. I had the Tara Strong effect on me, and I was like, I'm Ryan. And it's just like, oh, look at this special boy. And I was like, hey, because I was interviewing for Batman on Film, and I was like, Bill's friend for Batman on Film, and he's like, oh, okay, great. And I'm like, yeah. Hey, do you have time? And then he was fine, and he was fine and everything. But I heard him right before I stepped up there that he had to get to the airport because he was flying international. And he put that plane on hold so he could speak to me for 20 minutes.
Oh, very fancy.
We had this connection.
Yeah.
BOF person.
And then there was supposed to be a limit of three things you could have him sign, but Brian had to cancel because he had a family situation, so it was just Lee. But luckily for me, I came prepared, and I brought like 7 things, and I was like, is there a limit to how many things you can sign? He's like, no. And so then I just grabbed my stack of shit, and I'm just like, can you sign all of these? And he's like, yeah, sure, okay. And then I just popped my phone down and I asked him questions, and yeah, he was great. So
that's cool.
That's my story. I know it's not epic or anything, but I'm just like, I was a damn sweaty mess.
I've been there.
Lieber Mayo looks like he'll just mess somebody up too. Like
he does.
Oh yeah, like stomp on you with a pair of Doc Martens is what that dude looks like.
He looks like someone who would be in the mafia. You get him with that leather jacket. You know, he looks like he's Sonny Corleone's like enforcer.
Guy's not wearing reindeer sweaters in his basement. That's for dang sure.
That's for sure. He's killing reindeers with his bare hands.
Oh, man, I love reindeers. Don't do that.
Yeah, well, that's what Lieber Mayo does, dude.
Garrett,
Red
what are you
ink.
drinking?
Yeah.
I don't know. He was showing you with a candy cane. I have no idea.
Oh, this is a delightful cup of nog. It's got some bourbon and cinnamon, and I stir it with a candy cane.
Oh, thank you.
Now I want some, and I don't have any in the house.
I know I'm all out of my Nordic farmhouse Saison style mead with cranberries.
Dude, that sounds more Minnesotan than what I just said.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's like you gotta like slay a Viking and take that
It's
from
from
his
the
shield maiden.
Groenfeld Meadery.
Yes,
man.
Out in it's out in Jersey, right?
Vermont.
Hey, close.
Everything's in Jersey according to Justin.
I think Jersey's a magical land. People are always talking smack. Jersey, oh man, it's like toxic waste dumps and stuff.
When
I want to hang out so bad. I'm gonna go on the Bat Boys World Tour.
Post plague, baby.
You know, I'm gonna hit up Minnesota. I'll go to Texas.
Check out the long boxes.
Go to Chicago.
I got a closet that needs help. Anytime you guys want to come over, I got so many books. I was looking through.
I'll bring my drill.
Whatever I was gonna donate for this, and I'm like, all right, so what's good? Like, what would be kind of fun and like maybe kind of be like fit into a story or whatever. And I just realized, like, oh my gosh, this stuff's just a mess. And this is only the stuff that was in the closet upstairs. And my wife walked in, she's like, what is all of this? I'm like, divert your eyes, woman. Like, don't you worry about what's in this closet.
This is fanboy business.
Yeah.
I don't got time for you.
Yeah.
I had a similar thing the other day when I was digging for stuff to donate because I had a bunch of boxes of toys, comics. It was everywhere.
It can get out of control so quickly. And it's like when you go in to really try to do the work, it's more than a one dude job. Like you really need a second pair of hands. Because I was going through one box and I'm like, okay, this is almost all Superman stuff. It seemed like I had a reason for this. I'm like, notice like, oh, okay, all-star Superman. Seems like there's a couple missing issues. And then I went through another box and all of a sudden I'm like, oh man, I found these missing issues. And that kind of thing kept happening to me. Where like if I could have had the time to just lay everything out, right? They kind of piece stuff together. But I got a bunch of kids and too little time, and there's really no room to do that unless you get a Bat Boy to come visit and you just hammer it through for a while.
However, when you're doing that also and your comics are just spread out all over the floor, sometimes I just want to like go and just like roll in it like it's money. Like
Scrooge McDuck.
Like Scrooge McDuck, yes. Oh, Batman. A long Halloween.
It's like, oh, the spines are all getting bent, though. Don't do it.
I love your construction paper feel. I hate you, glossy paper.
I love to smell those floppies.
Right. This new shiny paper doesn't keep me warm in the night like the old newspaper print did.
No.
Yeah.
That is the truth.
Yeah, man. I love comics, dude. I love the smell. I'm just like, you just got me excited. I love comics. I love the smells. I love everything.
Better than back issues. I love reading back issues.
It's like those pictures that you see that's always got different text or whatever, and it's the man and the woman laying in bed together, and she's glaring at him.
Yeah.
I bet you're thinking about another woman, and then his thought bubble is just like, oh my god, those Batman comics today were just amazing.
Oh man,
I was Batman 232.
If it was your lovely Mara, she'd be like, I bet you he's thinking about Lee Bermejo.
Yeah.
And Ryan would be like,
yeah.
Oh man, he looks so hip.
Tell me he doesn't look like he's like, you got my collection money?
Yeah. Yeah. And then
he does, dude.
Or
So
he's like, I need, hey, Ryan, what do you got going after this? I need you to haul my gear to my gig later. Like, and you're like,
check out
chucking
Lauer's
around
text.
amps
He's
and
definitely
guitars.
juicing. Like, whoa, Lauer's
I know.
picture.
Lee stole this picture. He's like, hey, can I use you for this damn book I'm making? I need a
Yeah.
model.
Yeah.
And then Lee's like, hey, I'm gonna go get some like bourbon, and then Ryan's all, I'm gonna get some orange juice. Ryan looks like he's going for some orange juice right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Ugh.
Or
Yeah.
some Mountain Dew. He's all, I'm gonna get some Berry Blast, bro.
It's definitely not Code Red, that's for
Because I'm
sure.
about to get vertical, bro.
You
Right
start
now.
with the orange juice and you end with the Mountain Dew. You got to work your way to it. You got to be responsible. Drink
Well, I
responsibly.
didn't know if it was early in the morning. You know. You need
Oh no, this was
orange
like
juice.
1:45 in the afternoon.
Do they make
but,
orange Mountain Dew?
They
did.
do.
I think it was
Do
live
they?
wire.
Josh is all yes.
Yes,
Oh,
they
Josh,
do.
was not there as well?
I was a kid when it came out, so that's how I know. I think it's called like Voltage or something.
He's probably like, I was a kid when I drank it, and then I realized it's only for kids, and I'm like, yeah, I had it last week. Oops.
Drinking it right now.
It is. It's called. I have it right here. Livewire. Mountain Dew Livewire.
Livewire. Those names, dude. I wish I worked for Mountain Dew. Just name stuff crazy.
There's I think a Voltage, some kind of berry, something like. Yeah, they come with these total skateboarder lightning bolt names.
Oh, I was
Do they
gonna
have
say
one
I
called,
would
like-
have just named everything like
Extreme.
Something.
All right, let's
Yeah,
name.
right.
Let's pick a color. Let's pick a color that they haven't done. What color haven't they done, Lauer?
Purple.
Okay, purple.
They've done purple.
There's got to be.
Yeah, it
What's
was,
purple
it was a
called?
grape. It was a grape. I don't remember. It was like for
It was a
around
high
Halloween time.
octane Mountain
And it was
Dew
a
high
it was
octane.
a grape something. So they have a white out right now. Haas got me to try that one. None of them match the original. I'm trying to think of like what are all these?
They have like all the color spectrums.
Is there a blue one?
There's
Is
no
it pink?
pink. They have multiple blue.
Mountain Dew is like
pink I haven't seen.
Mountain Dew is like Green Lantern in the 2000s. All of a sudden, every single color had a.
It's like Skittles, the rainbow.
Yeah. Like
How
why
amazing
we
would it be if there was a new Green Lantern movie and Mountain Dew was the sponsored drink instead of like Dr. Pepper, and they're like
That
atrocitus red.
That needs to happen,
amazing.
Justin.
That
needs
would
to
be
happen.
great. Yeah.
Wasn't there a
Oh
Batman?
man,
HBO Max better be listening right now when they do.
I'm
that
telling you,
Green
dude. We have all the ideas right here.
I just
Somebody
totally
tweet Jeff
forgot.
Johns.
Yeah.
I
The
love
purple,
them. So I will.
The purple Mountain Dew is called Pitch Black.
Pitch.
What?
I remember that. Yes, I do remember that.
That was pretty good.
Pitch Black.
Just saying.
Nothing will
Okay.
beat Pepsi Blue. I loved Pepsi Blue.
Pepsi
I-
Blue.
Remember
Okay, what do you
Pepsi
got,
Blue?
Garrett?
Yes. Pepsi Clear, if you want to go way back. I was a kid,
Oh, yeah,
like
dude.
a young kid when that came out.
You want the
Yeah.
adult version? Just drink Zima, right? That's basically
Pepsi Clear was weird because it had that Van Halen song. Like
That's what I remember.
I'm
It's Rick
drinking
Shoe's
Pepsi
favorite.
and it's clear right now.
I was maybe
Coca-Cola.
7 years old when that came out, but it, like imprinted in my brain. Like no question. Like I'll remember that forever. And I remember that I think it was like whoever was playing the Super Bowl that year, they like debuted this whole like 3.5 minute commercial for
Had to be
Pepsi
featured.
Clear.
It's
This wasn't Crystal Pepsi.
it's-
This was clear,
it's
right?
Crystal Pepsi.
Oh, Crystal
Yeah.
Pepsi, yeah.
I kind of like
Yeah.
that.
They have a
Ryan,
Coke-
look at Ryan's and he finally speaks up. I'll
It's
tell
not-
you about something. It's like the commercial was great because it was like people it was all serious because it was that Van Halen Right Now, which is like a serious video. It was like people are dying right now. People are, whatever. But like with the Pepsi stuff, it was all right now. No one can tell you what to drink. Right now, you can make your own choices. It's like people are dancing with like Levi's on. I'm drinking Pepsi, that it's clear. They're all excited.
Like jumping in the air on a trampoline.
Yeah, they're jumping. They're just celebrating life. Because I'm drinking clear cola.
It was a very 90s commercial. Let's put it that
The
way.
90s are amazing, except for when it came to like CBMs. But the 90s.
Andy Luca, Crystal Gravy. They did a Crystal Gravy on SNL.
Oh, that's right, dude. That SNL skit was awesome.
Oh gosh, I was like,
it had like a ginger taste to it. I remember. Or...
Did it? I don't remember, dude. It was
I
weird.
remember drinking it, and I was like, it's whatever.
Ryan has a bottle, didn't they? Yeah, I think a couple years ago they reissued the Crystal Pepsi.
They did.
It was like hey, remember?
That's
I'm
what
like,
I
no.
tried.
Nostalgia's in right now. Remember?
Oh man, nostalgia's the best.
Andy's dying. I'm dying. Get Andy in the show. Does he have a camera? We'll just get Andy in here.
Speaking of,
he's in China, right? So what time would it be there?
He's in Brooklyn.
Oh, Andy Luca.
He might be. No, he might be in Jersey. I don't know where he is. It's Christmas season. Who knows where he is right now?
It's Christmas time.
you guys, speaking of 90s comic book movies.
Yeah.
You're gonna bring up Daredevil, right?
No, that's 2004, bro. 3.
Do any of you remember the Billy Zane Phantom movie?
Yes!
From the
Yes,
90s?
I remember the Billy Zane Phantom movie.
What fast food restaurant did a tie-in? Because I know I have that skull ring.
I feel like it's
Yes,
Burger King.
I think it was Burger King.
Definitely
Yeah.
sounds like a Burger King thing.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Slam.
I
Dude, it was
remember
Slam
as a
Evil.
kid-
Second tier release.
I loved that movie as a kid. I don't know how it holds up. I haven't seen it since I was a kid, but
I watched it like during the pandemic.
Oh, really?
It was so
I
good.
watched it
It's so
maybe
fun.
2 years ago and was impressed. Like, I'm like, damn, Billy Zane, you're holding up just fine. Good for
who
you.
plays the villain? Is Gary Oldman the villain in that movie?
No, it's Treat Williams.
Yes,
Treat
there you
Williams.
go.
Right. Mhm.
I think
Chris
the
with the
Phantom and the
save.
Shadow just go together. Like watching those back to back is a great time.
Dude, I throw a Rocketeer in with that too. Rocketeer is, I
love
think, actually a
Rocketeer.
higher caliber movie, but those are
Disney,
those I group
yeah.
together in
Disney
my mind.
Plus should do a Rocketeer series. On
Rocketeer-
I
Disney.
can't
Um,
believe it never got a sequel. Like, was that movie
Oh
like?
my gosh, they were supposed to.
or something?
I feel like they might be doing that.
They were supposed to.
I would take
I
it.
maybe dreamt it too.
I always
But,
loved
like-
that jacket. He had that awesome like bomber jacket. I guess it was.
Dude, for
I
sure.
wanted one of
It was
those.
just a leather jacket, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Because he
He's
had
like Hal Jordan meets Turbo Man, right? Rocketeer.
Loved it. Loved it.
What's
I-
what's his name
Sorry,
again?
I found
real
something
quick?
funny. I found something great. Sorry. Look at this guy. Got Mel.
Nice.
even that suit's cool.
Dude, that was a big movie.
That dude is cool.
Mhm.
People weren't ready for Pulp yet, man. They just weren't ready for the throwback.
Nope.
It was like that and The Shadow and The Rocketeer. They were really fun films, man.
When's the last time you guys?
Is that they-
I'm changing subjects on myself. What's it? Okay, first of all, is it Billy who played the Rocketeer? I should
Oh.
know.
Billy Campbell.
Billy
Campbell.
Campbell.
Dang, Chris Evans with the win.
Yeah, Evans.
Every
Very
trivia.
I did do
Billy
that.
Campbell
That was me.
looks like an oddly close doppelganger to Rick Shue. If you go back to mid 90s, like mid 90s,
He could be in like Bailey
Oh.
Comes Home.
yes, those dudes could have been like bros out with like Jabot
They were
jeans
definitely like a
on,
Christmas
tucked in
family,
polos,
right?
out on the out like in the clubs with a braided belt together.
Braided belt. You're
Yeah.
hilarious, dude.
Billy Campbell now kind of looks a little bit like Rick. Like
This
They did. I mean, they are like. Sebastian Stan and Mark Hamill or something, only the same age.
Oh man.
They look so much like it's crazy. Billy Campbell was on like a 5-episode run of the OC, and during the pandemic, my wife and I
Here it goes. Here it goes.
yeah, over the pandemic, my wife and I rewatched the OC because it's wonderful. And I took a picture of Billy Campbell on TV and I sent it to the guys. I'm like, hey, did you guys know Rick was on the OC? And they're like, no way, for real? I'm like, no, that's Billy Campbell, but pretty damn close, right? Anyway.
He couldn't take time off from all those dog movies.
Yeah.
Bailey.
Bailey pays, dude.
So because the Batman Book Club is done for the year, these are my reading pleasures during the holidays. I'm very excited about.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Tom King. What's it called? Bananas?
Justin understands.
Good thing Justin's seated.
He knows King is king.
Good thing I'm seated. What?
He's my ally
You know,
in support of Tom King.
Justin, you mentioned it on Twitter the other day. Tynion's Batman run.
Oh,
here we go. Here we go. This is
wait. Let the man finish.
Something like the joke about Batman joking about Alfred being dead. And it
Yes.
Yeah, that's rough, man.
Yeah, like
Wasn't that funny?
And
It was so funny.
That's not
and it got me thinking about Batman Catwoman. I just read that recently.
Oh, what a great book.
Really good book.
Excellent.
Yes.
Yeah.
That one was
really,
amazing.
really, really well done.
And it's a bummer because like I'm someone who tries to defend Tynan. Like I do. Like I try to go up against Justin as much as I can, but that Alfred line, I'm like, nah, dude, you're on
That's
your
not
own.
it, homie.
Dude. I can't.
That's not it.
Can't do that one, man. And it's even a bummer because even like recently at CCXP, King was like, I didn't want to do it. It was a DC mandate, and you're like, oh, my brain.
Well,
hurts.
he said that it was supposed to be like a
Fake
thing
out.
that was fake out with fear gas because the thing was it felt like that because it was lingering. I'm like, this is kind of gruesome. Dead Alfred hanging out forever. Oh, look at this Rick Shoe. Bang.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about, right? Look at
Which
that.
one's Rick Shoe?
I don't know.
I don't know. Which one is in a Taco Bell commercial? That's how you know.
Oh, that Gordita, come and get it, and me. All right, yeah, this right here is terrible.
It's garbage.
I remember I was like, wait, I was reading this in bed on my iPad, and I'm like, fine, I'm gonna hate read through this, and I'm being objective, you know, and I'm trying to like,
Well, it
to
all
say,
is.
I'm trying to like, okay, you know, there were some parts with Dick Grayson in the last issue I liked. I love Batman hanging out with Dick Grayson talking, right?
Mhm.
This line though, it feels like, did the editor not like go, hey man, that's a bad look.
That's a bad
Good.
joke, man.
That means you're buying dinner after. I don't have a butler anymore. And it's just like,
Batman would not even attempt a joke, especially since isn't this the guy who just tried to like kill him, right?
Dude,
yeah.
There's nothing that will make sense of the fact that these two guys were in a sword fight to the mother effing death. And in the same panel, they're like, what if you don't have to leave Gotham and we just bro out together here and help each other and be buds again? And it's like,
yeah.
Oh yeah, bro, I didn't even think about that. What if we do bro out in Gotham and don't fight each other again? Like, don't you kill people. Let's go get a burger, run into the shadows.
I'm broke, by the way.
Man, like,
You're richer than me now.
I dug Joker War, but this Ghostmaker story is not good.
And good for you, Peter. I'm glad you enjoyed Joker War. I couldn't get there. It was always sort of just like a meh, okay, I guess I'm reading this kind of thing for me. But this is such a marked drop off. It is really, really poor.
All the more
It's
frustrating,
bad.
I think is because like the ideas actually were not bad ideas. I really don't think that the idea of Clown Hunter and kind of an unhinged teen, like there's room to grow with a character there and somebody who has the weapons to be uncontrollable and stuff. It's like, okay, that idea actually that could have something, but the execution was just shit. And then Ghostmaker could have been somewhat of a threat, you know, but the execution was shit. And then it's
like the better versions of Ghostmaker are already there, you know, like
yeah, that too. Like a more robed Deathstroke wannabe is what
no. Yeah,
and it's like this story now. It's like, hey, you're gonna get some more of them. You didn't want it, and now it's gonna be spread out even longer because there's only gonna be one issue a month when it comes back in March instead of two. So what could be already long if it was twice a month is now even longer because it's once a month, and it's like, oh my god.
Also, it's also like King's run was cut short for this.
Yeah.
Right? Like Batman Catwoman was essentially supposed to continue on in the regular Batman book.
Yep.
But that got essentially moved to Black Label for Tynan because, you know, Scott Snyder's running the show apparently. So I just don't get it.
I
I don't
love
think
Scott
Snyder. I don't
Snyder.
think Snyder was kicking King out. I think DC was like, people are. And here's the thing: it was still top 5 book for DC, but they got pissed because Immortal Hulk like beat it. Like that's what was giving them like the issues.
Well,
And I'm like,
a great book right now. That's Marvel's best book right now. You know, like I know,
Yeah, and that's such a cool concept. Like
Yeah.
Hulk being like an undead Hulk.
Yeah.
Like that's such a cool concept.
I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah,
But-
I wouldn't be- I'm not shocked at it.
but the
Who's
thing
holding
was,
that book
they
up?
were shipping 2 Batman books a month. Like,
Yeah. Mhm.
it was like, how was he going to be the number 1 book when you got 2 of them coming? It was just really weird. And the one thing I'm okay with though, because it sounds like this story had more time to percolate, and so now we're going to have a little. I think King was able to put a little more like I don't know, gravitas on it, and Clayman just putting, they delayed it a whole year.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm
curious how Tynan's Batman books have done number wise, because I mean Tynan's not gonna come on and be like, I'm really sorry that you guys don't like my book, but it's like I kind of am seeing a lot more negative on his stuff than I did with King's. I know King was like a hot button, but I'm seeing like a lot of negative for Tynan.
I think one of the most interesting things about the two, I think, is the difference in sort of the dichotomy of the 2 different storytellers. Like King is like, hey, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you a full book length, and maybe there's 200 words in this thing, and 175 of them are either a nursery rhyme or a song you all know. And then it's Tynan shows up. He's like, I'm going to give you 2,200 words
on 2 pages.
On 2 pages. And it's going to take place in the middle of one singular panel. That's an action scene where there's no way all these words are being said. And you don't need 3/4 of them. So I feel like it was a really bad handoff from just storytelling. You know what I mean? Just like they sort of like bump into each other in some weird ways, because Tynan does all this stuff without saying too much. Tynan says way too much, and they both accomplish, in my mind, roughly the same thing. Only, King is much more effective in landing the emotional aspect of it. So I don't know, man, but I don't know what he's going to do with this Joker monthly. Joker monthly feels like a tall task for just about anybody to write, and to give it to Tynan. Like, it's going to be wordy as hell. I can promise you that. There's going to be all sorts of monologues.
It's
and
going to be like a 12-issue series.
Grand speeches.
Well, I'll tell you this: Batman hasn't cracked the top 10 in November.
Wow.
So
that's sad, man. That
it
really
has
is.
not cracked. So the top for November. Hold on, let me bring this Mama Luke in here.
November would have been like
Hey.
102. Yeah.
Hey, look at that.
Hello, guys.
What's going on? Hey, sorry, we're getting into some nerd junk going on here.
I walked
Oh,
into
good.
the comic shop maybe like 2 weeks ago, and my guy looks at me and he goes, does Batman suck now? I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I used to sell out. I'm no one's buying this book anymore. So the Ghostmaker story is really taking a dip in sales. No one's buying it. So I feel like everyone was on it for Joker War, and then Ghostmaker has really left a sour taste in people's mouth.
If you think
Poor
about
Chris
it,
has to review it.
Yeah, I've been.
He does his best. I'll tell you that much.
Batman has been consistently good for 20 years. It's like
Right.
you had the Ed Brubaker era in the early 2000s.
There you go.
Leading
Come on.
into Hush and Jeff Loeb, leading into Grant Morrison, and then Scott Snyder for a long stretch, and then it went to Tom King. So it's like it's been this consistently great book. And then all of a sudden to see a dip in quality, it's not a surprise it's fallen out of the top 10.
I've been reviewing it too, and I actually talked with Chris in messaging before the issue came out, but we'd read it early for reviews, and I'd mentioned that to him of like I started consistently. Actually, Grant Morrison's first issue, 655, is when I picked it up, and I've been consistent ever since then in 2006. And I'm like, it's never been to me this sucky, and I'm not an expert. But I've been reading for 14 years plus back issues, and it's like, can you believe that the title that this Ghostmaker story is the same title that Hush was in? Like,
Dude. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, here's Hush.
Tomasi's Detective has been phenomenal. Like that's
and that was a comparison too of like you can't even say, oh, it's tough to do issues that are twice a month, because it's like, no, because detectives doing it and detectives crushing it. So get it together. Tynan.
Tynan's Tinian, I'm not sure to pronounce it, but it's stuff just like the initial designer arc. It was kind of like when George Lucas got the prequel trilogy. I got all these toys, I got all this stuff, so I'm going to do it. So we had this issue after issue of, hey, here's a new toy that he could use. Here's a new gadget. And then we got to the Joker story. There was so much momentum going into that because people have been waiting for it. And, he kept promising huge, sweeping changes where, no spoilers, but if you read the book, there's not one thing that's different other than Batman's kind of less rich now.
Yeah.
Ghostmaker, which I think it started out okay, but that ending is like something out of that Batman cartoon we were talking about earlier. I mean, it was missing Batmite to make it complete.
Yeah, it's definitely a dip. Like the recent story is not good, and it all snowballs after that just stupid Alfred joke. It's like that's just I was like, man,
Alfred died. Remember?
Dude, it's
garbage.
Hey, I don't know if Andy sees the chat, but we need you to put some headphones on, dude. We're getting some feedback. It's all right. It's all right.
Said, guys, I have to dip out and head back to work.
Oh, what are you working on tonight?
Three Stooges.
Three Stooges?
Yeah, Three Stooges.
For a second, I thought you said Three Ninjas.
Oh, Three Ninjas would have been awesome.
Three Ninjas, yeah. That was
come on, Colt.
Wasn't Hogan in one of those movies? Wasn't Hulk Hogan in one of those movies?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was. Which one was it?
The third one.
I think it was
third
Three
one,
Ninjas
right?
3, yeah.
Strike Back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember Suburban Commando with Hulk Hogan?
Yes.
Oh, and The
was
Undertaker
my
was in it
jam.
too.
There's that
Commando, that
in Suburban Commando, there's that line where these like thugs come up to Hulk Hogan and he's like, "What are you gonna do? Beat me up?" And they're like, "No, this is the '90s. We're gonna sue you.
We're gonna sue you." Yeah.
That's
Christopher Lloyd, the dad.
Nanny movie, right?
What was that?
The dad, and he's like a nanny, Mr. Nanny or something.
Oh, is that what it is?
I think it's called Mr. Nanny. Yeah, right? It's like, this is the 90s. We're going to sue you. Like,
Oh yeah. That's what it is. Not
no,
Suburban.
I got the Bernie Spears mic. Do I sound bad or not? Be honest with me.
Yeah.
It might scrape against your beard a little bit.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll shave it real quick.
Keep it off
All-
your beard. Oh, there you go.
Is this better?
All those early '90s New Line movies were so good.
Dude, the trailers for them were always in front of the Ninja Turtles live
Yeah,
action.
that's how I knew it.
Yeah,
Exactly. I watch it all the time. Like, man, that looks so good, Mom.
Is that why they did that?
Was Spaced Invaders the
I
same
watched it.
studio?
I don't know. I always did a double feature of that and Ernest Scared Stupid.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, I love
Gosh,
that. I love
Ernest.
that one. When the kid gets
Right.
like a tree or something.
Yeah, Ryan Haas would just do like a quadruple showing of Ernest
No,
Scared
he
Stupid,
doesn't
Ernest
like
Goes
her.
to Camp. Or
He
like,
doesn't like Ernest. He doesn't know anything about Ernest.
no, not a fan
Ryan
at all.
Haas knows nothing about Ernest.
Mm-mm.
He's a
Hey,
hack.
Ernest had a fun show. It was like a competition to Pee Wee's Playhouse.
Yeah, man,
And
I
Ernest
remember.
had
I
a
watched
show.
that.
It was called Hey Vern.
That was a good
Hey,
show.
Vern.
You know what I mean, Vern?
It was fun, dude. They had some fun skits, dude. Remember the shoes they would sing?
Yeah, singing.
And they had
shoes
that like
and then-
alien guy who had his hand. He'd go like this, talking like, "Hey, you know what I mean, Vern? Know what I
You
mean?"
know what I mean, Vern? And then he'd have the Mellow Yellow commercials like at the same time. This had to be like 1989, 88, maybe 90, somewhere in there.
Probably.
That Ninja Turtles movie from 1990 is so good.
So
Oh,
That is
Actually,
such
that's
a
like my
great
introduction to New York City. I think was that movie.
Yeah.
really?
Well, because I was born in '86, so I was like 7, I was like 4. So I remember seeing that, and I think in the second one is the beginning of the second one that the couple's eating the pizza, and I was like, oh man, that looks so good.
Yeah.
The funny thing about those 90s Ninja Turtle movies is the first one, you can tell they like put a lot of budget into it and like they filmed it in New York. And then the second one, it's clearly LA. They're clearly filmed it in LA.
That's a good point.
LA and then like sound stage, like so clearly, you know, it's just nuts.
And isn't Corey Feldman like not in it or something?
Yeah.
No, he's not. You're right.
yeah. You know, Ninja Turtles. The first one was the it was the most successful indie film ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I thought Halloween was before until I guess maybe beat it. Who knows? I was indie. Wait, that was an indie film. I didn't know that was an indie film.
New Line Cinema was very. I mean, it was offshoot of Warner's, but it actually had a pretty small budget. They went with Jim Henson's people to make it. They know how to work on a budget, but
that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, I live in New York City, and anytime I'm on the subway late at night, I always think I'm going to see Raphael in like a trench coat.
That Jose Canseco.
Tell me you didn't pay money for this.
It's the greatest line in that movie. I love that stupid movie. It's amazing.
Hey,
I love Casey Jones in that movie.
Elias Cortez, man.
Oh, did they butcher him in the latest movie?
Hold on.
Batman Book Club.
Batman
Book Club.
Anyone about anything to look out for? Or you just
boom.
Here we go.
Censored.
Batman Book Club coming at you soon.
Lauer's got some pipes, man. You don't always notice it, but that dude you wouldn't mess with if I was gonna,
He was supposed to do a hot 36 for us, but he's ran out of time.
Oh, dude, you got
bars.
All right, do a rap battle against this guy.
I got nothing.
Oh, come on.
You think I would have been listening to Eminem all day?
I know.
Dang, dude. Hot bars at Penguin, dude.
Side B, right? B side, yeah. B side.
I play this thing until like a heart from hell.
Yes, that's what it say.
I can't do that. Like, I can't top that. That was great.
Dude, we're missing. There's such a opportunity for us to hit up Nerd Rap big time and just a penguin rap, dude.
Oswald deserves it,
right? Oh, dude, we can do a whole rap about the yellow duckmobile.
Oh my god! I'll tell you one thing. I will say I don't have a picture of Pete, but living with Pete in college, one of my favorite Pete moments is him randomly doing Danny DeVito in the dorm room, like scented or unscented.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, we always so much fun out of nowhere.
I think I was the first person to tell you that people referred to Batman as 89.
Oh, 100%. I think it's a good story. I think you should tell that story. It's perfect.
I moved in. Eventually, sophomore year, it was sophomore year. I was living with a bunch of guys I didn't know, and then I met up with Andy and our friend Toby, who we mentioned earlier. And so I eventually swapped rooms with them, and I got all set up. I had my little TV on top of like those shelving things you have as a dorm student.
Right.
And they were like, "So what are you gonna do?" I was like, "Dude, I'm gonna lay in bed. I'm gonna watch 89." And then like at some point, like that slow track shot of the symbol, and then Elfman's music comes in, and Andy's like, "You watching Batman?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I told you I'm watching 89. Like, what's the problem here? What are you doing? Like, why are you bothering me?" He goes, 89? What's 89? I was like, dude, that's what this movie's called. This is 89. Like, what are you talking about? I got like offended. I had like a fanboy moment.
Changed my life.
I was like, what do you mean you don't know what 89 is? This is it right here. We're watching it. Like, so that was the first moment that Andy was
good.
To the fact
because I watched that movie like every day as a 4-year-old, and I could quote it like ridiculously. And so it was weird to meet somebody else who could probably quote it just as good, if not better than me. But I didn't even know the code. I didn't know the fanboy code. So it was like this is like probably 15 years ago, but like a game changer,
Mm-hmm.
That's fun.
Oh yeah, there's a whole like with the Batman movies, especially going back throwback for the Batman on Film guys, the Batman on Film message board.
Oh man,
yeah. B89 is Batman 89. BR is Batman Returns. BF Batman Forever. Batman and Robin is B and R. BB was Batman Begins. Yeah. They just went on and on.
TDK is a big one.
TDK, and then when The Dark Knight Returns came out, which I think came to the end of the Batman on Film message board, we were all kind of like, what are we going to call The Dark Knight Rises? Because TDKR was The Dark Knight Returns.
You just called it Rises.
Well,
that's what we called it.
To be fair, they always called The Dark Knight Returns DKR. Because sorry, I'm a nerd. When The Dark Knight Strikes Back came out, they were like DK2. It was all like it was always they always did DK, but like we all called the comic book The Dark Knight Returns, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But they were marketing it as DK
as a proper noun.
By the way, I hated DK2 when it came out.
Everybody still does.
Yeah.
But
wait, what about D2? The Mighty Ducks Are Back.
I reread that book recently, and it is not as bad as I remember it being when reading it in total.
I might have to give it another look then.
I've only read it once, so I need to read it so I can cement my.
Oh man, I got issues with that book. For me, I just can't forgive what they did to Dick Grayson. I just don't think Dick Grayson would ever do that, and it's a sin to me.
It looks like we're gonna have Josh over on the Batman Book Club maybe to talk about the.
Well, because no one else will talk about that book. So, Josh, congratulations.
Every story now has been positive, and that one will be a struggle. I try to keep positive thoughts, and I'll be like, it's not as long as it could have been.
I think
yeah.
I think when I reread it, I read Miller's kind of intention behind it, how he was trying to write something satirical about society, and it kind of cast the book in a new light. And reading it as an adult, I kind of had the maturity to kind of understand. Whereas, like, when I read it as a teenager, I was like, what the hell? Like, Dick Grayson would never, become the Joker, and like, why would Batman cut his head off with an axe? This is weird. But like, there's something about it. God, I remember last time I read it being like, there's something here. There's something here.
See, I get
I'm
that.
not going to say I like it.
I've read
Eric
Eric
was on for Arkham Asylum, and in prep for that episode, I read Grant Morrison's script, and it really helped in reading the story, because I'm like, oh, a lot of this to me got lost in the art. So definitely, like, kind of how you're saying of like reading intentions and what they were going for. Sometimes that it helps connect dots that I hadn't ever before, and I was like, okay, this does help. And like you said, you didn't necessarily say it made it like a really good story. It just it improved a little in your opinion. And so
I think it made me understand that Frank Miller is still a good storyteller. Like, regardless
I wouldn't argue that,
regardless of whether or not I liked what he did with DK2, I think that it was really, it's like, okay, I can see what he's trying to do here, even if it's weird that he did it in a Batman story.
Now, Josh, how do you feel about DK3 Master Race?
I've only read the first couple of issues of that story. I haven't read it all the way through. But from what I read from it, it was, I'm like, I really liked the first issue, and then as it went on, I was like, this has got some issues with it too. This has got some problems.
I remember I liked it more than Dark Knight 2, though.
Yeah, not the Golden Child though. Oh, it's a trash book.
Yeah,
all right,
did a
guys.
See you, buddy.
Have a good one.
Miller did a Batman Joker story, like Legends of the Dark Knight Universe or something like that. It was like a one shot off the Master Race, and it was actually really good.
Was that the Jason Todd story? What was it? Last Rites. Somebody back me up here. What was the name of that one? Evans, you remember that?
Yeah, I don't remember.
It was really good. I thought that was the best thing to come out of Master Race.
Everybody loved that story. Actually,
Yeah.
that's what I'm thinking of. It was pretty big at the time. I don't remember what it was called though. Let's see.
Frank Miller looks like that guy. He needs to crank out a few more stories. He's not looking too good these days.
No.
I've actually always wanted him, and I mean, it could be Jim Lee, it could be anybody, but I wanted him to finish All-Star Batman. I feel like that's a huge opportunity.
That's one of those lost. It's lost to that and Daredevil, the Target Part 2 are never coming out.
Was it called Last Crusade?
I think it was. I think that's what it was. It was like Jason Todd's final mission before he got killed by the Joker or something like that.
Hey, real quick, we're going to go back into a plugging for tonight. We are trying to raise funds for the World's Central Kitchen. If you go to 32auctions.com/Holiday Heroes for Hunger, you can check out our auction site. We have a whole bunch of items listed. We'd love for you to bid on them so we can send some money to the World's Central Kitchen. That would be amazing. But if you don't want to bid on the items, you can just go to donate.wck.org/Holiday Heroes for Hunger. We'd love to send them some money so that they can help some people out. And so that would be amazing. So it's been fun hanging out and teaming up with Straight Outta Gotham. Boom, look at that. Look at those guys. They're right here. They're all here.
I could just hear Eric's lyrics right now.
Yeah. Straight Outta Gotham. Crazy podcast.
I gotta say, I love the hashtag, the Grundy alert. I don't know. Whoever's idea was that, big fan.
That was Pete's idea.
Boom, my man.
Thanks. It was a good one.
So all our shows out help put this together. So we just want to make sure we gave a little plug right there. But yeah, back to Frank Miller, man, he's a strange cat. His Spirit film that he did with Robert Rodriguez was really interesting. I actually loved it visually. It was akin to Sin City.
Yeah.
But a lot of people didn't like it.
Yeah, I remember I got bad reviews when it came out.
I'm not so familiar with the Spirit. Like I know who he is. I saw the weird Spirit show that was on the DC Universe app for some reason. DC has the rights to it.
I saw that too. I thought that was interesting.
It was really. I was like, what is this all about? But the movie, I mean, I don't know. It had Ava Mendes in it, and it had Samuel L. Jackson. You know, it had that guy who played the Spirit.
Huh? Hanson was in it.
Produced by Uslin
and F.J. DeSanto.
So is he on there? I didn't see his name. I see Uslin. I see Deborah Delpret and Gigi Pritzker.
I thought F.J. had something to do with that film, but
whenever I think of that movie, I always think of that scene of when Samuel L. Jackson is like, I think he's kneeling in the street yelling at the sky, "I hate egg on my face." That's all I think about.
I hate egg on my face.
The octopus.
Yes.
I hate Manor like Biff.
What I love about Miller, I love his style of how he can take the most gritty, disgusting words and turn them into like art and beauty. That's what I admire most about him, is like he makes beauty out of like gritty things. And I think that's such a skill. Like his whole monologue in Dark Knight Returns, talking to the mutant leader, Batman talking to the mutant leader, where he's like beating him up.
Yeah.
And he's talking about how like Batman engages in a soliloquy about how like this is like I'm the surgeon and this is the operating table. Like that whole all of those turns of phrase were so beautifully crafted and like well done in the most
That's one line that's probably not in BVS. You know, like a lot of Dark Knight Returns is in BVS.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And FJ did get a co-producer credit on The Spirit.
Okay, I thought. Yeah, man, that's the one adaptation from the animated stuff is Dark Knight Returns. I think they did a really good job with that.
They did.
Year one could be just as good if it wasn't for Ben McKenzie.
Yeah, he's just not very Batman to me. He just doesn't have the voice.
Everything he's in Batman sucks. Well, I
kind of like.
I was an OC fan, but that's about it.
He's not a bad actor. He was great on that show, Southland, as well. But he just is not. He just didn't have the Batman voice to me. It was like Batman needs that command a little more, and he just sounded like.
Unless that's kind of what they're trying to do, because it's really, obviously it's the beginning of his career, so he's really trying to figure it out. So maybe that's why it kind of sounds out of place. But
yeah,
I don't know, it's not good. But meanwhile, like you do Dark Knight Returns, and you get RoboCop as Batman, and it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
You know the problem was he lacked naked sexual charisma.
Ben McKenzie had no charisma.
Oh no! Sorry guys, 1 second.
I think that Bruce Greenwood doesn't get enough love.
Oh, he's great. Hey, you know who does get a lot of love? Nick Zednick.
What did Santa say to Mrs. Claus when he saw their Christmas tree? It looks okay, but you could spruce it up a bit. What do you call an elf that runs away from Santa's workshop? A rebel without a clause. Children who don't learn to tie their shoes properly are bound to wind up on the naughty list. What do you call an old snowman? Water. Why was the candy cane so expensive? It was in mint condition. What should you do if your car stalls on Christmas Eve? You get a mistletoe. What was Santa's favorite subject in school? Chemistry. Why does everyone love Fozzie the Snowman? He's cool. Oh, well, thank you, everybody. Oh, you're so kind. Oh, stop it. And remember, to those that didn't laugh, all it takes is one bad.
Zednik has like a pad, and he just like writes these jokes down. You know, he just constantly has like a pen and paper on him at all time.
I liked him. I feel embarrassed to admit that.
They're fun. They're very funny, Ed. I think he has his he owns puns on the internet. I'll tell you that. He's
the next Mitch Hedberg, man. He's a comic book Mitch Hedberg.
That's so funny. I love. Oh, sorry. The private chat is for. I'm gonna bring a private chat to life right now. I love this. Sorry, the neighbor kid walked into my house. That's dangerous, dude. I would have Nerf gunned that kid, huh?
No, the neighbor kid. So I have two puppies. Like one of them's like a year and a couple months old, and the other one's like 11 months old. And so the neighbor kid, she's 4 and doesn't understand you can't just walk into other people's houses. So she like walked into the house and like had the door wide open, and my dogs just all of a sudden like looked at the open door. And I was like, I am not running after 2 dogs. So sorry about the freak out there for a second.
No, it's funny. I just like someone randomly walking into my house. I'm like, what? It's that movie. I just watched that movie with Ben Affleck. What was it? The Way Back. And he does that. Have you seen that movie yet?
Yes.
He walks into that person's house and he thinks he's at that lady's house, and they're like, he just stumbles. It's a train wreck, and you're just like, you're just feeling for him, man.
Yeah.
They're sorry. So I'm bringing the room down. Remember Ben Affleck?
Remember when Ben Affleck was Batman?
Oh yeah.
That was one of the better movies I saw this year, though. But before
we
could when we could see movies every week.
That was the last one before the pandemic, dude.
That was the last
Invisible Man.
I think Invisible Man was, yeah. I always there's like, yeah, there's a chunk of
I
movies.
love Invisible Man, by the way. That was fantastic.
I'm gonna be honest though. I went and saw Tenet in the middle of the pandemic.
So did I. I saw it.
You were probably the only one in the theater, so it was safe.
Yeah,
yeah.
I had a mask on, and it was like in a 500 seat theater, and there were 10 people in there.
Yeah,
yeah.
Dude, I would have messed
why
with
there's
people.
much fear
I would have walked in backwards. Just
dude, I'm telling you,
whatever works, man.
See it again because I have no idea what I watched. Like I'll say it. Like I left the theater. I'm like, I think that was good. Like
yeah, Eric, you went right?
Yeah.
But did you? It felt pretty. It was safe, right? Like there was like no one there, right?
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, it's safe. It's pretty safe. Once you buy your seat, they like block off the seats next to you, so you. Can,
Eric, like, did you like it more than Dunkirk?
Yes. I liked it more than Dunkirk. I did.
Dunkirk was. I did not like Dunkirk.
Yeah, Dunkirk was brutal. I
thought Dunkirk was a good war movie, but like I don't know.
Say it was brutal. It just kind of was. I don't know. Maybe because I'm not English, I didn't connect to it as much as our friends.
Tom loves it.
Yeah, Tom McClellan. Like
I really loved Dunkirk. I actually, when I saw it in IMAX, I went with my dad, and my dad's father served in the British Armed Forces shortly after the Second World War.
Oh wow!
And it was actually really cool. I actually cried the second time watching it. Because I was so inspired by the heroism of just normal, the idea that normal people would just do that to help, the troops stuck in enemy territory was just such a powerful story to me. So I really enjoyed it. I like pretty much anything Christopher Nolan puts out.
Mm-hmm.
I really like Tenet a lot. I saw it in a premium sound theater, so I didn't have the issues with audio everybody was talking about.
I didn't either. I didn't think it was.
Yeah, but I really enjoyed it. I liked it a lot. I liked John David Washington. That dude, like if they ever recast T'Challa, I think John David Washington would be a good choice.
It's a good choice.
I didn't like him in the film. I thought Robert Pattinson and actually Aaron Taylor Johnson, I thought they were the two best parts of that movie. He just seemed, John David Washington just seemed very one note to me, like very, and I've seen him in other things. Like I watched, what's it called? What's the Ballers on HBO? And he was great in that. So maybe I was expecting that and I didn't get it. Like it was probably my own preconceived notion that I wanted you know, something like that. I guess for the part he played in the film, it was okay. But I thought Pattinson was much better, and Aaron Taylor Johnson, who I never thought was really a good actor.
Oh, is he in it? I didn't know he was in it.
Yeah, he played the other soldier.
He's got a small part.
Yeah,
It's kind of.
I haven't seen it yet.
His role's similar to like Matt Damon's role in Interstellar. It's like a surprise.
I would say though, to be fair, Pattinson gets a lot more to work with in Tenet than John David Washington does, because his character is meant to be a little bit more charismatic and maybe aloof.
Yeah,
so you're kind of more tuned into him, whereas the other guy is just protagonist.
I feel like John David Washington. So Christopher Nolan in movies like that. Christopher Nolan desperately wants to make a James Bond movie, and without making a James Bond movie. So all of like his Batman is like Christopher, like Lucius Fox is Q, you know, Christian Bale's Batman is very like James Bondy, you know, and it's the same with like Dom Cobb in Inception and now the protagonist in Tenet. There's these like Bond-like qualities. So for me, I agree that that he was one note, but it kind of is it's what the character. It's like a proto Bond in a sense. Like if you think about James Bond, James Bond doesn't really have a lot of, you know, like depth as a character. He kind of is what he is, you know, in a sense. Although I think that Daniel Craig's been doing like adding a lot of layers and depth to the character. But yeah, that's kind of how I wasn't expecting anything beyond that, because that's kind of my opinion of Nolan. Nolan is trying to make Bond movies without making Bond movies, if that makes sense.
I mean, he's got to get Bond at some point, right? Like someone's got to want him to make a Bond movie.
Is he gonna want to add to the tapestry or just be his own Bond thing? Like, you know, unless he gets the next Bond film where it's, you know, it's after Craig, but you know,
I guess they could. I mean, do you think they would reboot Bond after Craig?
Yeah, that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, they always do that.
Yeah, I think that's
was Connery like a reboot of Moore or vice versa?
No, Connery's first.
So was Moore a reboot of Connery?
Kind of, yeah. Although Connery, the one in the Never Say Never Again, which was like a one-off though.
But it wasn't a UA one though. It was. You're
right.
It came from a different studio. It was
Casino Royale, right? Yeah.
Bond with George Lazenby.
Do you guys appreciate my Uncle Eddie sweater, by the way?
I was just gonna say, oh, you got like this is a Dickie on and everything, dude.
I ordered this for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day for my family. They have no idea it's a surprise, but I'm gonna have it. I did get
the moose. If you had the moose,
I'm missing that. That's next. I gotta get that next. But listen, I got this. It's a good start. Look at this thing. I got Dickie. Look at it. The Dickie.
That's amazing. I love it, dude.
Yeah. So
Shitter's full.
They show on like Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. So you have It's a Wonderful Life, you have Christmas Story, you have Christmas Vacation. That's that, and maybe the Home Alone movies. Usually get those 5 in some order. Which is your favorite?
Oh,
number 1.
Yes.
Oh, Christmas Vacation is number 1 for me. Yeah.
Right. Oh man, it's tied. Christmas Vacation and Home Alone are tied. They're probably my 2 favorites.
Yeah, we just watched Christmas Vacation, and I think that one.
So good.
It's so good. As much as I love Home Alone, I think I feel more related to Christmas Vacation. Like,
that's funny.
I mean, Home Alone's fun. Like, there's some great stuff, but Christmas Vacation, just the absurdity of family, really. I think it encapsulates family and Christmas so well, and just the gamut of the upset. You know, the teenage daughter. It's like, she's upset. I don't want to sleep in the same bed with her. I mean, like that. All the characters are great. Yeah, the grandparents. Freaking Julia Louis-Dreyfus as the neighbor.
Oh, she's great.
It's perfect. It's perfectly casted. Every single person down to Rusty. Everyone's. It's so. I love the cast. Everyone. The grandparents. Everyone's perfect.
Yeah, everything just flows well. You know, like the only thing I don't like. I'm picky. I'm a picky person. Only thing I don't like besides Garrett He's back. He's back. The only thing I don't like is just the song.
The
song when
Ghost?
the song when he's sledding. That's it.
Oh,
I
it's
don't
so
know,
cheesy.
weird.
I
It's
totally
so
agree.
cheesy. Yeah,
I
yeah.
totally agree. Oh, my,
I'm
so
like, what is
dated
this?
too.
It should have been more like metal or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I
But I'm
can't
always
hear
like,
the
throw-
song in that part.
You can't.
It's like it's so bad. I
Yeah,
hate
it's
it.
weird. It
Couldn't
just
agree
feels like it just feels like 90s.
It feels like Disney's Channel. Like whoa.
Yeah, I feel like I'm watching a fashion show for Kids R Us or something.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, look
It
at
sounds horrible.
biker shorts. I don't know.
There are issues with the score, apparently.
Oh.
On the film.
Oh, really? Like,
Who said that, Reno?
Actually,
There are issues with
Like, I found the second act to be lackluster at best.
well, there's. I mean, it actually has kind of a infamously terrible production history.
Does it?
So
Ooh,
yeah,
give
well,
us the tea.
Well, 'cause,
Spill the
Chevy
tea,
Chase was
Garrett.
horrible to work with, apparently.
well,
Oh, Chevy, yeah, he's a
Oh,
jerk.
yeah.
He's
Chevy
so great in
Chase.
that movie.
So originally, Christopher Columbus was hired to direct Christmas Vacation, and he was there for like 2 weeks. And I guess Chevy Chase was just the most impossible human being to work with. That he went to, 80s. The producer that.
John Hughes.
John
Lorne
Hughes.
Michaels?
Yeah, I was gonna say Ferris
Lorne
Bueller. Yeah,
Michaels.
went
Okay.
to John Hughes and was like, I don't know if I should do this. And Hughes is like, no, we got to get you out of here, because Chevy Chase didn't want to have anything. He just like thought he was this green director that wouldn't help him at all. So that's when he's like, all right, you take some time out. I'm going to send you a couple scripts. We're going to get you back on the saddle. And he wrote Home Alone and sent it to him. And he's like, all right, I wanted to make a Christmas movie. This will be my jam.
Mm-hmm.
And then, they freaking made Home Alone, and it made more money than anyone could have possibly imagined.
Yeah.
What's so crazy is like John Hughes at 89 does Christmas Vacation, then right after 1990 Home Alone. Like that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's like amazing. Like
he was
honestly,
right in his prime, man. Like he was.
Breakfast Club, Ferris Bueller, yeah, dude.
So Breakfast Club was what, 85? Ferris Bueller was 86.
Yeah.
So good. Ferris Bueller, the best movie.
What was his 87?
Planes and Trains and Automobiles?
Yeah, Plane, Trains, and Automobiles is 87. Thank you very much.
So many.
Like, it's insane. It's insane. Like the stuff that
And
literally
they
has.
inspired Spider-Man: Homecoming.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
That's right, dude.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
He was LeBron. He was like LeBron is probably late 80s LeBron, 80s a comedy writer.
He would write scripts, like literal full scripts in a weekend. Like the dude
That's
just like,
insane to me. It's insane.
and then
I like when he cameos and stuff too. I like when he's like, it's fun to find the cameo, the John Hughes cameo.
yeah.
I didn't know he did that. That's
Yeah,
like
well,
a
actually,
Where's Waldo thing?
what are his cameos? Actually, what are they?
He's in the band, in Home Alone.
The polka band.
He's in the polka band.
Ah.
And
Polka Polka.
hey, you never
You know that one? You know that one?
Yeah, that's a regional hit.
Actually, I know. I like Scorsese cameo. I love Down to Alfred Hitchcock. It's popping in with Rockin' Dogs. No,
he
I love
couldn't
what
help
Scorsese's
himself, man.
mom
He was
cameo.
obsessed.
She's the best.
dude, Scorsese and Taxi Driver, like that was such a creepy. He's like, that's such a good. Scorsese's mom is the best. And by the way, Scorsese's mom reminds you of your grandma to a T.
She does. She does. She definitely does.
Let me
It's like
time
you
real quick. Let me time. May she rest in peace.
Dude, I gotta fly out east. We don't have any of that exciting stuff. Like the worst, like the most crazy Minnesotan thing is like somebody's mom ends all her sentences like this, and like that's the most interesting thing somebody can say.
I heard that you guys have surprisingly decent pizza. Is that true?
No, we really do. Minneapolis,
Minnesota?
Yeah,
I heard. My parents went recently, and they go. My
Yeah.
dad goes, Andy, we went to Minnesota. I went to a few. They got some good pizza out there. I swear. And I was like, okay, whoa. What the?
Yeah, believe it or not,
I
man.
expected.
Yeah, there's a couple places that have like crazy good reviews. Minneapolis and St. Paul have some really good like wood fire pizza spots.
That sounds
And what's Dave Portnoy from Barstool,
Man,
like
changed my
3
life.
years ago, when the Super Bowl was at US Bank Stadium, was in town, and they rented a place not too far from where I live. When they hit up all the local pizza places, and there's like 3 places, he was fully just like determined, I'm going to go dump on this, shitty Midwest Minnesota
I think I remember
pizza.
this.
And there's one place called, Black Sheep, I think, and it's maybe a coal fire pizza. And he went there, and it was just like, what did I know? How could I have known they were going to do this?
Dude.
Like I can't be held accountable because no one could have imagined this would be.
I think I remember that review. I think I remember it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, the One Bite app has like changed life in this area. I mean, we're like the tri-state area is like, pizza heaven. There's a pizza place everywhere. They're just up every street corner, anywhere you can think of. But to distinguish like the good pizza from the average pizza in this area, it's been life-changing. And it really has, because like pizza places that I've been going to for years, I'm like, oh, this is really good pizza. I'm like, I go there now, I'm like, oh,
I
man,
think it's all right.
this is
I
like
did not know.
Yeah.
I apologize
my
for
life.
my ignorance. I may have been too generous in my
there's
past.
So many, pizza places are more popular here than gas stations. So it's like, it's insane.
I can't. So that's one thing that is really funny to me, because we don't have anything in Minnesota that is that popular. Like church, I guess church. Maybe it's church. Like
Mall of America. I feel like you guys have.
but
building though.
So in the Mall of America, that's just the one mall. It's not
Jersey's
like,
got malls in every town.
We love malls, man.
We do too. We do too. But that's the thing. It's not like unique. No one else has malls.
Mm-hmm.
But there's not a single food that we have that's like more prevalent than churches or bars or
Is there like a drink or cocktail you guys know for? I feel like there's something. I don't know why. I just feel like there's something.
Yeah, the Mauer. They've got the Joe Mauer.
Yeah, well, Joe Mauer. Yeah.
But like, we hit up like what 3 pizza places in November and like a weekend that were just like all nines. And
I joined January 2019. And I've done. It's literally that app has changed my life. I've done 90 reviews, and it goes back to people saying like it's almost like a dating app, but for pizza. It's like, you know what I mean? Like you're just like swiping and you're finding like, oh, this is like good. And it's crazy. It's like, it's a perfect, it's more, and once you get used to it, it's a perfect app because you like, it just simplifies everything. And you have all these options. Pete and I made a list and we're like, okay, let's just do these. And we did that. We did 3 in one day and they were all great. It was like, it's almost to the point where I was like, I feel like I don't deserve this. This is like too good.
Remember we did Joe's Pizza from Spider-Man 2.
Hey, what's up? Dude, that was
Joe's Pizza. We had
that great slice. Joe's Pizza is a great New York slice.
So Ryan's going to show us his Batman Black and White collection in honor of the Batman Black and White.
No. What shelf is that?
It's this one.
Can you talk like Bale?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
No.
Andy, do your Bale.
Hold up. This is my favorite. I go, the child of Rashagul.
It's good. It's good.
My favorite Bale line.
The thing that everybody misses I feel like a lot of people like, this is the key aspect. And if you're going to do a Christian Bale Batman impression wrong, what you're going to do is not leave it lispy enough.
Yeah.
You got to just kind of flap that tongue like it's dead at the tip, let it hang there. If you talk, you don't really ever pull it all the way back in your mouth.
Yeah, I want to go. It's better to go obscure lines because everyone does the "Where is he?" It's all like I love. Those are classic, but like he talks so much more than that. So that's why my new one was the child of Rashagul.
I always like when he goes, "So that's what that feels like."
Yeah.
It's so great. Turns around. That's the best part because it doesn't bother me at all. I know that scene gets to some people, but it's the only time that he's not talking to someone else in like the entire trilogy. Like I can't think of a single other shot where he's just like, here's something only for you, audience. Like it just doesn't ever happen again.
Did you guys invite me in here just to dump on Dark Knight Rises?
No. We're appreciating Bale voice.
Yet. I love that. You know that.
I don't. But
Justin, you're muted.
Don't tell him. Don't let him get his hate out while he's muted. He missed the punch. We got it. Okay.
I love the Dark Knight trilogy.
Oh.
I think that they're terrific films. But I'm gonna be really honest. As the years have gone by, they have lowered in estimation in my mind, with the possible exception of Batman Begins, and And Batman 89 has risen in my estimation. Michael Keaton.
I'll always
Michael,
love
And Nicholson needs to get back up again.
Michael
Yeah.
Keaton is now, I think, my favorite Batman again.
Yep.
I've noticed that in the last couple of years. Like, I just have so much love. I went and watched Batman 89 last year on the big screen, and it was like such an incredible experience. And I'm
Dude,
like,
he and I did the same thing. We cried at the end.
Yeah.
We saw it on my birthday when they released all 4 of them
on his birthday. It's like a Disney
perfect.
script.
I remember, like, I was sitting next to my girlfriend at the time in the theater, and it's the opening track shot, and she goes, "Are you crying?" I was like, "He died."
The music's perfect. It's perfect. It's literally perfect. Like, when can you say something's perfect?
Pete, you got to see it in a drive-in.
I saw it at drive-in July 25th of this summer.
I was very jealous of that.
And it was great. It was like the perfect pandemic experience. It's like, oh, I don't have to leave my car, and then watch the movie.
I can watch
on a huge
Batman.
screen. It was great.
Yeah.
But I still think, I mean, and I thought this at the time, well, everyone loves Ledger, and it was sexy at the time. I still think Nicholson is the definitive Joker.
Well,
Just
no,
from how he
Nicholson
looks.
was the sexy at the time Joker, right? Like, that's what they did with that character. I think like that's where the further we get removed from Ledger's Joker, sort of like just how groundbreaking and new it was at the time is to us.
Mm-hmm.
So I think like over time they have evened out to me. And I wouldn't have predicted that. When
it's the funny thing, Garrett, is like most Batman interpretations do that once time passes. Because
Yeah.
when the 60s show came out, it's like, this is awesome. And then when
There he is.
89 came out, it was like, this sucks. It's 60s was goofy, but now it's like 60s was awesome. 89
So when
was
are we going to
awesome.
all appreciate Leto's Joker?
Where's Reno? Where is he?
I already appreciate Leto's Joker.
I like Leto's. I mean, I
It's
got no problem
harmless.
with it.
It's 10 minutes.
He's
All right,
got
we got-
7 minutes.
We got an 11-year-old fan here.
Hey, Little Rock, what do you think
Bring
about
him
that?
in. He's back.
What's up, young blood?
You gotta talk. I told him, I go, you can't wave. You have to talk. Because I listened to the audio, and I'm like, I can't hear my son because he's waving. So we're talking about. Can you hear us? All right, you guys. This is Asher. Ask him straight up. Best Joker.
Best
Asher,
Joker.
who's your favorite Joker?
Mark Hamill Joker.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
That is a
Good
great
choice.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I like that one.
All right, so out of the live action Jokers, who's your favorite Joker? Let's get more specific.
There you go.
Curveball.
The live action ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, people.
Jack Nicholson.
That's my
All
boy.
right. All right. He raised well.
I love it.
What's the best Batman movie, son?
Batman 89.
Yes. This is great. You raised him perfectly. I'm so impressed.
I didn't tell him to say nothing.
How do you feel about Batman Returns, Asher?
Huh?
What do you think about Batman Returns?
I really liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I thought it was a really good Christmas movie.
That's
Yeah.
Dude, this kid's incredible. So how do you feel about taking over Let's Go? Like, are you ready to be editor in chief?
I think so. No. Yeah.
How old's he again?
11.
Nice.
Oh man.
All right,
that's
cool, man.
Perfect age.
Yeah.
When I
That's
was
great.
11, we didn't have all these options, man. I'll tell you.
Oh, no,
you,
man.
We-
you
I was-
had the best time.
When I was 11, that's when Batman and Robin came out.
Dude,
Oh wow.
when I was 11, it was like, I really want to talk about this stuff that I'm into. And literally no other kid that I know is into this besides my brother, who is 4 years younger than me. And so it's like me and my, I was like 8 and he was like 4, right? So whatever I was into, he was going to be into
man.
anyway. We're the only two people in my entire. We didn't
No
even
one
live in
like
town.
no one like Batman. That doesn't make sense to me.
No, well, I mean, Batman was like fine, was fine, but no one was diehard.
Well,
But
like what year is
nobody-
this that we're talking about? Like what year range are you talking about?
This would have been like 1991. So
Really?
yeah, man. And I
So
lived
interesting
in
to me.
small town northern Minnesota, so it was a little
More
bit
reason to
different.
like Batman. There's
Yeah.
something to do.
Yeah, it's cold and it's dark. Would make total sense.
Sounds
Yeah.
perfect for the Burton verse.
Dude, to me, like Batman for me, like I exploded like 89 or like 1990 when I was like 4, but honestly, like 92 with Batman Returns and then Batman Animated Series, like it was that's to me that's what cemented it. To me, it's like
Oh,
I
yeah.
will forever love Batman because
And
of
for
it.
me,
that was the
I had
thing.
those two, and the 66 was on the Family Channel at
Oh,
the time.
yes,
so
that
I had
too.
all three.
Yeah.
And
I
then
remember- Go on.
sorry, you're saying. No, you
No,
go.
I was just saying, like, I remember, like, 95 was big.
That was
Like,
big too.
like,
You beat me to it.
For forever, and having Robin involved and being in that,
Yeah.
I think it was like 5th grade.
Yeah.
That was really popular. But I remember, like, it all really quickly went down the drain after
Yeah.
Batman and Robin.
Oh,
like,
man.
When
Yeah,
Batman
yeah,
and
yeah,
Robin
that's
came
true.
out, yeah, like
it was
everybody
gone
was
as quickly as it was there.
everybody was
absolutely.
thrilled. It felt like everybody was thrilled when Forever came out, but by the time Batman and Robin came out, I kind of felt like I was like the only kid
Yeah.
in class that like was
Yeah.
like still like
Oh, wait.
Batman. I was like, I think it was 5th grade for me was when Batman
Like,
and Robin.
sorry,
came out.
Ryan.
shut
let's
up.
just
Tank
let's
girl,
just
cool.
Can we just
Yeah.
You still
solidify
like
this?
Batman?
You're
Yeah.
still like you're
I've-
still into Batman.
I remember 1997, like right after the Batman and Robin came out. This is a weird story, but true. I got hit with a golf ball and I had a concussion, and I was in the hospital for like a week. And as a present, I got the George Clooney Batmobile, which I still have to this day.
Hey, I got that one too. Still
Yeah,
on
it's
the
actually
drive.
it's all right. It's not my favorite, but it's satisfying. It does the trick.
That car would have
Yeah.
been perfect if it had a canopy.
I think it's
Oh
all
yeah, it would have.
You know,
Hey,
it's weird
so
though. I
first-
kind of like the fact that it's open. I kind of do.
So
It grew on me.
What's your first Batman? Who's your first Batman?
There it is. Look at it. That's the paper one, right?
it's the
I was
paper
like,
craft.
oh wow. Hold on.
Clooney Batmobile.
Where'd you get that at? Paper.
that's
I've got it like as a kid, and it's never wound up in the trash.
Wow.
I think this might be my second one. Like when eBay was new, like 20 years ago, I was like, my old one sucks, and I found a new one. But there's a Batmobile and there's a Freezemobile papercraft you can buy from the
Freezemobile
from
is
97.
awesome.
Yeah, I ought to buy another one and do it with my daughter.
And Cocoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
My
It was awesome.
my first Batman movie was Batman Forever,
hmm
and I actually went and saw it at a drive-in in
That's awesome.
1995.
That's great.
I was 8 years old with my mom and dad, and up until that point, I'd only watched the 60s series. And so when I went and saw that movie, I wanted to watch all the others. My only Batman experience up until that point was the 60s series. And so I called Michael Keaton the Black Batman. And I was really scared of him. I was super scared of him when I was really little.
That's funny.
And then when Batman Forever came out and I loved it, I wanted to watch the other ones. And now that's like my favorite Batman movie. So, or Batman 89 is my favorite Batman.
Yeah.
So
Now those
That's what we
first
call 'em.
three I love. I really do. Like I love Forever. I love what Barbara Ling did, and I love what Joel Schumacher came up with. I like that aesthetic of like that Dick Sprang Batman come to life. You know, like it's definitely got its like place. I know it's goofy and kiddie, but like I still really appreciate it, and I don't mind the nipples at all. Like I don't even notice them anymore, dude. I didn't even notice when they were there.
The Batmobile on the side of the wall going up. That's awesome. I
I
always
think,
love that.
yeah, I think more works in Forever than doesn't, and then it kind of like goes the other way in for Batman and Robin. But
yeah,
I think it was like in the 6th or 7th grade when Forever came out, and it was like the cool thing to be
was
into.
everywhere.
Like that's what
100%.
the kids thought was awesome. I remember distinctly there was a Disney Adventures magazine that used to be like in the
they had like
checkout
the,
lane.
Yeah,
like
I used to have a
Val
class
Kilmer
act one.
with the nipples.
Yeah.
Like, I've got that somewhere.
Yeah,
back there.
and think how strange that was. This is this Warner Brothers owned property from Warner Brothers Pictures, but it was a big enough deal that Disney Adventure was like,
That's a great point.
holy geez, guys, we got to get in on this Warner Brothers Batman stuff. Like it was
Dude,
that big of a
everyone
deal.
was in on it. McDonald's came back. They gave the McDonald's mugs were
Oh
everywhere.
my god!
Yeah.
I had the
Everywhere.
fry cases alone excited me.
I mean,
Yep.
U2 recorded the first
The
new
album?
album that they cut in like 3 or 4 years for
And
Kiss
it-
from or
yeah.
not Kiss from a Rose.
Like even Seal
Kill
was
Me,
cool.
Kill
Like,
Me.
that movie was like
Yeah.
anything it touched was gold. Even Seal.
Yeah.
That movie made Seal. That
Yeah,
movie
it was
made Seal's
directed by
career.
Schumacher. Schumacher directed that video.
Yeah, but
Yeah, Schumacher picked Seal. Yeah.
I was just gonna
It's
ask.
so funny because
Aaron,
like when you hear that
did
song, you're not like, oh, Batman. But for some reason, just because it had Batman clips in the video, it just worked, and you're like, I
Yeah.
love it.
Well, that was a
I
song that he had before. They just kind of like
Yes.
it didn't hit.
Yeah, it came out like the summer before,
Yeah.
and then you know, I remember like somebody called Seal and was like, "We want you to come up with a song for the movie," and he gave him that, and Joel was like, "I don't have anywhere for this to go in the movie, but it'll be the first song we do in the credits." And Seal was like, "That's fine," and then they shot the music video. He shot the music video for him. So It was cool. I did a cool like retro.
I remember that.
That article is great. You nailed that.
Yeah, and I gave that. That was my top.
I love that article. I did remember I made a playlist out of that article.
It's so good.
And that's what I listened to when I did the Batman.
So
I did on Batman Day. I did the Batman Day 5K. I did the 5K run, and so like I played your whole playlist when I was doing.
Great. I got another great Peter college story. Every now and then, Peter would get like all excited, and
like this is your life.
He would blast "Party Man," just go around and dance in the apartment like as if he's messing up art. And I used to love it. I'm like, I'm just sitting back.
Was he holding the boombox like
this guy, like an air boombox?
Hey, bro, this guy used to dance to that song when he was 4.
Oh man,
that's awesome.
I
love that song. Honestly,
I love that song too. That's my favorite.
Great scenes. Party Man is one of the great scenes in that movie, right?
Yeah,
it's so
absolutely
perfect.
But if you think about the songs off the Prince album of that movie, I don't think if you asked 100 people, most of them would say like, "Oh yeah, that was one of the 3 songs that they released off of it." But it like is an absolute banger. Like I
love it.
Greatest one on that. Yeah. I think
it's like his 9th album. It's just Batman. That's the name.
Well,
of the
that
album.
was one. That was one of the ones that had a music video, right? It was like Party Man.
It was the
Bat Dance.
Party Man was the 3rd one they released.
My girlfriend, she did dance classes when she was younger, and she was like 9 when it came out, and they did her dance class did Bat Dance as their like final show.
Oh, that's cool.
Danny Elfman was really pissed about that.
Oh yeah.
He did not want to share the limelight with Prince, so that's why like Batman Returns is, aside from Sochi and the Banshees, it's all Elfman. Like he came back with the pension,
right? Well, he helped write that song with Susie though.
Yeah.
Anytime
he
I
helped
see
orchestrate it. Yeah.
If I see like a candles, like long candles, I'll hold it and I'll go, gentlemen, let's broaden our minds. Lawrence,
and Lawrence finally got his due.
He got his. They got a Lego
figure. Yeah,
he had the handlebar mustache, right? Is that him? Which is Lawrence? That's
Lawrence.
He's
with
the
like the monocle, right?
I always thought he was like a priest. He always looked like he had a priest collar.
What was it? He wasn't.
Yeah, I think it was a
I think up until recently, fans like. I think it's funny, like 10 years ago, or maybe 15 years ago, fans would be like, oh, the fact that Prince made a Batman album is kind of lame. Like,
I don't know how they.
I love it.
And then it's like years later now, it's like, dude, that is the most genius thing that they did for that movie.
I remember when Prince passed, I started playing the album because everyone was really into Prince music, and I would play it at work, and everyone's like, what is this? This is Batman. Like, no, what is this album? No, this is Prince's album called Batman that he made specifically for the movie. And like, these are normal people, so they didn't get it, and their minds were like blown. Like,
did they know it was Prince though? Did they know it was Prince? And you're like, what is this?
They knew the voice, but they never like heard these songs.
Yeah,
it was like the mystery album to like the general audience.
It is. Yeah,
I love the ballad that plays in the credits.
Scandalous.
Yeah, and I think doesn't Elfman do like a version of that when they're talking the Batcave in the background?
Yeah, like he orchestrates a lot of it into the movie. Yeah.
No, he did a really great job. As reluctant as he was with it, he definitely did not want to do it. But.
Do you guys know a story when they didn't want to hire Elfman? Because all he did was like Pee-wee's Big Adventure and Edward Scissorhands, and then the whole time like the producers were trying to push on it, and then Burns like just play the march, and he played it, and they're like, okay,
guys, I'm gonna
like...
be really honest. I know that a lot of like Snyder fans hated Danny Elfman's Justice League score.
Well, they hate
incorporating the themes. I agree 100% with Danny Elfman. Like, why in the world? James Bond has one theme. Star Wars has one theme. Why in the world does WB keep reinventing the wheel? These are like iconic themes, and it's Batman,
I agree. I actually agree with that. Although I don't mind Hans Zimmer's score.
Yeah, I like
Hans Zimmer's Wonder Woman is actually like similar in that way. It's like very iconic now. It's like
I agree with that.
It's kind of funny how sort of Elfman on the nose like cultural commentary music he gets with it, because he's just like, hey, guess what? I'm gonna throw Led Zeppelin in your face, and I'm doing it on purpose. Like I'm not an unintelligent musician. I know what I am doing, and I am making this choice. It's just like very, very purposeful in a way that like he he
knew
gets
what he was
accused of
doing.
being bland a lot, and that is not that. That is just like in your face. Here it is. It should be ridiculous, but it's so good that it's not. Choice.
Yeah.
Well,
Who
I
would
think
have
when
thought
it
the guy
came
who's saying weird science would make such an amazing Batman song?
it's weird. Like
Crazy.
when it comes to like Elfman and Justice League, I mean, like everything else in Justice League was on limited time. I'm sure he he came in really late to the project, and you know,
like
in
3
order-
weeks to do the whole score or something.
Yeah, and that also, like, don't forget, like, they were trying to pass something that they knew were going to be bad, so they threw again nostalgia in our face. We got Elfman's '89, we got the Reeves theme in there, so they were trying to invoke like certain emotions, so we wouldn't actually all hate this thing for what it actually was. So they were trying to make it passable.
It's
And I
another,
don't
it's another
blame them.
thing that like adjusts the tone and kind of
Yeah.
like another coat of paint over the whole.
The worst thing they did though was like 3 weeks after it came out, they made those goofy like 1980s looking commercials for it. Remember? It was like,
yeah.
super
Yeah,
brand.
and one of them had the Batman one had like the stars and the Batman
With the
smile.
Yeah. I was
man.
like, you guys just like they just threw some more money at it. They're like, let's try to salvage this thing and just.
I mean, Justice League's got to go down as the most expensive movie of all time, right? Just between like essentially two different productions. and everything.
Superman Returns still
I think
is.
it's with, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
Superman
true.
Returns because all the budgets of the
Yeah.
previous Superman movies were folded into Superman
Yeah,
Returns.
yeah.
That Josh was right. So they had all the way back to
Good to be John Peters
when they had off. Yes, I mean he got paid off all of
Need
them.
the giant spider.
So all the way back from when Reeves wanted to do a fourth movie and had a plan for it, and they set a budget against it. Through all the recast, through every time they tried to get another Superman up and off the ground, all of that got baked into Superman Returns. I want to say in 2005, right, or 2006, it was $490 million they wrote off against that movie.
Wow.
And then analysts at the time were like, yeah, you know, it might be, there might be $200 million on the screen, maybe, but it's probably more like 175. And that's why they say like some of the color choices were even made. Like they were trying not to have to, the computer generated images were worse when it was saturated. So they kind of muted the suit in some areas and stuff.
Wow.
But it's Hollywood accounting is one of the craziest things you can ever even take a look at. Like things go from, you know, a blockbuster to something that's a loss leader, you know, for the tax implications.
Well,
because
yeah,
you
just
write-
wait until next year with HBO Max and their entire theatrical
Totally.
slate.
Dude,
Absolutely.
It's
See, next time you interview Uslan, ask him about that stuff.
I will. I can't wait for the next time he invites me over the house.
But I've got
like-
to
Oh,
I
go
got to
Josh.
tell you when Ben Affleck's Batman, that scene where he's standing on the gargoyle
Mhm.
and the Batman 89 theme is going behind him and the
Yeah.
lightning bolt strikes. That is like Batman.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like that
Yeah.
shot is Batman.
Pure.
And it's pure Batman. And it's like Elfman is right. There's one Batman.
That's what he said. What
and
do you
that
mean?
is-
There's only one
that
Batman
is the
theme.
theme.
I agree with that.
It's
His
tough.
Batman theme is that's why it's used in everything. Lego Batman, everything. Like,
That's why it was used to promote Batman.
The
Forever.
animated, I mean, it was the
Yeah.
baseline for the animated
Totally.
series too. For all the animated series fans that think that that's the thing that everything should do, like it took its initial cues from
Shirley
89.
Walker was an Elfman like prodigy. She was
She was so great. She
Yeah.
did such a great job.
She would conduct his like concert scores for different appearances and stuff that he could make. Like she ran the band just like him. I didn't know actually for years that it wasn't him for the animated series. I assumed into probably my mid 20s maybe I heard it was Shirley, and I'm like, oh
Yeah,
I guess
I
yeah.
watched that documentary is how I found out. I thought the same thing. In fact,
You can
anytime
buy her volumes of the animated series scores on iTunes.
So La La Land, or physical.
anytime if I have a long day at work and I'm walking home sad, the Clayface thing plays in my head.
Right.
You know what?
Shirley's score for Mask of the Phantasm is incredible.
Oh,
as
it's
well.
epic.
really
It's
really
Yeah.
great.
I think
We've been,
Phantasm is amazing in itself. I mean, everything about that movie.
We've been rewatching the whole series on Blu-ray, finally getting around to watching through all of it. And we just finished the actual animated series, and so now we can start the new Batman Adventures. But what kind of blew my mind is, in my opinion, like the Baby Doll episode is one of the episodes. It has one of the best.
The ones that blow up. And
It's one of the most infamous, one of the more like screwball, oddball episodes of the series, but it has like one of the best scores of any episode in the entire series.
Yeah,
And
it does.
after watching, because my daughter, like, she likes that episode, so she keeps asking to watch it. I want to watch the baby doll one. So like,
That's
so
funny.
like, so I've seen it like, I don't know, 10 times in the last 2 weeks, and I'm like, I can't believe the score is this good in this episode. What is going on? So
I mean, all her music is phenomenal. I mean, you can't talk about Batman scores and not mention her.
No, she should be mentioned.
She's
In fact, one thing about the animated series, and people vouch for this. Anytime Pete does something good in rational good voice, I go, "Good work, detective."
Excellent work, detective.
Good work, detective.
But I want to get this out there because, like, really quickly, going back to like Superman Returns and the budget and everything. If you've ever watched John Schnepp's documentary, The Death of Superman,
it's really good.
There's a point where Batman and Robin comes out, and it basically causes Warner Brothers to what they normally do: panic and restructure and worry about everything. So they cancel Superman Lives, and then he goes, "This guy ruined my Batman franchise, and then he even ruined my Superman franchise without even like touching it." It's like he's ruined 2 of my movies about superheroes, and it's funny to me that I guess even Burton got a little fed up with Schumacher at one point.
Bob Kane, the man who created Batman.
Meanwhile, he didn't.
I know. It's all in Bill Finger, the man who created Batman.
They're called comic books, not tragic books. That was like the dumbest quote I've ever heard. I was like, "Come on, Joel!" Like,
me and my brother have been doing Joel Schumacher voices impressions sporadically for the past 25 years. Sorry,
but I'm like, he's still an incredible director. He did.
Can't take that away from him.
Yeah, man, Falling Down, stuff like that. Like,
I like Phone Booth too.
Oh, I like
what's the other one?
Yeah,
Now imagine she was what girl?
I think that Batman and Robin, if it leaned a little bit more into the camp, we'd be having a.
How much more can it lean?
Wait, I was just gonna say, it should lean more the dark.
But I mean, like intention. So in that movie, Uma Thurman's Poison Ivy. Uma Thurman is doing something.
If
now.
everything else matched Uma Thurman, she's almost in a
They'd
different
also have
movie
to
than everybody else.
recast
She
all of
knows
them.
what she's doing. Yeah,
she knows she's hamming it up on the screen as Poison Ivy.
She looks great. I always figure. I would say that the Batman and Robin Bane is like Ice Capades Bane. He's like.
And John Glover as Floronic Man, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's corny as heck in that movie. He's cornball, bro.
Dude.
Peter loves Bane's daughter.
Hiking Barbie. Yeah, follow her on
Hiking
Instagram.
Barbie. It all comes back to Batman.
It always does.
Always comes back to Batman. Well, hey, we want it to always come back to charity, just like Bruce Wayne and the Wayne Foundation. We want to make sure that we give some final plugs here. As we've been trying to raise money for the World Central Kitchen. You can check out our auctions. They'll still be live. 32auctions.com/Holiday Heroes for Hunger. Please check them out. If you'd like to just give cash. Hey, you're like, I don't care about stuff. I've got enough stuff. I'm consolidating. We live in a digital world. No more floppies, digital files, right, Pete Vera?
No.
Go to donate.wck.org/Holiday Heroes for Hunger. Please donate some money so that people can eat as they go through crisis. It's a great organization that helps out people. Please check out their website as well. Good stuff going on over there. And so we'd love for people to, be a part, help out. Do something.
Kowalski?
Yeah. Hey,
Mr. Mayor, time to bring to the masses.
John McFarlane needs to make a Chip action figure.
Oh my God, yes.
And
Butterfinger from Hots and Huck.
Man, that'd be amazing. Hey, man, why not? If he's gonna make.
And on top of that, I need a Max Shrek action figure as well.
Yeah.
Max
Shrek.
It's Chihuahua Geraldo. Don't
Save
forget.
yourself.
Go, Dad, go.
Go. Save yourself.
He died. That's so good.
There was a time when I in my head, I would just pretend that Christopher Walken was playing Harvey Dent and not Max Shrek in Batman Returns.
I've tried it.
I've done that.
Well, the end kind of helps with the taser thing, but
Well, it was supposed to be Harvey Dent, and they wrote him out.
Which is, I don't
Tim
understand
Burton
that.
doesn't do sequels.
And then he was supposed to be Penguin's brother.
Brother, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and Penguin was the long lost half brother that
I like him as Max Shrek.
Yeah, I think I like Max Shrek better than that.
I would have loved to have seen Billy D. Williams play Two-Face.
Me too.
We all do.
Me too.
I wonder how.
I mean, you got Lego Batman. He did that.
Send all the
Ghosts and goblins.
Oh yeah, he'd have been like, He'd been like, "Hey there, Batman."
Well, it's like that one. It's like that one
You're a
part. Like,
cool
Batman's
dude.
like, hey, baby.
Maybe
How
maybe
we fight.
Donald Glover can play Billy D. Williams playing Two-Face.
I'd be cool with it. I'd honestly
Oh
cool with
man,
it.
please! Oh, that would be amazing.
No, man, just get me Tim Burton, do an animated Batman 3, and get me Billy D. Williams in there.
I'd be happy with a comic.
So good.
What do you mean? Like we're getting McKeaton back in live action?
I'll take if you want to put Billy D. Williams in there, then sure, go for it. Like
I actually
Flashpoint.
No, I'll take Billy D. Williams as Two-Face, but he has to have Nia Numb next to him.
Do you guys remember when they did the Flashpoint comics, how they did World of Flashpoint and they spun off all the different storylines?
Yeah.
I think it would be really cool if HBO Max did a World of Flashpoint animated series and
Yeah.
they did like Batman 3 with Michael Keaton and
That'd be
everybody
great.
coming
Well,
back.
yeah, people have been
I like
asking
that.
for that
Marvel
or yeah,
Flooded
comics
thing?
for years.
You know, wherever they touch the multiverse, like whoever they bring in, like the rumors of Nick Cage having a cameo as Superman,
Oh,
like tell
man.
that story, like tell all those different stories in animated form on HBO Max. People would eat it up.
You can't tell me with everything going on with Spider-Man 3 that some greedy guy with a suit and tie isn't like, they're doing it over there. Why can't we do this in Flashpoint? I can't believe it's not being talked about.
All right. What do you think about Spider-Man's, all the Spider-Mans being in a movie? What do you think?
I can't wait to go watch it. And
Who's your favorite live action Spider-Man?
I think Tom Holland.
Yes, that's a great answer.
He's great in the role. There's no doubt about that.
What's your favorite Spider-Man movie?
Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
That's right.
Yes.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Dude,
I just-
by the way,
I
that
just found out
soundtrack's got
Chris
some
Pine
great
played-
Christmas songs, huh?
Chris Pine played the early Spider-Man in that movie. I didn't know that.
That was great. About they have a Spider-Man it's called Very Spidey Christmas. You can check it out, and it's got Chris Pine singing Spidey Bell, Spidey Bell.
Really? Okay.
Oh, it's hilarious, and it's even got the other dude. What's the other Spider-Man from the New Girl?
Jake Johnson.
Yeah, he's singing too. Like, oh man, so it's got Jake Johnson does one, and then Chris Pine does two of them, and it's got like the other kids singing, like Miles Morales singing and stuff like that. But those ones are really funny. They're great Christmas songs.
That movie has got one of the greatest post-credit scenes of all time.
Oh yeah,
That scene. When I saw that, I was like, "Are you kidding me? They did
we got
that."
to do that. That's got to happen.
Speaking of post credits, Mandalorian today. I teared up at the
Don't
end, man.
spoil
I
it.
did
Hold on.
it.
Wait,
Don't you
is
dare.
there a post? Is there a post credits?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
you didn't see
Oh,
it?
we gotta go back.
It's like a mid credit. It's like a mid credit.
No, it's post.
No, it's post.
It's like
Well,
right
you
after-
know what? I count the foreign credits. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not xenophobic like you
It's
guys.
post. Shut up.
Oh my god. Okay, I didn't see it, so don't spoil it. Can we talk?
I won't say anything. But I will say there's a post credit scene. That's not spoiling anything.
Who hasn't seen this show yet?
I haven't seen it. I was
Okay.
trying to watch it, and then y'all
It's a
pulled me
shame.
into it.
Pete, it's so great. You
Okay.
got to check it. I'm telling you, it's great.
Yeah.
Never mind.
He
You
hasn't
don't-
watched the show, so what is it? It's not going to be
He-
this one
he
episode.
doesn't-
right?
he doesn't care. He doesn't care.
He has to watch. I don't want to spoil it, but oh man, this guy. Tell him what you did this morning. He's in trouble.
I heard the story, but go ahead. Tell
Hear
us.
Tell us what happened. Tell him what you do every Friday.
Every Friday I wake up at 6:30 and I go on Disney Plus and see what the cover is for The Mandalorian and read about what it's about.
Mhm.
Huh.
And I go on YouTube and watch about 5 seconds of a video about it. And then I don't tell anybody about the spoiler I got at school.
See, he wants to be the scooper. That's why he wants to know. He doesn't want to be
Oh,
spoiled. but He's like,
interesting.
Dude,
Well,
he
my
did not
eBay and
dictate
training
himself
is-
this morning.
Interesting. I thought you were
So
gonna say
have
you
you
watched
guys-
it. Okay.
I
Have
like
you guys
call-
seen? Oh, sorry.
No, I called my wife around lunchtime because she was picking the kids up, and I was like, "Hey, like I'm making lunch. Like we're gonna watch The Mandalorian." And you hear him. He's so subdued right now, but he's definitely got energy. Like
he's
Have you-
nervous.
He's
Yeah.
a little
Have you
camera
Don't
shy.
be nervous.
Have you
he
guys
gets
seen
into it,
the-
man. He got into some fights with his friends about Harry Potter. He was like, "How do you like Harry Potter over Star Wars?" He got like,
I'm with
he
you.
was-
Dude,
Oh,
I'm
man.
with him.
he
This
was.
kid,
Even
everything.
I like
This,
Star Wars over
this
Harry
kid's like
Potter.
10 for 10. This kid's got a perfect score so far. When the flaws gonna come up?
He's got my fight. He's subdued right now. I don't know what's going on.
He's
Have you
playing it
guys
cool. It's
seen,
working.
have you guys seen the like controversy that has sprung up over the Mandalorian this season.
With the
Like,
Pedro
it's
helmet thing?
it's mostly universally loved, but there's a sect of fans. Like,
Oh no,
I
there's a
saw-
sect of fans that have an opinion on something. Oh,
Well,
no.
like,
I bet it's
Scott-
so positive.
I know.
Let him
I know.
finish
And
his
so
point.
it's so dumb. But Scott Mendelson tweeted today.
Scott Mendelson
Oh,
tweeted
geez.
about Star Wars.
Something about something Star Wars is being swallowed by nostalgia, and like
So is everything else.
there's
No.
a bunch of people like tweeting stuff like that. And by the way, I really liked The Last Jedi. I really liked it. But
Yeah, it's good.
there's a group of Last
block
Jedi.
Eric.
There's a group of Last Jedi stans that whenever anything is nostalgic about Star Wars, it like contradicts the narrative of that story. They just like you know.
All right.
And
Yeah.
Here's my thing. Star Wars is nostalgic for Star Wars because it started it itself. It made it okay because guess what happened? In Return of the Jedi, you have a Death Star 2.
100%. No, exactly.
You know what? That's where it
Perfect point.
started. That's where it started. So like that
And if
opened
it's
the door
nostalgia,
for
that's not
whatever.
bad. It's good.
I
I
love
mean,
when Star Wars fans fight. It's so relieving to me.
Stop.
no, first
Scott-
of all, we're not fighting, and
No,
all
I'm just saying
fans
in
fight.
general.
All fans fight, but the Mandalorian has the least amount of fighting comparatively. Honestly,
No, that's one thing. Yes, but
Yep.
Scott Mendelson, he is just the guy who kills all joy for any Star Wars fan every time something comes out. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter what side
Find
you
some
let
angle
you're on.
where it's not good enough, or he's got to complain, or yeah.
Well, I saw that. I was like, okay. And then he said something before that.
What do you want?
Yeah, he said something before that about Star Wars just gave in to the fans. Like it just completely gave in to the fans. So I was like, dude, like
if they did, then they did the right way. Like honestly, I
Yeah.
don't care. Like I love the Mandalorian. Like I love it. And
they took
Star Wars is doing everything right, though.
now
they
they
took-
finally are. They're finally doing it right. Rogue
they
One's
took
good.
something
but,
that rubbed some people the wrong way and they kind of corrected it. And that's fine. Like I have no problem with it. It's fine. It's Star Wars. This if you're an old Star Wars fan like I am, and like something like this is great, period. No matter
Yeah.
what you feel about The Last Jedi or any of the other films, this was awesome to see.
Yeah.
Brian, you'll see it. I don't want to spoil it
Yeah,
for
yeah,
you.
I know it's whatever it is.
Hey,
I know
hey,
it's awesome.
Eric, quick question: what do you like more, Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker? For you personally?
He likes
As-
it all. He loves all that shit.
As a movie,
Yeah, yeah. I
I
wanna
like
hear
the
your
last. As a movie, I like The Last Jedi, but as a Star Wars fan, I probably like The Rise of Skywalker better.
I like your
that's-
answer.
I like
I like your
that's-
answer.
I think that's a
I
great
think
answer.
I think
That's
you
a
nailed that
great
because I think I feel the
answer
same
to that
way.
question.
What do you
'Cause I
think?
remember-
What's your favorite
yeah.
Star Wars?
The movie or
Yeah, movie. What's your favorite Star Wars movie?
Empire Strikes Back.
There you
Yes!
go.
Yeah, yeah, he knows.
Even
he
I'll
knows.
admit that's the best one.
There you go.
He's got some opinions.
This kid, dude.
He's
Empire's the
yeah.
best, but the original is my personal favorite. I could watch the original every single day.
Yeah, that's just.
Yeah, I think that's a great answer. That The Last Jedi is a technically well-made, beautiful film, but The Rise of Scott, its flaw is actually that it tries to throw everything away, and that's not.
Guy.
It's not.
Well,
what
couldn't you say the same
fans-
thing about Empire at the time? Like,
Yeah, that's a good point. No, that's a good point.
True.
I
know that argument's out there a lot, and I disagree with it because Empire, think about like
building off it as opposed to taking away.
Yeah, man, it
Yeah.
was
All right, then you're right.
establishing.
no, but like
it was
when Empire
establishing
came
for
out,
the
people
first
were pissed.
time.
Weren't some people pissed when Empire came out for the first time? They were like,
Yes,
"Oh
they
my
were.
gosh, what
I
is
think-
happening? What are you doing to all my characters?"
You know,
and all that?"
probably. I was yeah, we don't know for. But you're probably right.
Fans who were alive at the time say that that's a myth.
Dude,
That's
so
not
thank
true.
you, Josh. I was just gonna say, I actually decided to really nerd out harder than normal.
I was alive. Go ahead.
And when you were a baby though, still you were little. Yeah,
I
you're
was
not that old.
5. I was
You're not-
As far
5.
as I'm concerned, Homer Simpson's the only guy who said he ruined Empire Strikes Back for everybody.
What?
When Homer Simpson spoils it for everybody, he
Oh,
walks
yeah.
by, he's like,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Oh man, it's such a
Yeah.
great moment."
No, but like I got kind of sick of in like 2018. We had been discussing the movie for a few months, and people started throwing that around like, "Well, did you know that when Empire Strikes Back, which is everybody's favorite, people freaked out and there was riots and people wrote letters. I'm like, let me do some research. And I decided to research it, and I decided I would look up as many local news clippings that I could get access to, and then interview a few people that were between my oldest uncle and my youngest uncle's age. So they'd be like 15 years. They would have been like 15 years old when it came out. And I could not find through anything I read, any news clippings, any reviews that I could find at the time, or any of 5 different people that I interviewed that ever said it was ever a thing that was discussed. There was zero outrage.
I think because they knew it was be a trilogy that they kind of liked the cliffhanger from what I think I've heard. I was, it was before.
Probably because it wasn't Twitter.
That's true, man. That is
the reveal was actually a problem for some people. That's one thing that
they didn't believe it,
an
right?
issue with. Right. They didn't believe it. Some people pushed it back against it. Like, no, how could he be good at one time? How could he be the father to Luke? And, like there was a lot of that I remember going on because my sisters, like they're older and they were Star Wars fans, so they would talk about it. So that I remember, but as like a whole, no, it was nothing like The Last Jedi. And
I thought The Last Jedi was dope, man.
The only thing I liked, I thought Last Jedi was a little long. Other than that, I really did. I was like, oh, this is actually, when I saw Force Awakens, I remember I was really depressed when I left because I was like, everyone was so happy about it. I was like, that didn't do anything. Like, do I not like Star Wars anymore? I got a really weird moment in my life when that came out. And then when Last Jedi came out, I was like, oh, no, what I do like, that was just Force Awakens. Just like, to me, it was like they just, I was one of those fans who was like, felt like it was trying to be the original and you can't top the original. So like, do something new. So that bothered me. So that's why I like Last Jedi, actually.
Well, the hype was just so nuts for Force Awakens too.
Yeah, but
yeah.
it made me feel
for all 3 of those,
joyless.
For all the sequel trilogy, I was like, I just have to see this before any outside bull crap like tries to affect me, because I don't really want to hear Scott Mendelson opinions about this.
I saw Rise of Skywalker in 4DX, and at the time of my life, I will say that.
It's like the last giant movie most people probably have seen in the theater since all this 2020.
It really.
My son said he had to take off to watch The Mandalorian mid credits.
Well, there you go.
Some of these guys are going to slip up any minute, and I don't want to stick around for it.
Yeah. Wait, has anybody seen a movie in 4DX? I'm just curious. Raise your hand if you see anybody. I'm just curious.
I wanted to.
No, I just saw it in like IMAX.
Wait, 4D? I did see it in 4D. Yes, I saw it in
4DX. You're talking about the chairs. You saw it? Okay, cool. Which one did you go? Did you go to the one in Times Square or Union Square? Okay, yeah, me too. I was so happy I did that.
It was cool. It was. When you go
especially for Star Wars. Especially for Star Wars. Oh yeah.
Moving all over the place. It was a cool experience for a Star Wars.
I think everyone should go at least once to F40. I've gone a couple. I saw Birds of Prey in 4DX, and it's funny because they fight, the chairs punch you, which I actually enjoyed.
Fun.
You gotta go. I'm gonna go home. I want to go with Peter when things are back to normal. Like, I think you should at least once, and then if you want to go more, great. But I think, especially if you're like a nerd guy, you have to go at least once. It's like Matinee. Remember Matinee with John Goodman in the old movie?
I can't wait to go back to New York. I want Pete to take me to dinner at some pizza place and some 4DX movie. That'd be rad.
Me and Pete will take you all. And by the way, I forgot I met you at Joker. And I was like,
that was me.
It's so funny because I met you. I guess maybe because that was your first time at New York, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think you maybe were just like overwhelming because I thought you were so shy, and then I've heard in the podcast, I'm like, oh my god, you're such a big personality. I was just like surprised.
He loves your impression of me.
I love your impression of Peter.
Give us some Pete.
Yeah, do it.
Oh, don't be fair. I love pizza and Straight Out of Gotham and podcasting. It's so good. It's so good.
There's many different Peters.
I don't download files.
I don't download files. I read hard copies. No floppies.
It's good just because Pete has different voices, and you have like almost like Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler's different voices. When he goes, that's like Peter's, talk because there's like that. There's that Adam Sandler was like, and
hey guys, did you read the latest Tomansi book?
Tomansi. I can't wait to. I'm really gonna read some of the Batman Beyond stuff with Dan Jurgens.
Who sent the picture of Jurgens? Like lotion.
Flower.
Flower does that, man.
I love it. I actually love that. I love Pete. I love his
Pete's the best.
No, that's like so funny.
I'm all right. I'm not the best.
No, you're wonderful. Stop it.
You're a gift and a treasure.
I love Pete down to the details. He bought his backyard. He has a black and white stripe umbrella in honor of Oswald, which is why I love the guy. This is like that's why down to the details. This is all the details.
That's the only reason I bought that umbrella. I was like, this
If
should
I come into some money, like like stupid, like I don't know what to do with this money. I'm gonna buy dumb stuff. I'm buying a duck for Pete. Send it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my!
I want
Incredible.
Drive
Duck.
around North Brunswick in the fucking the.
So
the
then he
dog-
can
in the
go. He
duck.
can Uber people and be like, "Get in the duck."
Yeah.
Dude, I don't
Crash
even want
parties.
to Uber people. I just want to drive around. I want
Oh,
to be
man, drive around 27 and just go around different restaurants and pull up into it.
That would be fun.
Dude, what if like an ice rink just goes out of business? You can just live there and have penguins. And just...
I live by a nice
You have, Peter, you have to explode out and go. You didn't invite me, so I crashed.
Didn't you get to see it in person, Justin, at like a Comic-Con a couple years ago?
It was at it wasn't the real one. It's like a facsimile they made because it
was like a
doesn't-
statue.
Yeah, because like I was looking at it, I was like, these hinges don't open. The scales it's like a different scale,
like half scale.
We were in college one time. We were in a junior year of college, and we were in like the fancy new building. So it was
this is the best. I love this
It was
story.
layered, so there were like 3 floors, and I was on the third.
It's open
floor.
in the middle, so you can see the different.
Yeah, so you could look down. So there was like a ledge, and on the second floor there was like this little like coffee shop where you can get a cup of coffee or a salad or a sandwich or something. And Andy is down buying like a cup of coffee or something.
I'm a floor below Peter, and Peter's a floor
So
above me.
he's
so
on
you
the
can
second
see
floor, and then I pop up on the third floor, and I start screaming like, "You ship 1 million of those yet? Ship them all! We're gonna go a whole new door!"
I'm literally paying for my cappuccino, and Pete's going, and just I laughed. It was perfect.
You gotta think of a whole new door.
I love
Dude, like the shot was perfect. Like I'm standing there, and then he's in the back. It was perfect. He nailed it.
And it's
Everybody else is probably like, "What the hell is
So
this
there
guy
are people
doing?"
everywhere. So like,
I think Peter thought he was a school shooter.
Yeah,
Everyone's like, "Oh."
Yeah, you can do that now.
What is it
Josh
like?
is
What's that
like-
Cliff Farley movie where it's like, "Oh, everybody, wait a second!" So like,
Oh, that's Time Boy, Time Boy.
and everyone just stops and looks at me, and then I just run off.
Well, you ran off too. Yeah, you said it. You did your line, and you're like just pivoted and left. It was perfect.
That's so funny.
Josh is like, what did I get myself into? Who are these people?
Oh no, you love it. Come on, how dare you say that?
We're fans of only one movie, one director. We're very passionate.
Nolan Knights. No.
And if you don't like it,
Oh,
we're gonna
God.
ruin your life.
We're gonna block you.
I mean, no, I'm not gonna go there. I was gonna go there, but I'll stop.
Well, hold on. I've watched it so many times, but when I recently watched it, I realized I unfortunately I was being objective, and I was like, you know what? If in real life I would be Knox, I'd be this annoying guy who just cracks jokes at the wrong time.
That's kind of amazing. I can see that.
I was like, I'm Knox. I'm like, what's he making? Net to taxes.
6?
Dude,
6 was
Jay
good.
Oz
It's
wrote
good.
an amazing Batman script, and it's about Alexander Knox. And there's a mystery.
did?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I mean, I can send it to you guys. I don't know if
Is he not pitching it? He should
Do you
pitch
need to get a grant for it?
a grant. Ah,
You should
you
pitch it.
should. It's like a great little. It would be great in like a Batman anthology. Hey, look at this. Boom! There it is.
Oh, that's awesome.
Found it.
Andy
Look at it.
Muschietti would get big points if he got Robert Wool to come back and play Alexander Knox just for.
I think we do it in a
He's
heartbeat.
already
I know he
in
would.
Why
Batman
was Knox
Double,
never
you do
in
it
the
again.
comics? Like,
He
why was
did.
Knox never in the comics?
Oh, that's a good point. That's interesting. I never knew that.
He was supposed to die. He wasn't
did
supposed
die.
to live.
No, he didn't die. He
did
did.
the
No, he lives at the end. How do you
He's
call?
at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Question: How do we call him?
Yeah.
He gave us a signal.
I always
Gave
thought
us a
that
signal.
Pat Hingle
He
sounded
gave us a
drunk.
signal.
He gave us a signal.
And then Billy D.
Got some Irish coffee going on.
Shine the signal on the heart of the city.
I think Knox was in the first draft of Batman Returns. It was pulled
In
out.
the
I think
documentary
they were
thing,
because
he
they were
explained-
selling off pieces of the Batwing on like side streets.
Yeah, that script. I ought to reread that script.
That's
at some
the
point. 'Cause
original
Sam
Sam
Hamm did a draft on Batman 2, but then it was thrown out. Yeah.
Yeah,
And they
before
Penguin and Catwoman were chasing gold in the sewers.
Yeah.
it was really interesting. If you guys has anybody watched the Nightmare Before Christmas on the holiday movies that made us?
Yep.
Not
I
yet.
gotta watch it now. You guys mentioned it twice already. I gotta check it out.
It's
Yeah.
so great. They lean up against Batman Returns a little bit,
Oh.
and they talk about a couple things in there that I had found out through reading or whatever, that basically Disney really wanted Burton to direct the Nightmare Before Christmas. He had started developing that with them when he was an animator there in the early 80s, and Warner Brothers was saying, like, we really want you to come back for the Batman sequel. Like, it's done huge. We want you back. So he kind of used Nightmare Before Christmas to get full creative control over the sequel, where it wasn't like they want me to make a Tim Burton movie at Disney. They want like claymation, crazy. They're going to give me like $20 million to do this, and I get to do my dream. Like you want me to, do the producer,
do the work for hire thing again,
and the script thing. Like, no. I'll do the sequel, but it's Tim Burton's Batman. It's not, Batman through Tim Burton lens. This is Tim Burton Batman.
So Burton. It's so Burton.
That's why he went and did that, and then they hired Henry
Selick,
to do Nightmare. But then they show clips of both, and they're not trying to make this point, but like the visual motifs on both are very, very similar.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
Well, and then if you look at his movies afterwards, like they're all like really similar.
If you see his sketches for the Penguin and Catwoman,
it's like totally Nightmare Before Christmas.
Burton. I mean, it's his style. It's his thing.
So they're almost like these like
oh my god, my hair
sibling movies. These like
I totally agree.
Not sequels, but like spiritually connected movies because they sort of came out of the same creative period and were used as leverage against one another.
Look at things, even things like Danny Elfman and like his work on both of those movies really overlap. Yeah.
Well, what's funny too is that like one of my all-time favorite movies is Ed Wood, and the back of that story is I love that movie. And
really
Bill Murray is every line Bill Murray has in that movie kills me. But that's the other point. So I'm bringing it up because I'm a nerd about Ed Wood and like the apparently Tim was so burnt out from Batman Returns, and they wrote the script and it was just right time, right place, and Tim Burton just wanted to do something total. I was so tired of the big budget stuff, and that's how they got him involved with Ed Wood. That's why he decided to do it, because it was just the complete opposite of what he was doing at the time. And also apparently the reason why I didn't use Danny Elfman and Ed Wood is because I think they kind of got burnt out too momentarily at the time.
Yeah,
so he used a different. Yeah, I love that movie.
It was Howard Shore, I think, that did Ed Wood.
I don't know off the top of my head. I should know this. I think you're right. But I love the opening. I always watch every October. I always watch Ed Wood. I don't know. It just reminds me of like just the black and white and. Oh, Martin Landau.
That's a very quotable movie.
Also. Oh my god, the Mexico was a disaster.
Karloff.
Oh my god, yeah, Karloff sidekick.
I think it's funny how Tim Burton seems to have this pattern of like coming onto a project and jettisoning the script and having somebody else come and rewrite it. Like he did that with Sam Hamm in Batman Returns, and he did it to Kevin Smith in Superman. And after Kevin Smith was the one that recommended that he direct the movie.
Yeah, I think it's a common thing with directors, or when any creative shift in a project, and usually the director is like the big goalpost when things.
Look at that thing. That thing's beautiful.
I love it.
I love his drawings.
Justice.
Doesn't look like the Penguin.
Oh, stop it.
That is the best.
You know what?
Looks like the Penguin.
Look at
Joker
him. Look at the Joker. I hate this argument.
It's got French flippers.
It's a good trick.
See, I wish he would have done those kind of sketches. I wish he would have gotten to that sketch phase for what he would have done for Batman Forever.
Oh, I sure they exist somewhere, dude.
I'd love to see what his Two-Face.
Well, there was that. I think the one that he had that with the Billy Dee Williams and Two-Face. That's I think that's somewhere. I think I've seen that a handful of times.
And was it Mickey Dolenz as the Riddler with the shaved head?
Oh, and more importantly, Marlon Wayans as Robin. More importantly, and Coolio Scarecrow.
Oh God.
Did you hear about that?
Coolio apparently claims that Schumacher told him that his character from Batman and Robin would eventually become the Scarecrow, and I
don't know about that.
He was like rolling with my Scarecrow.
He has two like seconds. He's in the movie for 2 seconds.
He's the Jimmy Olsen of Batman and Robin. What do you want me to tell you?
I would rather see this like the rumor was.
My least favorite line in Batman Forever, hands down, I've said before, is although Batman tried to save him.
Yeah.
Every time I watch, I cringe. I hate that.
I love that he's in the courtroom.
It's so absurd. Yeah,
he just pops out of like the jury.
Very. What a weird reason for Two-Face to absolutely hate somebody. Like he tried, like he's there, like some guy. He's not. He doesn't hate Maroni, but he hates Batman. Like it makes no sense at all.
The acid burns his skin, but that folder, not at all. That folder,
That's how strong vanilla folders are, dude. They're acid.
Yeah,
seriously, those shits last for years.
It has bat repellent on it.
Yeah.
Did you guys know that Kate Leth and Joe Quinones pitched a like Batman 89 in the style of like, there's like Batman 66.
Yes.
They pitched a
Yeah.
comic series called Batman 89 that basically continued the Burtonverse.
Yeah, and then they
story.
wouldn't do it.
They wouldn't
And
do it.
and DC didn't want to do it, and they would have had like Marlon Wayne's Robin
Mhm.
in it.
And,
They-
and
I don't know
Billy
why they
Two-Face,
didn't
yeah.
do it. I have no idea. Because then they did Wonder Woman 77, and that was also a pretty.
It's
decent
like, yeah, I mean, like for all of the comic books,
I
that
think
DC
it's
publishes,
likeness issues. I think that's what the main issue is because
The only issue is Nicholson, who won't sell his likeness to anybody but Hot Toys. Like so.
they can work around it though. Joker's freaking dead anyway.
Yeah,
yeah. But the thing with that would be
you got to pay
he's
Keaton and
back.
all those.
I wouldn't use the likenesses. Just use the continuity and the costumes. I think
Yeah,
that-
like if the choice is to do it or not to do it, they just fucking do it.
Yeah, because they could. It was weird. They couldn't even get the likeness to Alfred for the cartoons. Like they
for the
they wanted-
66 things.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So here's where it looked like.
Yeah.
Like if Hot
Billy
Toys
Dee
is
looks
able- if Hot
amazing
Toys-
right there.
Yeah, like
I
if
love
Hot
it.
Toys is
I
able
love
to
it.
make figures and we're getting statues and stuff,
Is
you would
that-
think that the comic books would be possible.
That kind of looks like Julia Louis Dreyfus. The
Oh my
chick
gosh,
next
you're
to
right on the
Gordon.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, the Bat-
Or Jean
Barbara Gordon.
Garofalo?
Barbara.
Elliot
somebody
Page,
in
new
mind.
Elliot Page. I'm like my
Hey.
face. Like,
Yeah, they had. There was more. I think there
That's a
was some
drop
more.
ball, man. They should have totally done. Dude, I honestly I would take like a comic book adaptation of Batman Triumphant or Unchanged, whatever the hell that thing's called.
They need to be doing those, yeah.
if they do that, they get Van Halen playing Unchained.
Nah, well,
It comes with like a Smash
Unchained!
Pumpkin single.
and then everybody's drinking Crystal Pepsi while they're doing it.
Oh my god!
Why not,
Dude.
man?
Maybe,
Why
Call
not?
that a callback.
maybe
When
they'll-
you guys were talking Hagar earlier, I was like, oh my god, that's one of those songs, man. Just I actually like that song, but just I always picture singing Hagar in the studio, singing it with no music, just going everything.
See, this is where I don't like it. I don't like this Batgirl suit.
The Bat-
Really
yeah.
bad design.
Plus-
That's
plus
pretty
size
terrible.
I don't like that at all.
Yeah, I don't like. Poison Ivy's fine.
I still like
Two
Two Face though. I do like
Face looks great.
Billy looks
Is-
awesome.
I wonder. Harley Quinn kind of looks like Alicia from Batman '89. I wonder if that version.
Oh
of
wow, I
Harley
like
Quinn
that. That's a good
Actually,
point.
Like
I
the
thought that
porcelain
was Jerry
face.
Hall,
Kind of
baby.
cool. Yeah.
Did not know Jerry Hall dated Mitch Jagger. My girlfriend told me that.
Oh yeah,
Did not know that.
Yeah, for like
Yeah.
quite a while, right?
Yeah.
that's what Start Me Up was about.
Oh really?
No,
I
I'm
did not know
just-
that.
I was joking.
You tricked me. No, because I'm usually the nerdy one with my girlfriend. Like, actually, this is what happened, and she goes, she was like, oh, that's Jerry Hall. She did Mick Jagger, and I was like, look at you telling me stuff. I love
This
this.
is why I love you.
See,
Yeah, no, really.
I
Seriously.
don't really know how to respond to this moment. It seems so foreign to me.
I was like, I feel weird, malfunctioning. I was like, what's that? And I was a Grandma's Boy. I hate your face.
Dude, Grandma's Boy, that's a movie I haven't seen in a long time. Like,
It's a good one.
that was sort of like,
It's like the 2000s PCU. It's like bad but good.
yeah, oh yeah, bad
Oh,
but good.
PCU.
And now it's
Oh,
like,
not
you know,
PCU.
it feels like Sandler could make that happen on Netflix. Like that'd be a big Netflix
Oh, probably.
sequel,
I
right?
think so. Yeah, I think so. That
That'd
could
be
work.
like, I mean, that could have a big announcement, big cult following, social media.
Definitely cult following. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And if it's
totally.
good, it can get bigger. But definitely cult following.
But it's Sandler on Netflix, so it won't be good. You know,
Wait,
like that's-
Sandler or
I feel like
Pete?
he's on a
How you
bad
doing?
rut
Happy-
lately.
The Halloween movie was okay.
yeah, no, the Halloween movie was actually pretty legit. I thought.
Oh,
Oh, was good? I
Yeah,
didn't
it
see it. It
wasn't
was
bad.
actually. I didn't hear anything about it. I remember it
He-
coming out.
Yeah, he's got a sweet Netflix deal, and
He sucks.
they paid him because they're paying him because he brings in viewers. I guess people
I am
are
not
loyal
a
to
fan.
that.
Uncut Gems.
I'm a fan of '90s Sandler, and then I'm good. But I love
Uncut
I,
Gems.
I,
But you
great.
got to admit, the guy's a genius because
Yeah,
he was still making, top of box office, blockbuster comedies.
he's
I mean,
white Tyler
regardless
Perry, or vice versa.
Yeah, man. Regardless, if you thought they were, even if they weren't doing as well or people didn't like him as
Oh,
much
man,
as
that Jack
the
and Jill movie is
classics.
horrible.
QB,
Oh,
QB,
Exactly right.
The one
Like
with Jennifer
everyone-
Aniston.
No,
No,
the one
no,
where
no.
he plays with who's the dad?
Big Daddy?
Isn't Al
No,
Pacino?
no.
Jack
He
and Jill.
plays himself and his twin sister.
Oh, Jack and Jill.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
Jack-
movie, that's
yeah.
one of the worst movies of all time.
that movie still did really well at the box office. It's just nuts. But Sandler's like, hey, guess what I'll do? I'll even sign this deal because somehow this dude that plays, severely underdeveloped, immature males.
You're like,
understood where the business was going before before the consumers certainly did, and the rest of the industry did. So why not sign this big, like $100 million plus, like $130 million deal to go make movies for Netflix for the next decade?
I feel like these guys.
That's crazy.
Yeah. He's smart. He was smart, but I feel like they don't know when their run is at an end.
But you know what? He's still successful. And actually, I saw a really interesting interview. I saw a really good interview with Chris Rock actually, and someone, I think it was a podcast. They're like asked him like, why do you do why you do these like dumb like grown-ups, like why grown-ups? And he's like, you kidding me? He's like, I get to hang out with my best friends for a month, get paid, play basketball, and like it's be dumb for me not to do it.
No-brainer.
Yeah.
Like the stand-up guys make sense because like Chris Rock is still good doing stand-up, and you could still, those guys are still always gonna have that. Like Chappelle, like he went away for a while, came back, he does stand-up, and everyone thinks he's hysterical. So like those guys, but the guys who just did the movies like Sandler, he's not a stand-up guy. And he just at some point his kind of humor just gets old. I'm just like, I can't.
No, but he's like a teeny bopper band. There's always a new class of people, like young, like I loved him when I was like 7 or 8. I loved him, but like then you grow out of it. But like there are people.
You're a different case.
There's
fine.
There's three solid. Like if you like '90s Sandler just for like dumb, like just for like a checkout. Just go with it. With Jen Aniston's pretty good.
Love it. I love that movie.
That's not bad at all.
Actually, I heard that was good. I didn't see that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna add that to my letterbox.
He did another one with Jen Aniston on Netflix. I think it's called like Mystery Boat or something.
Oh yeah, I didn't see it, but I heard that one too.
It's, it's okay.
Murder
It's
mystery.
not like
I didn't care for it.
And then his latest one, and this one is like really calling back to '90s Sandler, is Hubie Halloween.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Halloween one.
That one's good.
Hubie fully loaded.
That's what Chris was saying. It was good.
Yeah, all the callbacks are great too in that one. Like if you're a Sandler fan, you pick up on a lot of little things.
Yeah, like Rob Schneider makes cameos in it, makes a cameo in it. It's
I love Rob Schneider.
Rob Schneider plays a stapler and a carrot.
Rob Schneider.
I love, like Big Daddy's probably my favorite Adam Sandler movie. So
I mean, I still Happy Gilmore for me.
Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison. I love it.
I don't like Billy Madison. I never did.
I love Billy Madison, but I will say this: the scene, Steve Buscemi's character alone, still this day is, I think, might be the top 5 funniest. Just the lipstick and the was it ELO in the background? Shoo up, shooby dooby up.
Dude, that scene is just so.
Wedding Singer is the best.
I'm gonna be corny. The Wedding Singer is me and my girlfriend's movie. We watch if it's on TV, we have to watch it. It's like a rule. It's an unspoken rule. I like The Wedding Singer.
Oh, Wedding Singer.
Wedding Singer is classic. Wedding Singer is classic. I love The Wedding Singer.
Billy Idol gets it. It's my favorite quote. Billy Idol gets it.
Yeah, no, I say it to my girlfriend all the time. Yeah,
that might have been the first time we ever really saw Snyder try to act. Like
Snyder. Rob Schneider. Oh
no, Sandler.
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 Like
I was like Home Alone 2 as the bellboy.
Yeah.
That's right. He was in that. Yes,
that's right.
Mo, I still have a bit of gum. From
and Donald Trump was in Home Alone 2. We can't forget about that. Donald Trump was in Home Alone 2.
He is. I actually like his cameo. I don't like the guy, but I like his cameo. It's harmless.
He seemed helpful.
I do. I'll tell you one thing. The whole time I watch Home Alone 2, I just think of is Tim Curry like Alfred in the animated series, but not bald? He's very catty. Very catty. This is like Master Wayne. The credit cards are stolen.
No, he's good.
Tim Curry was supposed to be the
Tim
voice
Curry.
of
He's
Joker.
wonderful.
He was.
Yeah, he actually recorded.
He recorded like 5 or 6 episodes, and they had to redo them. Yeah.
So wait, I forgot. What's wrong? I know. Is he paralyzed? Or what does he have? Is he like MS?
He had like a stroke, I believe. Yeah.
Tim Curry, isn't he dead? He didn't die.
No. Not, at least not yet.
I don't know. I kill people a lot.
He bounced back a lot from it over the past few years. Yeah.
The guy's an icon. He really is.
I think he made an appearance in that live Rocky Horror Picture Show.
They did. Yeah, he was like the narrator or something in that. Yeah.
I can't remember. We were watching something. We were watching something recently, and I didn't think it was like something Tim Curry would do. I'm like, that voice. It was animated. I'm like, that voice is Tim Curry, or it's somebody doing their best Tim Curry. And I looked it up afterwards, and sure as heck, it was Tim Curry.
Oh, there you go.
And it was so. I mean, it wasn't something terribly new. Oh, it was the direct-to-video Beauty and the Beast Christmas sequel.
Damn.
Enchanted,
was he like the villain or something?
Yeah, he plays a a anthropomorphic pipe organ,
There you
and is the villain of the whole thing.
A pipe organ?
Yeah.
He was the villain in a lot of '90s anime. He's like the villain in like Fern Gully and stuff.
Yeah,
like
he's
that.
actually right. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Oh, but you guys ever see Clue?
I've still never seen it, but
yes, it's an easy watch. I had to stop her from screaming.
All right. Well, guys, Merry Christmas to all. Mr. Eric.
Yes.
Did you want to take us out in a holiday-ish, rousing?
Play us out? What does that mean?
Did you want to play
I
us out?
don't know. Do I want to? I don't know.
How much have you had to drink? That's the real question.
Eric, I want you to, baby, please don't go.
What?
What's
You
it?
want
What's
you to sing to him.
What are you
Bono
talking
one?
about?
The Bono song, the Bono Christmas song.
I don't know it.
Oh, baby, please come home.
Yeah. No, it's the snow's coming
The
down.
Christmas blues?
Yeah, the one that Bono sings.
No, it's. Yeah, you're right. You were right.
Right?
Freaking,
Come Home for Christmas, right? Isn't it Come Home for Christmas?
No, it's
That's
a
Bon Jovi.
It's baby, please come home.
Baby, please don't go.
You do it well. You do it better. So go ahead, take it away.
No, you audition for American Idol. Don't get shy on us, okay? I know Christopher Rose was your audition song.
It wasn't.
What was it?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, come on, Eric.
Right. Am I singing? I'm gonna sing. Okay.
Well, you said that you
We
wanted to
didn't
do.
know
You
you were
wanted
going to
to.
sing, but now we do.
Well, it's either Eric.
I need
or,
this to happen.
Or
I recorded.
Mariah.
Oh no! I
Wait,
can't
Eric
do
was
that.
going to sing Mariah?
My range is not. No. I can't do that song justice. So. All right.
Take us out.
You all can join in if you want.
A one,
Straight
a
in Gotham.
two.
No, I'm not gonna do straight out. All right.
It's serious.
Straight out of Christmas.
I'm harnessing my cheek. Like Pete says, he's harnessing his chi. So I'm gonna.
That's behind the scenes right there.
All right. There we go. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Yuletide carols being sung by a choir and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe helps to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight. They know that Santa's on his way. He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh. And every mother's child is gonna spy to see if reindeer really know how to fly. And so I'm offering this simple phrase to kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to you.
Hey!
Eric Bublé, everybody. Eric Bublé.
Right, what a lovely
singing
voice.
That was nice. Very pleasing.
Thank you.
There we
good.
go. Man, look at that.
Get
very
You
Well-
can find Eric at church on Sunday.
There you go.
Yeah, I will be on Christmas Eve. I will be singing "Oh Holy Night" on Christmas Eve at
You're
my
like that
mother's
old man in
church.
Home Alone. He's
So yeah, right.
Somebody get him a garbage can full of salt.
I love "Oh Holy Night." That's a great song.
I can't see my
Yeah.
granddaughter.
Right. Yeah,
My
I've
son
been-
got in a fight.
That whole movie, I want to take chapstick all over Macaulay Culkin's lips. I'm like, he's got chapped lips. Please fix that.
Dude, I think it's like an 8-year-old thing. My two oldest boys are always just like, Like, how dry are your lips, man? Like, what part of
They're just
adolescent?
running around with their mouths open.
Yeah, I think so, man. The kids are mouth breathers. Like, that's what it is. They don't. You gotta get through puberty and then,
Dude, that's
then they
my
learn.
5-year-old. I walk in at night, say goodnight. I'm just like, let's just close that jaw real quick. He's like,
Yeah.
All right.
That's funny. All right, guys, man. Thanks everybody who stuck with it. I know it was a long thing. This will be rebroadcast as well. We'll have it up on the YouTube. We'll share those links if you want to hang out with us. And again, you can still give to World Central Kitchen. Donate.wck.org/holiday heroes for hunger. And then if you want to jump up on the auction, it's going down tomorrow. So it's World Central Kitchen to support them. But yeah, go to 32auctions.com/holiday heroes for hunger and snatch up some really awesome stuff. Man, thank you everybody for being here. Josh, man, you were a trooper. You jumped in at the top. I thought, I'll probably be in for a little bit. And he got nervous. And now he's like,
yeah, man,
dropping knowledge, geek knowledge all night,
stuff,
dude.
man.
Love
Great
it.
stuff.
Good.
Good stuff. Good
Thanks
stuff.
for including me, guys. It was fun.
And look, and we got go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say it was fun to meet a lot of people that I interact with on Twitter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very nice to meet
Yeah.
you, man.
Yeah.
It's fun to interact with people and talk to them.
Yeah.
Like actual talking, actual conversation.
What's it? And then we're friends. We're laughing.
And I'm very, very proud that Ryan, that you came on.
Yeah.
We traded one Ryan for another.
So thank you. Yes. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, forget Ryan Lauer, dude.
He hasn't been Haas
At least
hasn't
we
been
can see
around too
Haas.
often, so it's good that he came back and just
Hey, I was making Ryan center of
Look at
attention.
him. Look at that handsome devil.
Yeah, so we're not gonna plug anything,
Older.
guys. You can see all of our handles except for Andy's, but it's okay.
I'd say my handle is my
And
handle.
Josh doesn't have his either, but yes, I want to thank obviously Ryan Lauer Batman Book Club, the Vigilante guys. They were on earlier. If you guys didn't see them, the Carusos
They're
and
still in Canada.
Those logos, man.
and Nick Zednick for all his puns. Thank you, buddy, for doing that. Again, as Justin
the
said, you
accents.
guys, the auction is still live. I extended it to Monday, so now you have a couple
nice.
days to go do that. And then to donate at the World Central Kitchen, that'll be live until Christmas Eve, I believe. I set it for Christmas Eve, so you guys have all the rest of the week to do it. If you came down, thanks for coming down. Thanks for hanging out with us for about 5 hours now. But to everyone on the screen, all you guys, obviously Pete will be recording tomorrow, but and I talk to most of these guys every day, so. But I love you guys.
5 minutes.
Yeah, I love you guys. I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas.
Love you too, man.
I know I'll say it again, but I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas, Chris. All of you, thank you very much for doing this. And yeah, Justin, anyone have any closing words?
Yeah, just thank you guys for being a part. It's fun. I always like the best gift is just hanging out, man. So it's really cool.
You guys are rad friends, as the cool kids say.
Hey,
I've heard that
said.
Garrett, nice to meet you. Nice to meet all you guys.
Totally,
Yes.
absolutely.
Thank you guys.
Fun way to spend a Friday night, boys. And
Yeah.
hopefully we did some good too. So
Yeah.
very nice.
I almost hit the Rad Friends song. I almost did. But I'm not gonna do it.
This is my first day of vacation, and what a way to! This is I started with a bang. Honestly, thank you for inviting me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Good.
thanks for being on.
Well,
It's fun.
good luck with the Jelly of the Month Club. I'm going to close this out with
I got this, my brother.
Hey, I'm going to close this out with a final message from our good buddy, Mr. Papa Z himself.
Nice.
Oh, here he
He's
goes.
got a final. No, this one's a little heartfelt here at the end. All right, guys. Be well.
Hey everyone, this is Nick Zednick from the Vigilante 1939 podcast. Usually I'm always the guy that says the funny jokes, and I take great pride in that. I do. But I also think sometimes it's important to take a step back and shed some light. This year sucked. There's no question about that. Some lost their jobs. Some unfortunately lost their lives. Some are struggling to even make it in this world, which in 2020 just sounds so crazy. So, I wanted to take a moment and just say thank you. Thank you to all my friends at the Let's Go podcast, Straight Outta Gotham, the Batman Book Club, the Nerd Room podcast, and everyone else who I've had the illustrious honor in getting to podcast with and know on a personal level this year. Truly, you all made a really difficult year worthwhile, and there's too many of you to name personally. So, and you all know who you are. So truly, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And wherever you are in the world, just know that someone always has it better than you, and someone always has it worse than you. It's okay to feel sad. It's certainly okay to feel happy. And hopefully this line is appropriate, because I truly mean this in the best way possible. And you guys will know where this is from. But men are still good. We fight, we kill, we betray one another, but we can rebuild. We can do better. We will. We have to. I wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Thank you, everybody. Stay safe. Stay healthy. God bless.